3, 2.
Hi guys, welcome to the FF13 run. This is the first attempt of the marathon for sure. We definitely didn't reset because I failed a lightning dodge. I'm Zero, and with me I have Kaya and MMM.
Hello, everyone.
Hi guys,
I'm Kaya.
and I'm M.
So yeah, we figured out the frame rate issue. Not really, but we worked around it. It definitely wasn't because I failed Lightning 4. That had nothing to do with it. And
It has nothing to do with the fact that you reset lightning dodges.
No, the game crashed and we didn't save.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, how unfortunate.
So anyway, we're ready to go again, so I'm going to count us down back, and we will start on 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I feel like I'm getting
Let's not
deja
feel
vu.
lightning dodges.
All right, we were discussing about swapping roles this time, so I start off this time. Welcome to the first battle of Final Fantasy XIII. This is Manasmin Warmick. We'll see him again later. And this is the very, very, very first fight of the run. We have a different type of ATB as in some other Final Fantasies, where we have a gauge that is known, but we have multiple segments in it. Right now we have 2 segments, and later on we get more. Each ability or spell or whatever costs 1 to even full ATB gauge on cost. And it depends on which skills that is. Like right now, normal attacks only have 1 ATB. The Blitz, which is an AoE ability, has 2 ATB costs. Later on, some spells will have 3, and we also see something with full gauge cost. And yeah, when the gauge is filled, you can see right now we only do 2 attacks every single time, because 2 attacks outdamage a Blitz, and that's the only 2 options that we have right now. Let's see if we get another really good fight here.
Well, we got good lightning attack patterns. I actually got 2 attacks out here cleanly. Didn't even get ATB frozen.
One thing that we didn't really explain earlier, though, is that Zero will purposely... Well, it's a bit late to explain, but he will purposely attack and cancel the attack to make Lightning use an animation to have her not move backwards. Because if you don't do anything while she charges ATB, she normally moves backwards. That's a slight micro-optimization to save a few steps.
Yeah, one of the downsides of the battle system in this game is you can only control your leader, and not only that, but you can't really control their position. It's all just menuing. You have no control of, like, you can't use your left analog to control your way character moves and stuff like that. So we will do what we can to, like, adjust their position, or, like, a little bit favorably. Sometimes it's, like, full-on manip or required for the strat, but we come up with clever ways to do what we need to do. Not very important in that fight, though. That fight just saves you a tiny bit of time.
Another thing that was also done in that fight that you can also do in this game is just executing partial strength. So something we've seen is you have a string of 2 attacks, but if you execute it when you only have 1 ATB, then you only execute 1 of the attacks. That is something that you can also do, and we'll use that at later points as well.
Yeah, that's the upside of having different segments. Like, you basically have to treat each individual ATB segment as like what other Final Fantasies had as a full gauge.
So you might
So
notice
we can,
that
like,
there's...
stop at that endpoint.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I was gonna say, you might notice that there's enemies on the overworld. In this game, there are no random battles. They're on there in the overworld, and for us, we call them dodges. Because we don't want to fight them, so we want to dodge them.
Hey, you haven't failed any dodge so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Better than the last run that totally didn't happen.
Which run?
Yeah, exactly.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, I like how you just casually dodged the lightning 5 of that pattern while you were talking.
It's easy.
Like it's no big deal.
It isn't.
Yeah, it's completely free.
It is. I feel like if you fail that, it's a skill issue.
Also, about this item tutorial, did you know that the game wants you to throw a potion at full health here?
That's great. I didn't know.
No idea myself. This is news to me. It's crazy.
Yeah, you shouldn't need to do that at any point in this game, because you actually start each fight with full HP, so you get like a complete full heal after every battle. Which is neat because you get to have like harder individual fights in this game.
So you might notice I'm staring at the
Yeah.
floor very hard right now. That's something we call camera tricking. And we use that to manipulate enemies on the overworld to move or not move in a certain way. So if you didn't camera trick right there were some dogs all the way off to the right that we didn't even see, and they would have caught me if I looked at them. But because I didn't look at them, they decided not to move, and because of that, we are able to just get through that dodge every time for free.
If you can't see them, they can't see you.
Exactly.
Yep. And
Object
later on, there are
permanence.
several instances where you purposely use that to manipulate enemies to your liking, which is one of the more recent developments of using that. Initially, we only pointed the camera downwards and didn't care about anything else. But nowadays, we purposely look at them at specific times and for specific length to have them be in a position that we want them to be in. Alright, another thing that we saw here and see several times later on is the stagger slowdown skip. Whenever you stagger an enemy, there's a short screen freeze that demonstrates the enemy staggered now, and you have 3 ways of skipping that, which saves you 0.7 seconds each time you do it in the run. It's basically just not targeting said enemy when he's getting staggered, which is done either by paradigm shifting, or hovering an item, or a technique that doesn't target enemies, or change the target while one of your allies staggers it.
But Kaya, what is a paradigm shift?
That's the first thing I said, or not?
No, but I said, what is a paradigm
It's
shift?
because we
Oh,
don't have
what is it?
paradigms unlocked yet.
right now we do it with item hover here, or changing targets, yeah. But
Oh.
later on we can do it with paradigm shift as well. We get down to that.
That was...
Almost.
Yeah, that
Unlucky.
was closer than I had any right to be. So this is the
It's
one
one
that
of
you...
the actual 2 hard dodges in this chapter.
Yeah. This was one of the only dodges in the whole run we also don't retry if we fail. Because this dodge is called Legendary Dodge, and that's because if you get it, it's legendary. It's very unlikely. On PC it actually is possible, unlike on... Well, it's possible on console too, but... Incredibly unlikely.
I mean, I think this one is less legendary than the final dodge, honestly.
The thing is, I think Final Dodge has skill involved, whereas Legendary is mostly luck. But yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's
retry for it is like pretty much impossible, so if you fail, you just fight it. You can see there, I failed a dodge, and I retried it because that's faster than taking the fight. Okay, wow, that worked. Interesting.
See? Skill.
Yeah.
Totally not close.
Perfectly standard Snow 5. We like to like call these dodges by kind of like what number they are in the section. So this is the Snow section, that was the 5th one, so that's Snow 5, this is Snow 6, next one's Snow 7, and so forth. We tend to have like a lot of names for a lot of dodges in this run. Not all of them deserve names, but a good bit do. Sometimes even enemies
some-
get special names.
Some even have normal names, like Gandalf and Gustav.
You know, we got Stan, we got Faker, for League of Legends.
Yeah. Faker
That
too,
was
yeah.
yours, though. Oh hey, you know how I said recently that you don't open the fight with a potion? Well, I lied. This is like one of the fights where you actually do that. Which is just to prevent yourself from being interrupted and also healing the party. Because for this fight, in order to kill this behemoth the fastest, you want to throw your own potions and not have Lebro throw them, so that she keeps attacking. Because for Lebro she has like a long animation and it consumes her ATB. Whereas for Snow, you'll notice that for the party leader it doesn't consume ATB to throw an item. So we prefer to just do this, and hopefully we will kill the behemoth before the next wipe.
Yeah, throwing items generally doesn't like lose you any ATB, but it stops the gauge from charging. So whenever you're not at full ATB, it doesn't charge for the time until the throw animation is out. So far so good. This chapter is very basic because we can basically just attack.
Yeah, just press X to win.
Yep.
What's
Just run down the
important to note
hallway.
here, though, on this fight, Zero sometimes will do partial strings, which Em explained earlier, to avoid the Myrmidon dodging Lightning's moves, because this guy is really fast and he likes to dodge attacks. So Zero tries to time the strings in a specific way that he's usually getting attacked by Lightning when he's either attacking himself or close to attacking himself, because then he cannot dodge.
Yay, SSS. Have to be a bit careful here, you can die. So I'm keeping an
I
eye
did
out on my
that.
HP here. I think we're good.
Not that long ago I died here.
Doesn't surprise me.
Is 37 max roll? Because I think this might be scary.
I think it's maybe max roll. I don't think I've ever seen a
I think
37.
37 is max roll.
think he
It's
can
either
get
36 or
37.
37.
It's
I
generally
think
low
you can get
30s.
37. There's like this one attack that does like one big hit of 28 and then another 3 hits of 3, which is 37 total. But I think it's possible.
I didn't even realize he had 2 different attacks.
Well, he has 2 hits in his attacks sometimes, for some reason.
Alright, this is possible.
Alright, this is the second legendary dodge, because this one is also very hard to dodge, and we usually fight it. Nice! Oh my god.
See,
Getting
skill.
this dodge saves you. Getting this dodge saves you around 40 to 50 seconds, depending on how long the fight would normally be. Like, it's a very long fight. It's just like so unlikely to get it that we even normally we just also fight this one.
Well, PB attempts I generally... it makes a reset much more likely. This dodge is like such a humongous swing time-wise, but in the marathon run, it's perfectly fine to fail it.
That's massive that you got it, because like there was a huge time save.
Yeah, like I said, that
Yeah,
one's a
especially
little bit
these
more
in chapter
skill
one.
involved. Legendary dodge is like just... You need to get a pattern good enough where it's impossible. Here, even if you get a bad pattern, you can wait and hope it gets better at least. But a lot of the time, it can still just be really rough.
Yeah, and now we get into chapter 2, which is every top runner's favorite chapter, I think, right now.
It's
and why I
certainly
say
one of the
this-
chapters in the run.
Why I say this, we can explain this a bit. We want to get our shrouds for the rest of the run in this, at least the routed ones. We can get some bonuses later that are low chance, but we don't gamble on getting them. Which are mainly 2 Deceptisols and 1 Fortisaur right now. It used to be 3 Decepts and 2 Forts, but we cut some off for potential time save later on, and if we don't get them, we have backups for that. And in this first room, the Shroud chance is actually very high. Like, the first fight that Zero takes has a 60% chance, and the second one has a 50% chance. But we can guarantee them by changing the battle speed to slow, because when you get lower star ratings, the Shroud drop chance actually increases. And for 2 stars, you double it, which means the 60% will be to 100%, and the 50% will also be to 100% when Zero gets 2 stars or worse. If you get 1 star, it's quadrupled, which we don't really need, and if it's 0 stars, it's even multiplied by 8. So that way you can very easily get some shrouds in this chapter by just doing bad, because Square Enix probably thought that you need some shrouds if you are really bad in this chapter. I don't know why else they make it like that, but
It's not just this chapter, it's like a system throughout the whole game.
it's lower star rating multiplies the shroud chance.
Yeah. It's like basically Square saying, you're bad, you clearly need the help, here's a better Shroud chance.
But that way, we need to stall these fights for 23 seconds, and that's why Zero needs slow battle speed for the ATB. Because if we have the normal ATB charge speed, then Hope will kill them before 23 seconds pass, and then we don't double the chance. So, yeah.
Akaya,
Either
answer
way-
me this. What's a Shroud?
But yeah, these are the 2 Deceptisol fights that we take nowadays. And I said earlier, this is every top runner's favorite chapter, and the reason for that is that nowadays we don't do this normally. Like, we just do this because this is a marathon and we want to guarantee the shrouds. What we normally do is we take the 60% and 50% chances nowadays to save up to 35 seconds if we get both of them.
I like
And if
my...
we get only one of them, we have a backup that roughly ties the slow farm. If we get only 1 out of 3, we reset.
I like that I got a 26
Oh, yeah.
and a 27 on my slow farm, because in both of them, when you'll jump back, and then one of them Hope missed a damage roll.
Yeah, we
good
wanted
job,
to see a
Hope.
23 or 24, not a 26, but yeah, good job.
My team is so good.
By the way, notice how so far all the characters we use have 2 ATB, but Vanille has 3. I wonder why that is.
Spoilers!
Yes, spoilers for the story that we totally explained and watched.
Yeah, apologies that we don't touch upon the story too much, probably because this run skips the majority of that and has a lot of mechanics that we have to get through while not really having any proper downtime. So it's kind of hard enough to already explain all of the mechanics we have.
I think we'll get through them all at some point. And then when we have downtime, we'll talk about the story, because
Yeah.
we don't want the awkward silence.
Another funny instance of camera trick here. Look at what the dogs do that are approaching lightning now. I used to laugh very hard when I saw that early on. I don't know. But that shows you perfectly why sometimes enemy AI is a bit weird when you camera trick. Like, just look at this. They just run past. They don't even see lightning.
It's because we weren't in their battle zone yet. Or, like, I think we were
Yeah, their
after
battle zone.
Yeah.
We just camera trick them until we are past their battle zone, basically. And for dogs are like the most affected enemies by camera tricks. Like, they have a very high tendency to just not do anything if they're not in your sight.
The thing is, when you don't camera trick there, you enter their battle zone. So it's a bit weird.
Yeah, for
Like
this
when you don't camera trick, you
strange.
have to dodge them normally. But yeah, chapter 1 and 2, very, very basic. Once we're in chapter 3, we get a bit more mechanics to play around with. Like the paradigms, for example. And this weapon is very handy for the first 5 chapters, actually, which is the Gladius, and a very high strength, low magic weapon, but we don't really need magic right now, so we don't care. And we put all strength into lightning.
Wait, magic? We get access to magic? I've only seen physical abilities so far.
Yeah!
Aren't hand grenades like magic?
Fun fact, different weapons also, like we get to that later, we can upgrade weapons and whatever, right? But different weapons also need a different amount of materials for that, and the Gladius actually needs very, very, very many compared to Lightning's basic weapon. But yeah, we get to that later.
Yeah, the basic weapons are cheapest, everything else costs more, pretty much.
Yeah.
And at the Gladius chest, I should also mention that some of the chests in this game are guarded and some of them are unguarded. The Gladius chest was guarded, which is why we have to take the fight for it. And we are going to now do another fight for a chest, which is for the Fortisol. That's the only one that is actually routed in nowadays. This is the chest that has one of our shrouds, which is the Fortisol. And we'll be using that specifically for the boss at the end of this chapter.
Which, fun fact, is very worth because it saves you over 40 seconds to do that. While it only takes around 20 seconds to get. So, just for that fight alone, it's worth to get this Fortisol, else we could probably skip it.
Yeah, we gotta find a better Fortless Anima strat so we can just always skip this.
Yeah.
So you're saying that we need to run Shroudless more.
Agreed. It's a great category. That's why I ran it exactly one time.
We can explain a bit of that later on, I guess, why Shroudless is as bad that, like, basically every single runner that does Shroudless does one run of it and then never again.
It's because my run was so good, I didn't want to run against it.
Runs once gets literally unbeatable world record.
It
Nah,
had a lot of
Onto
bad
level.
stuff. I just don't want to run against that chapter 7. More than
That
anything.
fight is not a Deceptisol fight. There are fights that they have fixed shrouds that they drop. Some of them have Fortisols and some Deceptisols, and that fight has a Fortisol, which we don't need. And those also have a lower drop chance. Like I was saying earlier, the 2 fights that Zero took had a 60% and 50% base chance, which means we only needed 2 stars to get them as a guaranteed. All of the other fights in this chapter have a 12% chance of the shroud. So that means if we would do them slow, we need to do them at least 32 seconds, which means to get 0 stars. So you multiply the 12% by 8, and even then you still have a 96% instead of a 100%. So it's just like, we used to have 2 to 3 of these 96% chance shroud fights in the route, actually, but we removed all of those nowadays, which I really like.
Yeah.
Like, we still reset enough to, like, YOLOing the shrouds at the start, but we just can never really lose runs anymore to getting 4%. That's
Instead
what we
of
used to
getting
call
4% and now we get 40%. It's so much better.
But it's
We
much
still-
earlier.
We still can get 4% if you run a bad category like all missions, where you actually have to get still the 4% shroud. At least you have to get less of those, but you still have to get them.
Yeah, but basically the shrouds we need we can get with 100%. So that's why, and with that one chest, which is why we just don't take any of the other fights anymore nowadays.
Also, we just kind of glossed over this dodge here. There's like very little space, so what we want to do is like get the gas to walk towards lightning, and then we have to walk to the left side to have them back off to the right and make like just barely enough space to get through there. This is a bit of a
Yeah.
tricky dodge, and Zero just got through that one nicely.
tricky is well formulated. That dodge is not great.
Yeah, it's
But
like
yeah.
one of 2 bad dodges in this chapter, the other one being the Myrmidon Emperon. But honestly, if that one fails, it's probably not much you can done about it.
All right, do you want to explain Anima?
Yes, sure. So, you know how we mentioned the positioning when we were talking about Manathan? Well, we're going to do some positioning shenanigans here as well. So the main goal of this fight is to kill Anima. We will be killing the manipulators as well. And we use for the, well, not for the first time, but we use blitzes here. And we want to have specific positioning on lightning to hit both of the manipulators. Because if we just go straight for Anima, we don't hit both. We only hit the one on the right, which is the left manipulator. But the goal of the strat for this is to just target the right manipulator, which is on the left at the start. And then we retard to Anima after lightning does like a specific amount of steps. And what we hope to do is to kill the right manipulator that is on the left first. It didn't exactly work out that way, but we did get a lot of damage in, so that's what we wanted to do. And after that, it just Anima just tries to regenerate the manipulators, and we just kill them before it happens.
Yeah, in that
Yeah,
fight,
one
I
thing
got
to
a
look
little
out
unlucky with Snow actually pushing Lightning to the right when he ran forward, which is why I couldn't get the good lineup on the left one. Snow!
One other thing to look out for is that Anima, when the manipulators are up, is doing a counter attack every single time that it can do it after it got hit. So you kind of want to avoid lightning getting hit too much as well by it. But yeah, now we have the paradigms. Yay! Now the run starts.
Oh my god, what is a paradigm?
Yeah, a paradigm is basically a role a character is assigned to. We have up to 6 different slots where we can have our party of either 2 or 3 people in different roles. And we can change between those paradigms to change the party roles, basically. Right now we have attacking role, or like a damaging role, which is the commando, chain increase role, which is Ravager, that usually also uses spells. Mainly at least, it can also use strikes later on, but right now spells. Medic, I think we also have right now, and Sentinel. Yeah. Medic is the healer, and a Sentinel is basically a tank. Whenever a Sentinel is in the party, you take reduced damage. So those are the ones we have access to right now.
For now, we will not be using the medic, because potions are actually really strong in this section of the game, because they heal you for exactly 150 HP. And with an accessory that we just got from Anima, if we were to equip it, then we would heal for 300 instead. So it's basically like a full heal with the Doctor's Code. So we don't really bother with the medic roll yet.
One other thing to explain for the paradigms, we have to get that all before the first boss, basically, because then we see a lot of that already. We set up paradigms, and sometimes we set up the same paradigm twice. Not yet, but after the first fight we do that. And that is because we also have another mechanic that refills the entire ATB gauge in the game when you shift the paradigm. And that is what we call ATB refresh. That basically refreshes the gauge for every party member, leader and the others. Every single time you shift the paradigm the first time in a fight, that also gets a long animation. And after that, it is on a 12-second cooldown. So between those 12 seconds, after the first shift, you can shift how many times you want to and you never get this refill. But after those have passed and you shift again, you get that refill. That is, by the way, extremely unlikely to fail.
Is it? I feel like it happens way too often.
Really?
It should not be happening so often. That's a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
Basically what Zero is trying to do here, this fight's very inconsequential and easy, so don't mind it too much. But basically there's a dodge that's coming up that we call the Gandalf dodge. And what we try to do here is walk backwards to try to despawn it, because the game has like spawning and despawning lines for enemies. And if we manage to walk back far enough before the cutscene triggers, then we pass the despawn line and the enemies are not there. But unfortunately that did not happen, so we have to actually dodge it.
Unfortunately, in this instance, it's random how fast the load kicks in, because that is a variable load. Later on, we have consistent places to do that in Chapter 9, so then we can touch upon that a bit better, I guess.
Also,
But yeah,
that was an insane dodge.
Yeah.
One other thing for the ATB refresh I wanted to say was just that when you have the same role, or like the same paradigm twice, so let's say like one commando, two Ravagers, but you have that 2 times, and you shift between those back and forth, you're technically still in the same paradigm setup, but still get this refresh. And we have several instances in the run where we do that, because getting these refreshes is just making the fights faster. But we just don't always want to change the setup, right?
Yeah, sometimes we shift even just to like keep our characters like in the same spots instead of having them jump back or something. That'll happen like way later in the run, but we sometimes do use the same paradigm twice, and we just shift between it for either positioning or for refreshes. More often than not, refreshes, but something to keep an eye out for.
And I wanted to get this all out of the way because now we see a familiar face again that shows the paradigm mechanics a lot. With how basic it is still, but yeah, we see a lot of ATB refreshes in that fight, and the current iteration of the fight also manipulates ATB charging times, because we cut off Snow 1 time earlier than after his full string. So like Zero will shift when Snow's not done with all of his attacks yet, just to have him recharge quicker. That's also
for
pretty
manipulating the timing, so Snow and Vanille can finish their strings at the same time.
Yeah. So the basic idea of this fight is, at the start, Zero will just use Libra, which is giving information. We have 2 ways of giving information, which is either Libra, which costs TP, or a Libra Scope, an item later on that we don't have yet. So right now we use Libra. That means that Snow will use strikes mainly, instead of spells mainly here, because he has more strength than magic, and the game wants to optimize it. After that, we set up a specific way to have him almost staggered, but not staggered yet, because he's doing a move called Crystarium, and that one will get interrupted when we stagger him when he's doing it. The way we do it nowadays, the party won't stagger him exactly when he's doing it, and we don't have to worry about it anymore. And then after stagger, we go into Solidarity quickly for 1 provoke of Snow, which means Snow provokes the boss, and after that the boss will never retarget again, and we don't have to worry about anything, pretty much. And then we just damage him down. Pretty smooth fight.
And we got the bonus Decept. Well then.
Is this
so we're getting the world record, right?
I got the MMM Decept, let's go!
Damn it!
We basically call that MMM Decept for fun right now, because M used to get this very often in the recent months.
I'm surprised you guys haven't changed it to the 0 Decept yet, because I've been getting it like every run for like the last month or 2, and no one said anything.
What this Deceptisol pretty much does is, I was touching upon earlier that we used to farm 3 Deceptisols. The Deceptisol that we cut out from the farming saves you around 50 seconds in Chapter 2 to not farm. If we don't get a bonus, which is an 8% chance in this chapter, we have to take a fight in Chapter 12 slower by like these 40 to 50 seconds that we save in Chapter 2. So we just, when we get the Decept, we have the full time save, which Zero has now because he has it. When we don't get it until Chapter 12, we just lose the time back that we saved in Chapter 2 pretty much. So we take the chance nowadays.
It's just one of those things where you kind of min-max based off odds. It's you don't get the Decept, you break roughly. Even if you get the Decept, you save like 20 seconds. Because if we farmed for the Decept and then we got the extra Decept on top, we would save like 30 seconds from that Decept instead of saving 50 seconds from that Decept.
Yeah. These bonuses, we have several instances of where we can use the bonuses, and as Zero said, a Deceptisol used to save you around 30 seconds in Chapter 5. And now we save these 50 seconds, which is more time save.
We have another fun dodge coming up here. This is the one that we call Frog Bridge, because it's a bridge with frogs. And it's a really tricky one because you want to have like the first group of frogs on one side, you have the other group on the other side. In this case, it worked out pretty well actually.
You got it.
Made it look very easy.
I mean, the real hard dodge is the first dodge, let's be real.
On PC, it actually is not that bad, funnily enough, because for some reason there are not that many version differences, but one of those is that some enemies slightly behave different, and these frogs catch you much quicker on console versions for whatever reason. Like, their hitboxes are probably just a bit more lenient on PC, so we can get through them much more likely than on console.
Yeah, on console we still
So
just
that
Decept it because it's worse.
Exactly. That particular dodge you just use a Deceptisol for on console. On PC we cut it out nowadays.
So there's also this Alpha Behemoth fight. We do a Libra early on, so it still does water, since that does more damage, since the Behemoth is weak to water, but not to wind. And yeah, we just beat it down with some strength and relentless, and that's basically the fight. Just a bunch of chaining to stagger and damage and relentless.
Here you also saw the first fight where Zero has the same paradigm set up twice. We have only 2 paradigms, but we have 4 slots filled with 2 of each. So that's because of what I said earlier, where we just want to go between same paradigms, but don't miss out on these ATB refreshes every 12 seconds. And another thing that's coming up now, well, not now, but like in a minute from now, is Decepticol canceling. We have 3 types of shroud that we use in the run that help us in combat, usually, or are intended to help us in combat. We don't use the Decept as intended, but we use it for the speedrun in the perfect way, which is to dodge some very, very inconsistent dodges or enemies because it stealths you from them. The intended way is to get a preemptive strike in the fights, but we don't want the preemptive strikes in the fights, we just want to dodge the enemies with the Decept. And whenever you enter a fight and retry it, you get all of the items you've consumed back, including your shrouds. Which means, with the 2 Deceptisols that Zero has right now, or well, he has 3 because he got the bonus, but with the Deceptisols he has, he can dodge every single encounter in the run that he thinks is too inconsistent without, or has a high chance of catching him. And then we just enter the fight on the opposite side of the battle zone, and retry it to get the Deceptisol back. And on the opposite side of the battle zone, you get put out on that side of the battle zone as well, because the game puts you out of the battle zone where you entered. Like, you see it now, pretty much, because he will use the Deceptisol here to dodge this Watch Drone, because these are very, very hard to dodge otherwise. And now in the next hallway there are 3 of those, which are also really, really hard to dodge otherwise. So it gets through all of this stealthed with the Decept. And after the battle zone of the next dodge, he's going back and retries the fight to get this Decept back. And that is also something we use multiple times in the run. We use it way less than we used to do in older routes, but we still do it quite a lot. I think 14 times total?
Something around there, yeah, like 14, 15-ish.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And it used to be 17, so we cut some of those out as well.
It's just the nature of, you know, progression in the game. You cut out safer strats in favor of more risky strats over time to save more time.
But yeah, as you saw, we got put outside of the battle zone past the dodge, because that's where we entered. And we also got the Deceptisol back now, so it's not really consumed. So we still have 3. If we could, we would not do this at all, but some of these dodges are just straight up impossible to do consistently, so then we just like... The rule of thumb is pretty much if you fail a dodge more than 50% of the time, you usually do this Decept canceling.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, I think. It also makes sense sometimes for a segment of dodges where it's like there could be 2 dodges that are like doable but have a bad success rate, and you can just Decept them to like... Because each one individually, you're better than 50% chance to succeed, but when you combine them, the odds go down quite a bit. Even those
One of the Decept cancels that we took out is one in Chapter 9 that's basically like that. You cancel Decept, to be honest, like... We fail at least one of those dodges often enough that it's justifiable to still Decept, honestly, even at high level.
I think on good runs, I still Decept there.
There are run-up preferences too, but the general rule of thumb is just like every dodge that you think you have a lower chance than 50%, you normally should Decept. That's like just the rule of thumb. Doesn't mean for all cases, right?
Yeah. It also matters how like good or bad the retry is. Because there's like, for example, a dodge in Chapter 9 where it's like 95% success rate on the retry, so you don't really gain too much by Decepting, because even if you fail, you don't lose much compared to just... Oh, nice double cutscene there. Compared to just like failing it and going again, you lose a tiny bit of time. But for other dodges, you lose a lot more if you fail it, so it makes more sense to Decept.
This dodge is a funny one actually, because it's a pretty simple one, but we used to just run around this because people have been getting caught left and right back then and didn't know exactly how to move there to get it consistently. But yeah, nowadays we just take it.
Yeah, it's actually a really easy one because you just hug the wall and then like the scary guy in the center doesn't dash towards you. Oh yeah, now we have a very fun fight as well. I think this is the only point in the game where we do this. So we do the thing where we confirm 2 thunders before the ATB fills, and then execute. We cancel out of that as Garuda hits us, so we don't actually execute the 2 thunders, and we do 3 thunders. Then we repeat 2, so we keep ATB for more attacks in Relentless. Shift for the SSS with Saz staggering him, and just do the Libra and attacks there. And then, yeah, then we just kill the first phase, and then on the second phase we have a glitch that we don't really understand yet, but as you just saw, we do the attack rune at the start with about 2.5 ATB, and after that we do the shift to try D, and after the string we do there, the first one, we actually exit out of that string with some ATB, which we don't know where exactly it comes from. So that's a really funny thing.
I think it's the only instance in the game where we know that this happens consistently too.
Yeah.
But yeah, outside of that, also very basic fight. You just chain as high as you can with the 2 Trides, and then you damage him down with Commando. Because Lightning does way more damage in Commando right now than in Ravager, obviously. Because Commando's the damage roll.
Yeah, I messed this up a little
Also-
because I got the double vanilla target pattern and I couldn't remember the string of how the string of attacks goes with that. But it's not
Yeah.
too bad.
We can just blame Lightning.
Yeah, she whipped. It was her fault. I need to
Hey,
check my
let's
notes
we
for
get
that.
to like the best Eidolon fight in the game, right?
Only if you get a 46.
That never happens. And fun fact, the best time in this fight was a 46 that I somehow got, and I don't know how, because the second best time that I ever saw in like 6 years of running was a 50. So this was basically 4 seconds better than the best I ever saw. No idea how that happened, but whatever. Basically, Eidolons are the summons in this game. And this is the first one, which is Shiva, and these are actually Shiva's sisters in Final Fantasy XIII instead of one Shiva. So we have Styria and Nyx, and both of those combined are the Shiva sisters. But what we do in those fights is we basically have to fill a gauge, which you can see over their head, which is the Gestalt gauge. When that is filled, we have to press square, and then they transform into a vehicle, and the fight's done, and we get the summon. On Shiva, the easiest way is to get just some chain duration in Commando and then increase the chain in Ravager, pretty much. And whenever Shiva are doing their big attacks that they normally do after they do ATB charge, we have to tank that one in Sentinel. And that's all you have to do in this fight. Fun fact, casually, you can shift into Sentinel, go AFK for like 3 minutes, and then press square, and you win the fight. Because this is basically unlosable as long as you press square.
Press
Since
square
this is
to
the-
win.
The tutorial.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
this
quite a
fight
few
just wins
fights in this
itself by
game
just-
where you can just go AFK if you know how to like set it up, and you'll just win. Like for example,
Anima as
Anima.
well. just stay there, do nothing, and wait like 3 minutes, and the fight's done.
Yeah.
But this is slow, so in the speedrun we don't do that. But yeah, that is Shiva, and yeah, now
And
we
now
are
it's
in the
time for the
best
best
chapter.
chapter in the game.
Wait, this isn't chapter 9.
Wait, this
Well-
is chapter 2?
But chapter 4 used to be by far the worst chapter in the run because this had by far the most RNG and least skill influence you have. It became a lot better. It still sucks, but it's much less bad than it used to be because of a few manipulations and strat changes nowadays.
I'm gonna say it's skill unless it goes badly, in which case, yeah, this chapter sucks.
Worst chapters in the run are basically 4, 7, 9, I think 10 and 12, right? But yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah,
1.
That was rough.
Well, one is 10 minutes and you can reset, so I don't really think it's that bad, but yeah.
It's still bad.
But yeah, pretty much chapter 4 has a lot of stupid dodges that we get through in a bit.
We killed the
fir-
first
the fir-
one of the chapter. We're off to a great start.
The first half pretty much has a lot of bad dodges that have a lot of RNG, and the second half has some stupid fights. Like, it changes a bit. Dodges in the second half are usually a bit better, but fights are worse, and vice versa.
I think the fights are
Can't
fine.
wait to get to
besides,
the
like,
bombs.
Yeah. I think it's even still dodges in the last half as well, more so than the fights.
This is
I'll
also
say there's,
another
like-
instant of decept canceling. Because these dodges without Deceptive Soul in Shroudless runs
Oh,
are
yeah.
very fun.
That one watchdown that was on the really narrow path before, that was Gustav, I think.
Yeah, that was Gustav, the one that can kind of block you with a free watchdown dodge. We
Which
try
one
to
was
shout him
Stan?
out.
Stan is the one in chapter 3.
Yeah, still with the
Ah, okay.
bike.
Okay. Because
His
that
name
one I
is
always
Stan
forgot.
Dindaway.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
normally that one's not the problem.
But another thing we haven't really explained yet, I think I touched upon the paradigms earlier and the roles. Now we have access to Saboteur and Synergist, which are debuffing and buffing roles pretty much. Saboteur being the debuffing and Synergist the buffing roles. Some other things that the roles do is Commanders and Saboteurs are mainly used to get some chain duration, because when you only increase the chain with the roles that do it the best, which is for example a Ravager, then it depletes extremely quickly and you barely have any stagger duration. Saboteur and also Sentinel to some degree and Commando stabilize the chain with their abilities. And with a mix of both, we get longer staggers, which are very handy obviously. If the stagger lasts longer, then we do more damage. And yeah, this is the first instance of actually using a Saboteur for stagger duration. That's why I explained it here.
The main usage of the Saboteur is actually to inflict the debuffs, obviously. For now, we are just inflicting D-Shell, because our current party only has magical abilities. So Saz only has the Fire spell, Vanille has Arrow and Water spells, and D-Shell increases the damage from those by 89%.
I think this is actually a common mistake I see people do casually. I mean, how should they know, right? Because they don't know the mechanics that well. But when Vanille, for example, inflicts D-Shell, she's not casting D-Shell anymore because it already is inflicted. But if you only have a Saboteur to stabilize your chain duration, and the debuff is already inflicted that she's doing, you have no way of stabilizing it anymore, right? So that way you can also sometimes get a very short duration.
I like how we
So-
completely
like,
glossed
have a
over Aaron
big
Gutter
mix.
right there.
Yep, I was just gonna say that.
There's
We
too
had
much
the-
to explain in this game, right? That's what I said earlier. We barely
Yeah, but,
follow along. You're running too fast. Can you be a bit slower, please?
Well, I'm in chapter 4. I probably will be.
No, because you're not Kaya.
True, I am not
Yeah.
Kaya. I'm not German.
Wow. Are you saying that Germans can get good chapter 4s?
I don't know. There is that trend, honestly. That's not what I had in mind, but now that you mention it.
But yeah, basically what we want to achieve in these fights right now, we only have really magic that we do damage with, so we want Vanille to D-Shell, which is the magic D-resistance, if you can say it like that. Magic resistance decrease. Okay.
I also like how
Attack is the
for-
physical resistance decrease. That one will get used later when Lightning is in
Yeah.
the party again.
I just like how for that one fight you have like this specific setup for the paradigm shifts, just so we don't do an actual menu there.
Well, yeah, because menuing takes time. And
That reminds me, did we even explain the chain? I explained everything. I think I didn't explain the chain yet, right? But basically, you start with 100% chain, and that's a 1/1 multiplier of your damage. So the higher the chain, the better is our damage. If we have 200% chain, we do twice the damage and all of that, pretty much. And that's why it's so important to stabilize the duration for the stagger, so that we have a lot of high chain for very long, pretty much. Later on, it gets really ridiculous with buffs and debuffs in endgame and 999% chain, where we have like basically a 5 times damage multiplier with the 900% chain on top. But not yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, the endgame is basically just stacking as many multipliers as possible to deal the highest damage that we can.
I mean, that's
think
the,
with
that's the whole
everything-
game, yeah.
Yeah, I think in endgame with everything we have like basically a damage multiplier of 4,500%, roughly like this, like including chain and buffs and debuffs.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Which is a lot. But yeah, Zero actually nailed this, but this is also one of the worst segments of this chapter with bird dodges, because they outspeed you, and if they are straight behind you, it's usually pretty easy to dodge them, but if they are in front of you or on the side of you, it's really wonky to dodge them, because they just outspeed you and catch you easily.
Yeah, the trick to birds is to
That's
have
fair.
them take a swing at you, basically. If they don't swing at you and just run straight into you, it's near impossible. If they
Yeah, but
swing
they
at
only swing
you,
when they're
they
behind
just
you
like
usually,
whip.
or right
Yeah.
in front, right?
Exactly.
Right in front or right behind you.
Easy
There's
one.
also two types of birds. One of the types of birds doesn't actually have an attack animation, so even if it's behind you, it'll just run straight into you. So for
Yeah.
those, we usually want to try to just not have them run at all.
Yeah, these we have in chapter 10 and later, I think.
There's
Before
some in
that,
this
we only
chapter
have
too.
these.
Just like not
Yeah,
as
but-
prevalent. Yeah.
Yeah, the dodge
But-
right after this fight especially.
Yeah. Speaking of this fight, this is the first one where we hopefully CD protect, but it's a random chance, so we don't know yet. Okay,
Oh,
there
you're
it
seeing
is.
it. You shall. Ah, okay, deep protect there as well.
And that's another thing that we haven't explained yet for buffs and debuffs, but they stabilize the chain duration a bit when they inflict, and they last
I got
longer
targeting.
the higher the chain was when they inflicted, because the higher chain also increases their duration. And also the infliction chance is increased with higher chain. Like if you have, for example, 300% chain, it's a much higher chance to inflict a debuff than at 100%. And for each time that the Saboteur misses an infliction, it's also getting increased. So I think that's just basically to avoid never having any debuff land. We still might see that, but yeah. Basically the chance gets higher and higher the more you miss it and the higher your chain is. Nailed it.
Good start.
Easy.
Good chapter 4 so far, actually.
Yeah.
Like, this is basically the worst dodging segment. I think 2 or 3 more dodges are bad, but everything else is fine from now on. So it's up to the fights for the most part.
Yeah, I think the like next bad dodges are like start of Scrapyard. Those can really suck though.
Yeah. Alright, Dreadnought. So this is the first fight where we see basically everything combined. Like, we want to stabilize the chain, we want to increase the chain, we want to have certain buffs and both debuffs that we have access to so far. Vanille was really good, she inflicted already both debuffs. So from now on we just increase the chain, and post-stagger we go into damage, pretty much, for phase 1. And then phase 2 we do something different that M can probably explain that. But yeah, right now we just chain. Hopefully we get a stagger slowdown skip with hovering a potion here, because we just take the free 0.7 seconds time save. There we go.
I just want to point out my
And
HP
now-
values here. Vanille got destroyed.
Oh, for Vanille we don't really care though,
But she
right? Like-
dodged the attack, so it didn't even matter.
Okay, so this was intended though, like most runners nowadays I think actually let Vanille die in phase 1 if she dies, because she gets revived for phase 2 automatically, so it's not really viable to manually revive her because it just loses time. So in that case Zero didn't really heal because only Vanille was in range to die.
Yeah, I'd have to double potion. It's just not worth the time investment at that point. She's only getting 3 more spells in anyway, and we can make up the damage other ways.
Yeah.
But she just
So
dodged
for the
it.
second phase, what we want to do here is just basically the same as the first phase, but we want to reach a specific value of chain before we go into debuffing. And at that point, he's going to do an attack that's called Wrecking Ball. And apparently that one has a chance to hit twice. I think I have not seen that yet. But yeah, we want to basically start with one fire just as he's doing it, so that we can do the same thing as we did on Manazin, which is to stagger cancel it. So we did that successfully, so now we just do a bunch of spells and attacks with lightning, and just repeat a bunch of those with our 2 Relentless Assault Paradigms. We do have to go back into volley because he's going to heal his D-Shell. But yeah, after that it's just going back to Relentless again and just keep doing more attacks until it's dead, basically.
One very bad thing to happen is dying here. It's basically for every 2 phase fight, it's really bad to die because you have to do the first phase again as well. So dying here is automatically losing more than 2 minutes if you die late on this. So even in marathons we don't want to see a death here, hopefully, and it didn't happen, so pretty good.
Always nice to, you know, not die. But yeah,
I mean,
there's
for like
like 1 HP.
yeah, that was
Not
weird. I
dying
don't
is
know why that
actually hard.
happened.
Not dying in this game is actually hard. I mean, early and mid game are pretty fine, and most deaths you can get in mid game are more or less RNG than execution. But in end game, there are some fights that are a bit tricky. Like
Generally,
not
the most
dying at
brutal-
all in the entire run is pretty hard.
Yeah, the most brutal deaths are generally like the really long fights or the fights with 2 phases like Dreadnought, because even if we died in phase 2, we'd have to redo phase 1.
Yeah. And everything outside of boss fights is not too weird. Like this fight, for example, can kill you with getting bad luck. Right now we want to have Hope do Protect on Lightning. And now we want to hit the blitzes on as many soldiers as we can until they are dead. They basically need 4 blitzes until they die. If they all hard target Lightning, like they kind of did right now, this can get really tricky. And you can actually die here if you get
For
unlucky.
safety. Oh, come on. Is this info?
But this is pretty smooth, okay. But yeah, this is one of the instances where RNG can just like kill you without you doing anything wrong. Like you can, for example, use a potion at 200 HP, and before Lightning's potion animation finishes, you get targeted by 5 soldiers at the same time and you just die. That does not happen often, but it can happen.
Funnily enough, with this game, generally the fights that kill you aren't like the bosses that you think are dangerous and stuff. Like, the boss fights, generally, if you die, it's mistake or horrendous luck. It's the small fights, like that fight, the bird fight, you know, we did earlier, for example.
bombs later.
Yeah, the 2 bombs that will be fighting
Crawlers.
soon. Those are the
Crawlers,
big-
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Crawler 10. If you died to Crawler 4, then I don't know what to tell you, but Crawler 10 is pretty likely to kill you.
That's a theme in the whole game, though, honestly, that, like, generally mob fights tend to be more dangerous than boss fights, which is funny. Like, even in endgame, some of the mob fights are really bad. Like, if you look at runs like Dodgeless, for example, we have, like, a missed category that some people did that is called Dodgeless, which basically fights every single encounter that you enter the battle zone for. And some of those fights are really bad.
The funny thing about Dodgers is that in that run they just save every Ether Soul in the game for the fights in endgame before PC2, basically.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten into what the Ether Soul does yet, but we will in Chapter 5, probably, when we
talk
actually
about
get
it
one.
really soon, when we talk about TP. Right.
Yeah, I mentioned TP earlier, but I haven't really explained it properly yet, so... Because we haven't really been using it much, only for Libra so far.
Yeah, and Libra only costs 1 TP, and for now TP is kind of abundant, so we are not too worried about using an extra Libra. Also, nice bonus Age Assault.
Yep, right in
Was
time
a
for
bonus
Odin.
Age Assault for 6%, which, yeah, we use on Odin, because that's the best time save there. You can save up to 15 seconds on Odin using it, and Odin is a 50-second fight. So if you save in 15 seconds in a 50-second fight, that's pretty massive.
So the bonus Age Assault is what we call Zakaya.
Well, that's only after
I tend to
Odin,
get this
though.
often, but after Odin, yeah. I don't get it much before Odin, actually.
It's pretty unlikely. You have like 3 fights that have like a 6% chance or something along those lines. But it's pretty nice to get. Aegis Odin also feels a lot better to do than normal Odin. Like, there's less variance to it.
Yeah, and for a quick run, I explained it earlier a tiny bit, but the D-sets are the shrouds that usually should give you preemptive strikes. We just use them for dodges and not for preempts. Fortisol, offensive buffs, Aegisol, defensive buffs, pretty much. And Aethersol regenerates TP entirely, which we consume for several things like Libra, summons, and whatever. So those are the shroud types.
Just get into this mini-game with the Dreadnought real quick. We want to kill exactly 25 of them. You can kill a bit more, it's fine, but basically you want like the second tier reward, basically, which is the 20 thickened hides. Because at this stage in the game we have very little organic components, which we will want to use to do upgrades later. And the tier 1 doesn't give enough components, and the tier 3 gives an accessory instead, which we could sell, but we don't have a shop to buy organic components. So what we want is the tier 2 reward, which is the 20 thickened hides that we just picked up.
I guess we explained that before the actual upgrade, because now we have two kind of complex fights coming up. Well, Odin is not complex when you have the Aegisol, to be fair.
You still have to be somewhat
It's pretty-
careful. It's like, I feel like the
you
potion
can die
timings
easily,
can
yeah.
be kind of tricky.
Yeah, there's basically one thing you have to get right, which is the first potion timing. Other than that, it's pretty free.
But yeah, what the game wants us to do on Odin pretty much is increase the chain while using Medic a lot to heal, because Medic also fills up the Gestalt gauge, but we don't care about Medic because it's much better to just chain him up. So...
And also we have the Doctor's Coat for healing, which, as I mentioned before, a potion with Doctor's Coat heals 300 HP, which is basically a full heal.
Yeah, and so what we do pretty much with the Aegisol, normally we do 4 attacks for duration, but we do only 3 runes now, and Aegisol lets us take less damage, and gives us Vigilance, which is a buff that increases the resistance of getting launched. Like, we get to that later as well a bit, but basically when you have Vigilance, you're less likely to get launched by certain enemy attacks that normally would launch you, like the Skyward Swing. That way we can play this fight much more aggressively, and on top of that, each buff that the party has increases the rate the Gestalt gauge fills at as well. And the combination of that, taking less damage and being way more aggressive, makes this fight much faster. A 40-second fight is actually pretty bad for Aegis.
Yeah, I messed up the potion timing, so I had to adjust a little for safety.
You want to see like 36 or something like that, usually?
Yeah, like the one thing that can go wrong in this fight went wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't even
really
going
annoying
wrong.
when he does.
It was just
It's
me
really annoying
misclick.
when he does Crushing Blow, because the animation just takes so long to start up and you want to do the potion early.
The thing is, he has Push of Steel, which starts up really quickly, so I was kind of like trying to react to that, and I just reacted early because I was looking for the one where I have to react fast.
Alright, Gestalt tutorial. Here we can actually see our first summon in action. A summon costs 3 TP, and now we have Odin out. How summons work, they have a normal Gestalt, or like a normal mode, like here. And they also, if we press square at a certain point, we can transform them into a Gestalt mode, which gives different abilities and also gives you the summon finisher, which in Odin's case is Zantetskin. And Zantetskin is extremely strong if used right. Unfortunately, the game does do a very poor job at explaining the mechanics properly. But if Zero did this fight correctly, this Zantetskin should now kill both enemies, which you see when they get a black fade out animation. And the way it works, there we go. The way it works is get the chain at a certain point where it's high enough, and the enemy HP at the same time is low enough that a formula in the game calculates a number that kills the enemies. So pretty much there's a formula that... that was a bit complex explained. There's a formula with Odin's physical attack and your own chain. I don't know it from the top of my head, we just know the values for the run. Basically, if that number is calculated, and that is higher than the enemy's remaining HP, they will die instantly. If that doesn't happen, and the number that is calculated is lower than the enemy's remaining HP, Zantetskin basically does no damage. It's like 1,000 or something, 2,000. It's like...
It's basically a fraction of the damage that is calculated.
It's basically insta-kill when the formula works, or don't do damage. Which is why a lot of people actually think that Odin sucks in this game, because he does when it's not insta-killing. But when it's insta-killing, it's really good because it also works on the majority of bosses. Like you can kill the final bosses, for example, with Zantetskin, which is super amazing.
Which is something that you do in Plat %.
Yep.
TLDR gets a kill threshold, Odin's super OP. You don't get to a kill threshold, Odin is terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically.
I tried to explain it properly, I was like getting it a bit bad, but yeah.
Anyways, time for upgrades.
Yeah, Niji, my hero, posting the actual mechanics in chat.
Yeah, Niji knows a lot about this game.
So yeah, I was saying the game does a poor job at explaining some things. Upgrades are also some of those.
Hey!
So pretty much
mechanics.
how it works, we have 2 types of components, which are organics and mechanical components, which you see based on their symbol next to them, which is a screw for mechanicals and like a bone or something for organics. The organics increase the multiplier by a lot. You can have a multiplier from ×1 to ×3. In this case, we want ×2, which you see now. Like Zero uses some components to get a ×2 multiplier. And after that, we use the mechanical components to increase the level of weapons or accessories. In this case, we level up the power wristband from level 1 to star. Star is max, and we increased the strength on the power wristband from 20 to 60 that way. So it's like 3 times as strong now, just from one upgrade.
Yeah, at this point in the game, 60 strength was a lot. I think that's more than Saz has a strength without the accessory.
Yeah, unfortunately, the game does not give you any hint of how much experience you need for max level, for example, which is one of the bad things. Like, it would be really nice if it would tell us we need 15,000 experience to get to max level or something like that, because people tend to just over-upgrade sometimes. And also, there's no real money gain from fights, so the only way to actually get money is selling stuff. And that's also another thing that's not that great. Because some people are hesitant to sell certain things. So upgrading is something I think that is underused a lot. But it's really, really strong if you do it. And the speedrun does it a lot, mainly on strength accessories.
Anyways, Kaya's favorite fight went well this time.
I got the freest preempt I've ever seen. The ball was just standing in, like, facing away from me at the entrance.
It's like the question in chat, it's not 100 times the damage, it's basically a 1x1 multiplier. So if 100% is 1 time, 999 is like
10 times.
10 times. Yeah, or like 9.9 times. Like, because we started at 100%.
That was an interesting preamp.
Yeah, I can't believe that worked. I hate that bomb so much. I swear that little shit is always just, like,
everything in this
blocking you.
game, everything in this game is multiplicative. So the buffs that Zero is using right now, the bravery, and the deprotect that Vanille is using on the enemies, those values are multiplied for the value that is after that, pretty much. Deprotect is 0.89, I think, and bravery is 0.4.
They were asking
So-
about Zanjet, not like,
Yeah, I read that now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, for Zandetskin, what is the value actually? Like, Niji's in chat, maybe you can post the formula that calculates it, but it's basically something that calculates Odin's physical attack, the chain value you have, and enemy remaining HP. Something like that.
I would have to check the game mechanics guide because I actually just don't know off the top of my head.
Basically, all of that stuff was done in routing, so as a speedrunner, we just know the chain and the enemy HP that we need to get them to, and then we know if it kills or not. In the fight that Zero did earlier, it's 275% chain, and then it should normally kill them.
It can be a little tricky sometimes, because, like, you can get away with, like, 267 if you have a bit more damage. You kind of have to get a good intuition for it,
but
honestly.
Generally it's 275 plus that always kills. Like, if it's really rare that if you have that, it's not killing. And that's the same for several fights, where we just know we need that chain to kill, because it was calculated once or something in routing. But yeah.
We also
It's
didn't
actually
talk
pretty
about the
complicated.
gauntlet at all during this.
We
Yeah,
have too
and-
much to explain.
That and these fights are not really that complicated outside of like the first 2 bombs, which can just immediately kill you if your name is Kaya Rune.
That's not very complicated, that's more of annoying. I was more talking about the camera manipulations we do to preempt all of them.
That is something that I wanted to explain now in retrospect a bit, because now we saw the full thing already, right? So Zero ran actually clockwise around all of these platforms. Fun fact, older routes used to run counterclockwise because we didn't care about the preempt manipulation that we do nowadays, or we didn't know that. So what we used to do is we ran counterclockwise, started on the bottom right one and ran around. And we just preempted all of those fights, waiting for preempt spots. We said earlier that camera tricking can be used to manipulate enemy movement, and what Zero did here, and that is also why we run clockwise now, because that way it's easier and faster. He manipulated 2 of the platforms in the back to basically give him an instant preempt, or at most make him wait 1 or 2 seconds. And that way, with the manipulations and going clockwise, I think it was 15 seconds time save over the old route, right?
I think it was
Something like
20, assuming, like, no PD pickup. Or assuming, like, the old
Yeah.
route picked up the PD. Whereas before you could technically skip it, and that would be like an extra 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, that's the downside. We don't have a Phoenix down when we go clockwise, or you would lose massive amounts of time to get that. On the right side, there's a Phoenix down that we used to get. The thing is, we
Yeah,
only
please.
really need 2 Phoenix downs in the
Yeah.
whole run if everything goes standard. So it's not that bad to miss out on that one.
Yeah, and we can pick up both of those Phoenix Downs in time as well.
Yeah, I think it more it was, back then it was just along the path, and we had to wait a bit for the preempt anyway, so it just worked out. Because if you're starting counterclockwise, you kind of have to take the path on the right instead, like around like the back path on the right. I guess I don't have a good way to describe it. There's like two paths you can take. Like the closer
By the
path,
way,
the direct path didn't work.
Something neat that can be done in the snow flashback is that you can get a soft lock. So
Only
if
one runner ever got that though. I actually think it was the PC in some way, honestly. But yeah.
That was actually something I
he
wanted to
just didn't
mention.
get the dialogue for Libro, and he just couldn't continue because he couldn't get the dialogue to trigger the next cutscene.
Fun fact 0, I didn't see the exact chapter time, but it was definitely a 26 chapter 4.
Oh, 100%. It was a really good one, actually.
Yeah, that was a really good
Yeah.
chapter 4.
Like, I didn't see the exact time, but the thing is, like, chapter 4 can be all the way from a low 26-minute chapter individual time up to like 29 or even 30 if it's really bad. Like 30 on PC should never
And if
happen.
your name is
but
Rune.
I had a 30 once, yeah. But basically a 26 is what we want to have. Like low 27, mid 27 is still okay, but if it's more than like mid 27, it's kind of not what we want to see anymore. And the variance is basically all the way from low 26 up to 29. So there's like massive variation in chapter 4 times, which is kind of why it sucks sometimes.
Which is why it's Kaya's favorite chapter.
And this was a really, really, really good one. So nice.
Yeah, I would love to have one of those in my runs.
Me too.
Yeah, you got it.
It's one of your runs.
Yeah, I'm loving it. There is something I wanted to mention real quick. There is a reason we prefer upgrading accessories early on over upgrading weapons. Weapons are each like locked to their character, whereas accessories can be equipped on anyone. So because we upgraded that power wristband and Magician's Mark, we were able to remove him from Saz and Vanille in Chapter 4, and now we can put them on Hope and Lightning in Chapter 5, so we get to use the equipment like multiple times. And that makes a pretty big deal, because like the amount of stats we get from that gear at this point is a lot.
And that's also the reason that some runners have a Chapter 4 end split that is titled Tell Me to Unequip.
Which you guys
Because
did too, by
sometimes
the
we
way.
forget to unequip, and that kind of kills the run.
Yeah, it's pretty
One
run
last
killing if you forget.
One last thing for Zentetsuka, because I saw this in chat. I think it actually is 1.6 million, yeah, because the Platinum category, M quickly said this earlier, but the Platinum category actually does it on the first Orphan fight. We use Zentetsuka to basically skip the entire second phase, and I think you need to get below 1.6 million for that. So yeah, pretty much. And even then it insta-kills the boss, which is funny. Odin is
1.6
really,
million
really
is a
strong
very
and properly
satisfying
used.
kill.
You can check out the Platinum run at the end, and then you see Odin just do millions of damage. It's pretty funny. In any percent, unfortunately, we don't see that, even though we will see Odin several more times now. Just because of how good he is. Like, the main uses of summons in the run are Odin, Shiva, and Hekaton Care. Because those three are the strongest ones, with like how far we develop.
To answer another question, we basically don't do any grinding. We take like something like 5 optional fights or something. Most of them are for chests or for shrouds. The only fight that we actually do for quote-unquote grinding is one in Chapter 11, because we want to get Vanille's ATB segment, and that fight basically pays for itself in the end. Because just having the ATB segment on Vanille is really good for the Hekaton fight, basically.
It's not just that, it also gets you like a few other breakpoints, like both ATB and accessory for Snow on PC1. It gets you enough like different breakpoints that it saves way more time than it costs to do the farm fight.
You don't need to do it to finish the run. There have been several instances of actually trying to skip that, but we all came to the conclusion all the time throughout the years that it's just better to do the fight. It's just like the way it is. Because the fight takes a total of like 35 seconds real time, and you save way more than that by having all of the stuff you get from that PP later on. But outside of that fight, we don't do any grind and just do everything that is optional for getting the specific chests or something.
I don't know if we ever mentioned this, but the character development system is called the Crystarium, and the Crystarium points abbreviate to CP.
Yeah. I think I actually forgot that one earlier, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we do sometimes use abbreviations that we're used to, and we don't, like, we're so used to we forget to explain it. So if you ever catch us on that, feel free to ask in chat. What does this mean? Like, for example, SSS, stagger so, then skip.
We answer every question that we see if we can. Because this game is just very, very, very complex mechanically, and it's kind of sad that it does such a bad job at explaining it properly, because a lot of people just never find out how cool it can be if you play this at optimum. I think this is actually one of the best combat systems in any role-playing game, not only Final Fantasy.
I feel like there could be a few tweaks to make it a little better, like maybe use left down to loot your character. I think that'd be cool. But overall, it's a very fun system, and like it has a lot more depth than you might realize, just like watching it casually.
Yeah. Also for all of these fights right now, that's why we don't really go in depth into them, as like Zero will just like basically get chain duration at the start, stagger, and then do damage to kill. Like all of these are still pretty fast.
Yeah, and they're like basically the same format, just chain up and then deal damage with lightning as a commando. For this one thing you'll want to do is this behemoth is weak to water type attacks, and what you want to do is use an elemental attack in Ravager and combo buffer it. So I see it, Zero did this successfully, but basically roles have specific bonuses. So commando has the bonus to deal higher damage, which is the main one that you'll want to use for like buffering basically. So what we did, what Zero did was basically just have lightning. What am I saying, Vanille? Lightning's Aqua Strike landed while shifting to Commando with her, and since she was in Commando, it got the damage multiplier from the Commando roll, which means that it dealt twice the damage that it would if it was in Ravager.
You'll actually see it in the fight after this again, and then even better because then Zero manually does it instead of just doing it for the AI.
Wow, this car
like
has a lot of HP.
Earlier the AI controlled lightning, but in the second fight we control lightning ourselves. Oh great, nice. There's a certain instance of like the AI being
lightning. You suck.
I appreciate you saying. I appreciate you yelling about quieter M, so we don't like destroy the audio.
You're welcome.
That actually happens when the game thinks the enemy is at a different spot than he actually is. There's some ways that it can happen, like in this case Lightning just thought the enemy was mid-air, but it dropped off before Lightning hit, and then she just kept hitting the air.
No, it was actually mid-air, and then she hit it once, but then after it got hit, it went back to the ground.
That can
but Lightning didn't, because she's dumb.
That can happen on Sid later as well, when you just attack too early and then like AI Snow thinks Sid is at a different spot that he normally is, and then he's just hitting the air.
Yeah, I mean, at least on Sid it's usually skill issue.
Yeah.
For this, it's like, I don't think you can do all that much.
Same as this, like Zero just lost 2 seconds running into the left side of that instead of...
No, that was a skill issue, that's true. I thought you were talking about the crawler thing, I'm like, no, that one was on Lightning.
But yeah, what Zero did here, that is something that is also overseen if you're not getting explained that. Before the cutscene, he actually looked in a specific way on those 2 dogs to get both of them on the left side for this dodge now before he enters the battle zone. So that way it's just like a very consistent way of getting past this. Because those dogs are also manipulative. And just when I say it, you well, this is maybe a 1 in 20 to fail. So.
It's because I cut to the right, so I made it hard to dodge the Lobo. It's my fault.
Yeah. It's really hard to fail this nowadays with the manip we do. We used to do this without camera manip, and then it sucked, but it's much better nowadays.
I just didn't have enough space to dodge to the right, and for Lobos, for some reason, it's really hard to dodge them to the left. They kind of take this weird curve where they're always on your left, like the Avengers.
Alright, and now we get to a familiar phase, which is Feral Behemoth. And he wants revenge, but this time we control lightning, so the fight is a good 10 seconds quicker. But it's basically the same strat. We just open with like 1 strike, then we chain up, stagger, and then at the end we do another commando buffered strike. And there you can perfectly see it then, because then Lightning is doing it as the controlled character.
As the AI, as well as the first string in this fight, because we do auto, Lightning likes to alternate Aqua Strike and Water, because something that I think we also didn't explain yet is that alternating abilities gives you higher chain. but we don't want to chain a tiny bit higher right now, we just want to deal the physical damage from Aqua Strikes. So since we control Lightning right now, we can just do Aqua Strike, Aqua Strike, Aqua Strike instead of alternating. So we can do more physical damage and we can keep her in Ravager.
Yeah.
And that's, for this fight, it is better. As opposed to the other one where we went to Commando a bit earlier, so that she will only do attacks.
That is actually a neat thing and a bad thing that you have auto battle.
Yeah.
Like, the good thing is sometimes you don't have to manually input your stuff because the AI automatically does what's like good, even for the speed run. Especially if we have Libra, some bosses we normally can do that. The bad thing is the AI tries to optimize the chain, and with alternating you get chain bonuses. So sometimes you have
not necessarily as Commando.
Yeah, and to get the chain bonus optimizations, you sometimes see really weird strings where the AI uses something like Fire Arrow, Flame Strike, Fire Aqua Strike, or something like that. Which for the speedrun is very slow animation-wise, because if Lightning does constant like spell, string, spell, strike, whatever, the animations are very slow. So in some cases we just don't care for the slight chain boost and just go for speed or damage. But that's why Auto Battle does some weird strings sometimes, because it tries to optimize the chain.
Also tries to learn information.
What it,
I was gonna say, it also tries to learn information.
Communicating is hard, please understand.
Too much to explain, yeah, and too many.
I was gonna say, also tries to learn information, so sometimes I'll try to use like 4 different elements of like half physical and half magic, and that's really bad because all the animations kind of like don't go well with each other, and you end up with a very slow string. But the game's just trying to learn.
It's just very slow. It's best for chain, but it's slow. But then again, if you do like 12 fires in a row, it's faster than if you do like fire, flame strike, fire, flame strike, fire, flame strike, animation-wise, even though you get less chain, but you're much faster getting that chain, so it's still technically better, and the AI doesn't know that, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that if you auto battle as Commando, it'll try to do usually Ruin and then 3 attacks. Like, it's at least consistent, but that first Ruin is like there to probe the resistance. And it's a bit annoying when you don't have the Libra information yet.
Yeah.
For this fight, we want to just chain up on the bike because we're going to use Odin again, because if you don't use Odin, the other enemies are they take too long to kill. Also, we see a Kuraga. Good job, Odin. We're very proud of you.
I mean, that's
yeah.
optimal, technically, because Lightning was in danger of dying, right?
It was in so much danger.
Although this is totally how we normally get this dire on this fight.
It's a new. I've been doing that sometimes. It's not bad.
Normally we want to do it with a shift, but in this case, because of the Kuraga, we had to do it like that. But it worked.
And smooth again, because Tetskin, I think when you get the proper damage and you need 424% or something like that there, and then
421 is what I have in the notes.
Okay. I would usually go for 25 because that's normally the standard chain.
I look for like 423-ish.
Alright, welcome to Asta Protoflorian, the by far hardest fight until chapter 9. Major wall for new runners, really hard to learn, but really fun if it works, and also very consistent strat-wise. Just one thing is inconsistent, and he has 4 different elements. They are
Get
different.
in your predictions!
So
I say fire.
If we see water or thunder element, it's the fastest. If we see ice, it's slightly slower, but the hardest to play, by far. And if we see fire, we cry, because that's an auto 30-second time loss. Because we cannot kill in one stagger with fire, so when he's doing fire, we have to wait until he's changing again. Until then, Zero does 8 ruins, and then increases the chain. And then we'll see which exo he's doing. And then once you have staggered him, the general idea is to keep a stun lock up with Lightning and Hope. And then, depending on which element he has, we do that weakness ability.
Good pattern.
Usually a strike, because Lightning is physically spec'd right now.
This is gonna be a double speed bomb or something.
At around 135 to 140%, we should normally see the efflorescence, so the exoproofing, so we should do it roughly now. And what do we get?
Oh, good one.
After this,
And it was quick too.
Lightning is actually the second best. So now we just do water until he's getting staggered, and then after stagger, Zero will switch to Aqua Strikes with Lightning, and then tries to alternate Lightnings and Hope Strings in a way that Protoss never getting Breathing Room, pretty much. If you do it properly with ATB refreshes, you'll see that he's completely stun locked all the way through. So Hope's doing 3 waters, Zero's doing 4 Aqua Strikes, then Hope starts attacking again while Zero's recharging ATB, as you can see. He's doing 4 more, and then on the next string, Hope has an ATB refresh, so what he can do now is after the 3rd water, he can shift, so Hope keeps doing 3 more waters. And you can do that all the way until he's dead.
Did we ever
So that
get
way-
into ready animation cancels? I think we
No,
didn't.
but we can do that after the fight, I guess. But this is the instance where you can see it. That
This
was
is actually
just
really
slightly
scary.
bad. Yep, because he broke out actually. I think we're
Alright.
fine still.
Yeah.
But
I had to play it a little bit safer at the end.
and if you get Thunder exoproofing like this, we do it with water. The reason water or like Thunder is a bit scarier than if he's doing water is that when he's in Thunder element, Hope will use water spells, which are projectiles, and they don't hit immediately. Which means when he's doing Thunders, they hit immediately. So generally the best one we can see and the easiest to play is if he's actually going water element, so Hope is doing these instant hitting Thunders. Then it's like super easy in comparison. When Hope is doing waters, it's still easy usually, but slightly harder, and Ice is the hardest strat. Pretty much. Unfortunately, we didn't see Ice because that would be cool to show off in a marathon.
Only if I nailed it.
Yeah. But you also have the highest chance of failing the fight on Ice. And on console versions, it's actually that bad that currently exoproofing Ice on console has to be treated similar as Fire, where you just cannot kill and stagger. And that has one particular reason that I didn't explain yet, but is now the perfect time to do, I guess, which is the in-game battle timer that matters for a lot of the fights and enemy moves. And on PC, we don't know the reason, but on PC it is messed up in a way that it runs slower than real time. So pretty much, the in-game battle timer, if it reaches 1 minute, on console versions it is actually 1 minute. If it reaches 1 minute on PC, it is 1 minute and 3 seconds real time. So it takes longer to get to the minute battle time. Which means everything affected by the battle time is different on PC than on console. And that is enemy behavior when they do certain moves that are time-based, or even stagger duration. And stagger duration is the main reason why the console versions are more difficult than the PC version, because that means a maximum stagger duration is 45 seconds. On console, it also is 45 seconds, but on PC, it takes longer to get to these 45 seconds, and you have actually around 47 seconds real time on PC of a maximum stagger. So you have 2 extra seconds stagger time, which makes a massive difference on a lot of fights. Proto being one of them. So Exo Ice is extremely tight on PC, and on console, with current knowledge, just full RNG to kill. Like on console, it's so likely to lose the fight just because you don't have these 2 seconds that you have on PC. Pretty much. The general optimizations nowadays are mostly routed on PC, and console just has to deal with it. So in the current state, the console run is noticeably more difficult than the PC run just because everything is just 2 seconds tighter.
Yeah, at this point, I think this is the first time in the run that we upgrade an actual weapon, not an accessory. So we're going to upgrade first the Vegas from Saz, because with just the power wristband, it would be a bit tough to kill the next fight, which is the boss fight in this chapter, because all the fights in this chapter, apart from that, are optional, so we don't do them. But yeah, we need to upgrade Saz's Vegas so that we can actually kill them. And yeah, we just get like another 60 strength for so on the weapon. I'm not sure exactly how much. I think it's
closer to
probably
100.
more than 60. Yeah, about 100.
A little under 100. It was like, I think he just barely broke 100 with the Vegas 19 route, which is what we used to do before. Now we do 17, so we lose 2 levels.
Yeah, I saw it's like about 80 strength, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very noticeable difference on that fight. So we want to get the upgrade here. We will also upgrade lightning and nose weapons in chapter 7, but that's a bit later.
Yeah, generally we toned down the weapon upgrades by a lot to save some time. Because stats matter, but only to a certain degree in this game. Like, you cannot say that like 5 or 10 extra strength makes a super much difference in endgame. So it's generally in some cases where it can lose you certain pieces of time, but generally it's a bit faster on average to have slightly lower leveled weapons and just get a similar fight. So we used to have Saz's weapon on level 19, Lightning's on 20, and Snow's on 21. What we get nowadays is Saz on level 17, which loses 10 strength, and then Lightning and Snow both on 18. So on Lightning you lose 2 level, and on Snow you also lose even 3 level. But the upside is that way we can skip a guarded chest that saves you 26 seconds as well. So on average you end up with like around 5 to 10 seconds time save, having these lower level weapons and skipping the chest.
I think it's more than that nowadays. Like, for example,
I mean,
we used to
average.
we used to say Sky Tank lost like a few seconds, but we've now had a 124 Sky Tank with 18 BF. So
Yeah.
I like that.
It's like between 5 and 10. I guess it depends on the fights. Also Kalabinka. It's just dependent.
It's hard to say, honestly, because the fights always vary in terms of like how they
It's
go.
definitely on average better, and that's why we do it.
Yeah.
Fun fact though, this game has so many variations of viable routes that we actually differentiate between what Zero's doing right now. That is usually what Zero, M, and I do, and maybe certain other runners that learn from us. The Japanese runners, which we have a lot of, are doing slightly different things that I don't go into too much detail right now because that would explode everything. But they run like a similar route, but not the same route.
I think he kind of is overstating the routing differences a bit. Honestly, it's all like minor differences, but there are differences between like routes.
Yeah, like they grab some slightly different nodes on Lightning Crystarium, and I think they have individual differences as well. Like I've seen someone do Magician's Mark level 3 when we only upgrade to level 2 usually. I see someone routing in the Forest for Bartleby 2. There's a lot of these like really minor differences.
Yeah, I think like Part 2 Fort is very much like runner preference.
Also, Aegisol Penangalin. Aegisol Penangalin is also a thing.
We have a lot of Japanese runners in Final Fantasy XIII, which I really like a lot, honestly. But they run their own route with slight differences. It's nothing major, right? But it is a bit different. Yeah. But it's roughly the same speed. I still think our route is probably 10 to 20 seconds better. But maybe I'm a bit biased. I don't know.
I think it's the optimal route, but I feel like if we didn't think it was the optimal route, we wouldn't be running this route. So, of course, we're going to say that this one's the best.
One of the main differences we see in the next fight is actually Japanese runners delay poison. We get it already here, for example. They get poison in Chapter 11, I think, actually.
Is it 11? I thought after Midlight.
Is it after Midlight? I think they want to not have it for the Thermodon fight, though.
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe you're right.
But yeah, not having poison changes the Enki and Inlet fight and gives you a slightly lower best optimal time on Midlight in Chapter 8.
Yeah, but increase the consistency on Midlight because Vanille will do more deep protects, which is like the one really important thing in that fight. We need to inflict deep protect. So you remove poison from her pool moves, she does more of them.
You'll see in the next fight why we love getting poison early, though. I think E&E is actually the main reason. I think if this strat wouldn't be this good with poison, I would also delay it, honestly.
Yeah. I never liked the Bellow version of E&E just because you can get screwed by their positioning.
So the TLDR, we can go into more detail when he's doing the fight, but the TLDR is post-stagger. We use poison casts to stun lock the enemies, and that way they never break out. What the Japanese runners are doing is they purposely let them break out, use a bellow, which basically cleanses all of their debuffs and buffs them with 4 buffs, and makes them much stronger. And then after they do bellow, they re-inflict deep protect. We don't even want to see that at all and just stun lock them before that happens. And I think that way the fight is way more consistent.
Do one of you want to explain why we use Symbiosis?
Yeah, I was going to do that.
Okay, cool.
Basically, our damage deal for this fight is just Saz because he's the only commando. So we want Saz to buff himself and not Vanille. And we use Symbiosis for AI reasons, so even though we don't use any of Vanille's abilities in Medic, Saz will just keep buffing himself instead of Vanille, and that's pretty much what we want. So Saz gets Bravery and his end spell as quickly as possible. So he has End Thunder, that's the last buff that you see on the right most. End Thunder will give his abilities that don't have an element, it'll give him the Thunder element, which is what Enki is weak to. we found out with the lever scope that we used. This is the first one in the run, I believe. So yeah, we just buff in Symbiosis for that reason, chain up, get Deprotect, and then we get our damage in with Slash and Burn and Divide and Conquer. We get the reanimation cancel on that, which I still don't think we've explained. So basically, that's just when we shift at the end of basically at the end of an ability, while they're still in the animation for it. I see this is actually a bit. I think it should be fine now, though. Yeah, but basically we just shift at the end of their ability, so they don't do like this pose when they shift into new paradigm. Because normally you get into new paradigm, and if they're not doing anything, they're going to do like, you know, their little posing. But if you shift at the end of an ability, then they will usually just not do that, and they'll just continue doing more. They'll use more of their abilities, which is what we want because it's faster.
Yeah. What basically happens for Saz's attacks there is AI uses 3 attacks for 3 ATB, and before it can do this animation for the paradigm shift, it gets 3 ATB back from the refresh and just keeps attacking. But yeah, you just saw Poison being used there to stunlock Enki and Enlil. We didn't explain it when it happened, but basically they never broke out, and that is our version of the strat. What the Japanese runners do, they don't do that. They wait until they do their bellow, as I said before the fight, and then after the bellow, stunlock them with Deprotect and pray that Deprotect inflicts again. If it doesn't inflict again within 3 casts, you lose time, which with our strat just cannot happen. And Poison is guaranteed to hit with the strat we do as well, so it's basically impossible to have them break out if you do it properly. And I think that is why it's way more consistent.
The
The
thing
thing
I
with
really
Poison as well is that our debuffs have like different timings for when the debuff will actually calculate the chance of infliction. So we have like, we cast a Deprotect, for example, and we immediately get like a chain increase because the spell lands. And after that, there's like the infliction calculation, which if it inflicts, then there's like an additional chain increase. And for example, for Deprotect, it's calculated immediately. So it's like basically just the hit and the infliction is at the same time. For Poison, both of those things will happen at a different time. So basically the 3 casts of Poison will land before any of the inflictions are calculated. So the 3 inflictions are all after the hits, which makes it so that Enlil and Enki were stunlocked for a lot longer than we actually had ATB for. So that's basically the main reason that we want to use Poison on that fight. It's also a bit of extra damage, but I don't think that makes that much of a difference.
I think it
We
matters
just want
more
to keep
now
it
Vegas
unlocked.
17 than it did before. Vegas 19, I don't think it ever mattered.
Maybe it saves like one
Yeah.
attack, but
Yeah.
it's not crucial. The crucial part is really just having the interruption.
Yeah.
And Zero quickly explained it earlier, but the main reason the Japanese runners actually don't do that and take a slightly riskier / worse, in my opinion, E&E fight, is they don't have Poison for Vanille to rotate her spells with, so she's using Deprotect more often in Chapter 8 to increase the consistency on some of those fights where we need Deprotect inflictions. Where our route has the disadvantage that sometimes you can get very unlucky with inflictions and just not get it in time and lose time. But for that we have a better Enki and Enlil fight, so it's all preference. Pretty much. Both is viable. Also, welcome to Chapter 7. This is Chapter 4 2.0 pretty much. Well,
I'd
maybe
say
Chapter 4
1.1.
1.5. It's not as bad. Like, Chapter 9 is pretty much the second worst chapter next to 4. 7, I think, is after that. I think 7 is on 3. But
Okay, so
yeah.
this is chapter 2.0 if your name is Zero Lead.
Yeah, this
But right
chapter
now we
hates
just
me.
have a bunch of dodges. After that we have a pretty cool summon fight with Shiva, which I don't know if you guys know that you can kill this with only 1 summon, because a lot of the people that I watch doing that need 2 summons to kill it, or just kill after the summon. But we have a way to consistently kill with the first summon out, and that's pretty dope. Until then, we only have a few dodges. Some of them are bad, some of them are not bad.
It's basically the 3 flans that are bad, the rest is pretty free.
2 plans can be a little rough too, but generally okay.
Rarely, but yeah.
At least it doesn't Mostly lose you
free
much if you
stance,
fail
though.
it. It's one of the fastest
Also,
fail
we-
dodges.
We haven't answered that yet, but Proudclad, like both Proudclads, are actually kind of consistent strat-wise in the run. Like, we have strats that work like 9 out of 10 times. Unfortunately, there are some ways of losing both of them, but it's not that they are completely random.
Yeah, the one
is
thing that
pretty
really kills me nowadays is just Sal's super hard target to a point where he just dies.
Yeah.
He's our leader.
On
for
the
that
first
fight.
Proudclad, on the first Proudclad it's pretty much just losable if he hard targets Sass or Vanille. If he keeps targeting like all three in different times, then it's like usually a consistent kill. And the second one is also a pretty consistent kill as long as Snow launches the boss when you want it to. If that doesn't happen, it can also get a bit sketchy. But yeah, both of those are not that bad. There are things that are way worse in Chapter 12.
So basically, if you lose to PC2, it was Snow's fault. God damn it, Snow.
To be fair,
Yeah,
it's
or
really
if
hard
he's,
to get
if
the
he's spamming physicals. If he spams physicals, if he does like 4 or 5 physicals and then does Moon on Eric or something like that, it can also be really stupid. But yeah. Alright, this is the summon fight. Zero is doing a specific pattern of doing the side move to open to get enough duration and then doing a wheelie into this up move. How's it called? Ice ramp, I think?
Ice ramp.
Ice ramp. He's doing a
It's on
wheelie
the
into
screen.
ice ramp 3 times to increase the chain. Then he's doing one more wheelie and then a spin freeze, which is doing the most damage. And after this, he can do the finisher. And if you don't have FPS drops during this, that's a kill. If you have FPS drops during this, there's a chance that you get less chain than you should, and then it can survive.
I used to run this game on a laptop, and it wasn't a chance, it was basically guaranteed that I would get less chain than I should. So yeah,
this
that's
is
very
kind
fun.
of a 60 FPS strat, more or less. On console, you do a different strat, which is faster, because on console versions, a wheelie hits twice. For whatever reason, it hits only once on PC, so we have to do something else after the wheelie. On console, you pretty much just do 5 wheelies and then finish it, more or less. Just because each wheelie hits 2 times.
The reason that MMM had that issue back then with his old laptop is because lag can actually make Shiva miss hits. I remember it happened to me on my old PC
Yeah.
too. If I like switched the
that's what I
tab
said.
on my notes during the fight.
That's basically why I said it's FPS dependent.
Yeah.
But when you have no FPS drops, that strat is consistent. So,
Pay to win game.
all right, and now we have actually the first instance of around 10 minutes of more or less downtime because they are just dodges, like no fights for a bit.
It's less than 10 minutes.
Well-
Ushu one's like 14 minutes, and Shiva Stadium ends at 5.
Yeah, it's around 10.
It's
Also,
under
this one is a
10.
funny
That's not
dodge.
counting the fight even. Kaya, give us accurate numbers, please. Come on, man.
Should I calculate everything
Yes.
completely?
Oh, we got there we go.
I need to watch your splits for that. Nah.
Just count in your head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
It's like 6 minutes of walking and then an upgrade and then a fight.
Yeah, it's like 5.5 minutes, I'd say, and then like a minute and a half of menuing, and then a fight.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Alright, time to get caught up on 1.5 hours of story.
Have fun, I guess.
Yeah, you got this, buddy.
No, but I guess we can use the time to explain
That's a bit difficult.
some of the stuff that we haven't really done too much yet, maybe. But I think we covered everything now, with just some delay, like ready animation cancels as well. Yeah.
So anyway, this was the Fang section of the run. Hope you enjoyed.
Yeah. We get one more, but
So
that's it.
All of these dodges, even though Zero got them, they're sometimes a bit scary. Even the next one, like this dodge, for example, you should just easily get if you enter the battle zone and then go left. But sometimes there's one soldier that just like goes Super Saiyan mode and hard dashes left side and catches you, and I don't know why that happens. But it's not that all of these dodge approaches are 100% consistent. Like, we have general ideas of how enemies behave when we enter their battle zones, but it's still a lot of adaptation. So the best count of failed dodges ever, I think, is still a 7 from a few months ago. But on average, I'd say a top run fails between 10 and 15. And even if you fail between 15 and 20, it's fine. Oh, you got down there.
Yeah, I've been
Okay.
doing that for a while now.
I haven't. I failed this twice, trying it.
I mean, you gotta get better. I find the dodge like completely consistent, and like funnily enough, I find the left tap inconsistent because sometimes that soldier runs out and blocks you.
That can happen too, yeah. Maybe I change, honestly, because this saves around 2 seconds if you do it down.
Yeah.
You can go on the left ramp and then you just have an easier dodge in theory. That is what usually people do. That's why I was a bit... Well,
Oh,
okay,
that was a great dodge.
Yeah. And
That is, for example, what I meant. Like, this
Yeah.
time, both of the soldiers that were next to Zero immediately moved forward. Usually, they move slightly delayed, like they did there. So you don't expect them to instantly move at you, and then you just fail the dodge if it happens.
yeah, they were both facing opposite of me too, and then they both instantly just like turned and ran at me. Just unlucky.
It's basically extremely unrealistic to get low failed dodges. Like, as I said, the best ever done was 7, the best after that I think was 9, and outside of those 2 runs I think all runs had at least 10 failed dodges. Like, it's just something that you just never get consistently low. It's just way too variable for that.
I think
Even
one of
as
the
a top
trickiest
runner.
things as a runner is like balancing safety versus speed in terms of the dodging path. Like, for example, I could have just like hugged the left sideline dodge and I never would have failed it. But if I do that every single run, I'm probably losing like 2-3 seconds every time I do that dodge every single run. So as a runner, you kind of have to
Yeah,
choose,
true.
like, do you go for the faster but riskier approach sometimes, or do you go for the slower but safe approach? And right there, I went for
Yeah,
the
gen-
riskier
gen-
approach.
Generally, we go for the riskier approaches because they are still safe enough, but they just have a slightly higher chance of failing.
Yeah.
Than if you always... Like, you can, in theory, just lure every single dodge in the game and have a way higher chance of getting them, but then you lose like a minute or 2 extra just on luring 50 dodges, right? So...
Oh, I don't even think all dodges are lurable for like easier dodge. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You can definitely like, oh, this dodge is inconsistent. I can decept it every time, but then you're gonna lose like 15 seconds per dodge.
Something is
Yeah,
way
speaking-
slower than
speaking
just
of-
boring.
Speaking of a decep cancel, that is why we also only really use decep cancels when we absolutely need it. Generally, it's because a decept loses you around 10 seconds, because we don't want to lose it, so we have to enter the fight and then retry the fight. Which, funnily enough, when you get the preempt, you get the retry animation fast, or like you get the pause menu faster than if you don't preempt. But basically, a TLDR is a decept cancel, loses you around 10 seconds, so whenever you can avoid it, you want to avoid it. In this section, we cannot really avoid it. Like, these bikes are stupid. They are extremely fast and see you very early, so we have to just decept all the way through this.
This is why
Yeah,
I don't
same
want to
with
run
the
Shroudless
aerials.
again, because in Shroudless, my one run Shroudless, I got all of these dodges decepless. And I did, like, you have to fight them if you fail them in Shroudless, because the retries are impossible. So I'd lose literally minutes if I failed them.
First tries are also almost impossible. It's like maybe a chance of, I don't know, 1 to 10 or something to get it.
Yeah, I don't
right?
know.
So it's like a low chance.
I've tried multiple times to find a way to do these like without the decept. I just have never been able to find anything remotely consistent. So it's just decept
But yeah.
cancels.
Alright, and now we
Can't
are at the...
consistently just do a replay of your Shroudless TV.
Now we are at the point where we upgrade Snow's and Lightning's weapon. Like, Zero is selling a bunch of stuff that he's not needing for the run, and we need Gil. Then he's buying 24 turbojets, which is the best mechanical component that we have access to right now for experience. And then after that, he's using 36 sturdy bones to get a ×3 multiplier. Like, sturdy bones are, alongside vibrant oozes and barbed tails, the cheapest way of getting a ×3 multiplier, because you need only 36 of those. From all of the others, you need at least 39 or even more. And then after that, he uses 12 turbojets on each, and that way he gets both of their weapons to level 18. And if you look at how much strength and magic increase that is, it's a massive difference. Like, we go all the way from 15 strength and magic on Lightning's weapon, now up to 83. It used to be 2 level higher than this. We already cut this down by 2 level. But it's a massive strength and magic increase, and the same for Snow. That is why upgrading is that huge. And the reason we upgrade the basic weapons is pretty much what we said at the start of the run, that they are just the cheapest way of upgrading them. They still get a decent stat increase, and they are very cheap to upgrade. All of the other weapons that we get later on are usually more expensive or get you less value out of upgrades.
Another thing we did but didn't really touch upon, we dismantled a Doctor's Code that we upgraded, and that gives us some shouts as well as an elixir, all of which we'll be using a bit later in the run. For now we just have Ushu 1. So he has the ability called Overdrive, which we want him to use basically as fast as possible. So we start the damage off by doing some damage in Commando, and we go into dual casting a bit after that, and we do like a few spells just to push the damage for sure. And now that he has done Overdrive, his chain resistance has dropped a lot, so we can actually chain and stagger him. And also, another thing we did, we summoned, and we're not going to use the finisher, we just wanted out Shiva instead of Hope.
Someone already ran out.
Because,
They actually hit both sisters. I thought you only got one.
Yeah, that could be a bit scary. I think your chain is high enough that it's fine.
Well, the scary thing is like Hope getting murdered, and then you do it with solo Snow, and you don't have adrenaline, you're constantly interrupted. That sort of thing.
Yeah, the early dismiss sucks, because Shiva basically does a lot more chain and damage than Hope does.
Rip Hope.
So
The problem here in this fight, what can happen, is Tailhammer hits everything in its way, and I said earlier that Shiva is 2 sisters in this game, and that is one disadvantage. And that means that both of them can take damage. And if Tailhammer hits both of them, they basically lose twice the amount of HP than they normally would lose if he only hits one of them. And that is what happened here. So normally you have Shiva stay out a bit longer if he hits only one, but here he hit both, so yeah.
Didn't look like he hit
Idolons, their
both,
HP, their HP is basically like the duration that they are out for, basically. Which depletes over time, but also when they are hit by an enemy. I think we didn't explain that explicitly yet.
Was not too important so far, but yeah, basically whenever we don't use the Gestalt mode, like for Odin we generally want to use the Gestalt mode, and for Shiva we also generally want to use it, but in this instance we don't. And whenever we don't do that, we want them to stay out as long as possible. There's another instance in Orphan later on with Bryn where we just wanted to stay out, for example. But yeah.
Okay, alright. I was going to say that I can only think of one other instance that we have summon out but don't Gestalt, which is also in this chapter. But I forgot about Orphan. Yeah.
Pretty good dodges this chapter so far.
Yeah, only one failed, assuming I don't get owned by some really random stuff in the final part.
I was jokingly saying before the run started that Zero is getting world record. I think it's not looking too bad so far.
It's a good run, yeah.
Wait, I thought you were saying he was going to get the 5-hour run.
It's one or the other.
Jokes aside, generally for those curious, like the world record is at 424.55 right now, and I think all of us agree that like pushing current strats with decent RNG and playing amazingly well will get you like a mid-ish 423 at best. So we have like a minute and a half more that we can shave off of this realistically, and that's it. Which means unlikely in a marathon. But so far it's not looking too bad. But it's only a third of a run.
Yeah.
So.
Don't worry, there's a lot of shit that can still go wrong. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is the easiest part of the run, right? Like mid-game and end-game are harder.
Yeah.
So. Alright, Hope solo against Ushu 2. What do you guys think? Will he win or not?
I
So
potion
we go
in
into
time.
Synergist now.
It's over.
Oh my god, Zero.
Skill
Wow.
issue.
Didn't even try it.
Alright, let's
What a
retry.
noob.
Let's try again.
But yeah, jokes aside, there are 3 ways of ending that fight early. One of them is dying. The other 2 are just like surviving a long amount of time and doing a decent amount of damage. I don't know the exact values, but
I think it was either 1 minute or 1% of his HP.
yeah, the fastest way is just to die there. We purposely didn't develop Hope much until this point just to have him on low HP so he dies within 2 attacks. Now we get a bunch of Crystarium to get Lightning Thundara, Fang Adrenaline, and Hope Thundara, and then after that Zero is reorganizing the equipment a bit, and also he changed the paradigms, because the default start setup for this fight is completely horrendous, like it's really bad. The fight's like probably not possible to do within like 3 or 4 minutes with the default setup, if at all. Whereas the speedrun fight normally is 2.5 minutes. So it's really worth to just do this extra menu here, just to make the fight significantly quicker. And it's still like one of the longest fights in the run.
Yeah. I think this is the only instance in the run where we purposely retry a fight just so we can menu and get a better setup for it.
Yeah.
It's
It's also neat
also-
that it's only retrying the second phase. If it would retry the first, I don't know. But
I mean, does that even count as a phase?
But yeah, TLDR, this fight is pretty basic. We slow to get duration because, as I said earlier, debuffs are getting duration, and Fang can do that while Hope and Lightning are increasing the chain. And post stagger, he's going to Fang Commando to do damage with Fang as well, and launch Ushu, hopefully. Fang is doing launch for each of these attacks here, nice. Launch is not 100% chance. I don't know exactly how high it is on Usha, I think it's 75% here per attempt or something. But she's doing up to 3 launches per string. And the best case is if he's just like mid-air all of stagger. And towards the end of stagger, you can time a smite ability as the last attack, which does a massive amount of damage when stagger ends. So that's our goal here in the first stagger. So we'll see if Zero gets it. Stagger is about to end. On the next string, he should get the smite. If not, it's not too bad. It loses like maybe 5 seconds or something to miss it.
Why didn't you went for an attack instead of a ruin? I could have gotten the perfect setup.
Yeah, but you got the smite, it's fine. And
Yeah,
then
we're
phase
okay.
2 we do the same as phase 1. We get duration, we do one thing different here though, like Zero did it in the first phase 2, but in first phase you don't have to do it sometimes, but go into Mystic Tower, which is a Fang Sentinel to
Alright, good thing I threw that potion.
Because we want him to attack Fang. If he's doing what he's doing right now and attacks Hope, it can be bad. Hope survived. Now he's attacking Fang. And once he's staggered again, we repeat the same process as in phase 1. Like, pretty basic fight, just takes way too long. Nothing too complex. Also not even hard, so most people say this fight is really boring, and it actually is.
Yeah, the last attack that Ushu got in on Fang actually sucks, because Fang, as well as Snow, Fang has an adrenaline that's called, that has an ability that's called adrenaline. Thinking is hard.
Yeah.
Basically, that increases the damage that she deals when she is at green HP. But since she is in yellow now, we just have to deal with not dealing as much damage. So we have to do like 1 extra attack or something. Time loss, no!
Alright, I quickly want to say the next fight uses Odin again. But this is one of the fights where it's not that unlikely that Zantetsuken is not killing everything. We want it to kill everything, but this fight has a lot of RNG involved, and depending on positioning that Zero gets, it's impossible to get all of them with one Zantetsuken.
Depends on how you
So
play
we'll
it, to
have
be
to see.
honest. Like, you could spend more time to set up a like, quad kill, but a question of whether or not
You
that's
can,
worth
but
it.
at that point,
yeah.
it's faster to just have one survive. As long, my approach is as long as you kill both aerials and one soldier. Like if one of the other soldiers survives, it's generally faster than trying to kill all of them, or at least the same speed. But if you get good positioning, he's getting duration on all of them now. That's already a bad start. because
Yeah,
you
this
get
is
twice.
awful already.
Nice Kiraga, then.
Yeah, this might be one of the cases where you either need a lot of time to get duration or just deal
think
with
I'm
having
okay.
one of them survive. Oh, yeah, that hit both. If you go on the other aerial, I think you're fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Look, it won't give me that aerial. I hate Zonta targeting. You see how many times I cycled there?
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah, that is Gestalt target changes. Gestalt target changes we can only do with R1 and L1 or like directional inputs, and the game usually chooses the target that's closest, but sometimes it's really messy.
I think the turret might also have to be on the screen, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It's
don't know,
it's
but-
like camera
but it
based or
works.
something. It's weird.
The problem there, if you didn't find that one aerial that had the lower chain, you probably wouldn't have killed. So,
And I am on the clock because with my duration, chain duration is dropping down, so I have to do everything quickly.
yeah,
Or
but
they're
that
gonna lose
worked
chain
out.
and then I will never kill them.
But this is one of the few fights with Odin that actually can go wrong and lose you 20 to 25 seconds. I think a really good fight is around 20 seconds, and we have seen times that were 50 plus. I don't know if we've seen a minute plus.
I've always Tokyo in these
Yeah.
fights.
Whereas in contrast to that, this fight is pretty simple. Just like blitz the soldier, stagger the bombardier, and kill him.
Alright. So I have 9,902 PDs I can sell. Well, 5 PDs total. At this point, we kind of try to track our money because we have a big menu coming up in Chapter 9, and we need to know how much we have so we know how to play the menu, and if we should get some extra money to speed it up.
Also, I'm sorry that I don't do any tracking here. I just completely trust you doing it. So I haven't tracked anything.
It's-
I saw that you had like 10,000 gil and got like the 3 Phoenix Downs, I guess.
But yeah, you know a fun fact though for this next fight? He's putting full strength on Lightning, and that has a specific reason. I don't want to spoil it, so you can just see it yourselves. But look at Lightning's attack animation in this next fight. It's really hilarious, and it's unfortunately the only fight where we can do this. But we actually don't do ruins, and it's a distant enemy, so we can attack it, and apparently Lightning has a gunblade. And look at Lightning's attack animation here. It is ridiculously fast, and she's actually shooting. And that combined with a Fortis Soul that increases strength, gives haste, and Lightning being completely strength equipped right now deals massive amounts of damage. Like, we just take all of these hulks and turrets out extremely fast that way. And another neat thing is Odin here basically provokes the Sky Tank parts, so they only attack Odin and Lightning is completely free to do damage. We used to do this fight without Odin, and that was really bad because Plasma Blasters launches you. And he's doing a lot of Plasma Blasters, as you can see. So imagine every single one of those launching, or like the majority of those launching. That is not fun. So what we do nowadays, we use Odin, he's provoking, and if the fight's going as it's planned, like now, you kill all 2 holds and 2 turrets before Odin dismisses. And then we just have the main body left now.
I wouldn't say that went as planned, but it's good enough.
This fight significantly improved. Like, we used to do a full paradigm menu with all 6 paradigms changed for this. And no Odin. Like, this fight was basically requiring a full extra menu and was already 15 seconds slower than it is nowadays. So we have a total time save of way over 20 seconds doing it this way compared to old routes. And yeah, once he's staggered, we just, like, take him down. One of my favorite strats in the run, actually.
If only Lightning had this animation for the rest of the run.
Yeah, Daku, we don't
Yeah.
know. We wish that all the time because her attack animations tend to whiff randomly or do stupid stuff.
It's just so good. Like, it's legit so good that she's doing it there.
It's so fast too.
And the fun thing, the thing that I think is the funniest about this, actually, that we were talking about auto earlier. Auto battle is too stupid to know this works. Like, if you auto battle this fight, even when you're strength spec'd, it's using ruin spells. Because apparently the enemy is distant, so you cannot attack him. So
Yeah, I
the
guess
game
it
doesn't
doesn't
even
help
know
with the
that...
Fang.
The game doesn't even know that you can do that, apparently, because it doesn't do it.
You can also use strikes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
There's no point.
but
But
No,
Basic-
Strike Attack turn into Water and Thunder anyway. So you
Basically
can't
what's-
actually do them.
Basically what's said in chat right now, I think almost nobody knew that when they didn't do that on accident, because even the game doesn't tell you. Like, if, as I said, if you do auto battle, it ruins. Even if you have like 90% strength and 10% magic, it still ruins. So, unfortunately, it's the only fight where you can do that.
I honestly can't imagine how we even found out about this.
someone
Well,
probably just
people
did an
tried
attack
it with
manually,
routing.
and then it's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's better. Contrary to popular
But
beliefs,
it's-
you don't only auto battle in this game.
It's so crazy though that the current route basically sets up all of the paradigms before Ushu. It keeps them for the entirety of Hope's House, and we had to do an entire menu for Sky Tank before, just because no Odin.
Yeah, we also wanted the aggression as the default paradigm, which is also why we, even though we already had a Relentless Assault paradigm at the top, we generated on top of that one so that we would have an aggression at the top.
But I think some
after like a party change, the first one is set as a default paradigm automatically.
I think some people find that out because they just try it or it's on accident or whatever, but generally I think most people are not finding that out, especially if they use auto, because auto doesn't do it.
Also, we just got the best ability in the game.
Yeah, we'll see that later. I think right now not that much, right? But yeah.
And
But
Frost,
this is one of the chapters where the Japanese route is actually a bit better than what we do, and we'll see that on the boss fight. But yeah.
Well, hopefully we don't see it.
Well, I mean, we see why it may be better or not. Let's say it like that. I didn't want to.
I wouldn't mind showcasing a bad midlight for the sake of showcasing a bad midlight.
But until the R's, the next boss fight has a base infliction chance for deprotect of 10%. So that means it's a very low chance to get deprotect. The problem is we want to have deprotect. Each miss of deprotect increases the chance, and each point of chain increases the chance of inflicting it. But I think at best you have maybe a, I don't know, 30%-ish, 35% chance to get deprotect before stagger. It's not super unlikely, but it's also not super likely. Whereas for the Japanese runners that don't have poison yet and have way more deep protect spells per Vanille rotation, they on average just get it earlier. So that is one of the advantages. But our
think,
route has the advantage when you actually get poison infliction and get deep protect. It's a really fast fight.
Yeah, I think it's actually a bit less than 10%. I think it's actually a 3% at base, without taking into account the chain. Because I think that Midlight has like a 10% resistance, and the base chance for deep protect is actually, was it 30 or 40? I think it was 40%.
Imperative
Okay,
is 30, deep protect usually are 40.
Okay, right, then it's a 4% chance without chain.
Yeah, I
With
just
chain, it's a bit higher.
said the resistance so far. All of the rest I wanted to say maybe during the fight, but yeah.
Yeah, Saboteur roll bonus also does increase the chance a tiny bit, but not by a lot.
The TLDR is based on what I see. I'd say maybe a third of the time you get it early, and the other 2/3 you either get it post stagger or not at all. So
Well,
it just
you get it
depends.
at
I think
some
it's like
point.
1 in 10 or something to get it early, but generally you get it before it's too late, which is like Bird String and Stagger. If you don't have it
Yeah.
by then, you're not killing in Stagger.
And this is another instance where these extra 2 seconds of stagger time on PC are massive. Like on console, this is also a bit more scary.
Yeah, I think it's like an entire extra blitz, basically.
Yeah. Speaking of Blitz, do you want to explain the Blitz?
I would love to explain the blitz. So for most
Because we'll see it
characters,
now.
which is to say, everyone other than Vanille who doesn't get blitz, and Saz, whose blitz we are basically talking about, for most characters, blitz is just like 1.5 times the damage of a normal attack by using 2 ATV. For Saz, however, it's a bit different. So for Saz, what it does, his blitz will shoot 7 bullets in a cone, and each of those bullets deals 0.5 times the damage of a normal attack. So basically, if all of the bullets hit a single enemy, then you actually deal like double the damage more or less than if you did 2 attacks. And since we have a big enemy here, this Midlight Reaper, it is expected that we will hit all of the bullets from a blitz. And that will be the case for a lot of enemies later on, like especially bosses. Or even if you have like multiple enemies that are spread out, multiple bullets can just hit the same enemy basically, and so
Come on, deep protect.
a really strong ability. It would be a
got it.
lot stronger if we actually got deep protect, of course. Oh, there it is.
There it is, yeah. Just in time. This is basically last chance. I think if you get a 2 strings post stagger, you're not really killing.
Oh, you can
without
do
poison.
1 string and divide and
Right.
conquer there. If you get it right away, you're fine.
Okay.
It's just really tight.
Yeah. Okay,
So yeah,
sorry to
this
interrupt.
fight, this fight now is basically just a spam blitz with all of the paradigms that we have with Stars Commando. So basically we balance out Flash and Burn and War and Peace at this point. We can go into Divide and Conquer if you want Poison, which Zero's doing here since he doesn't need the healing, but I think this fight's pretty much won. Yep.
Yeah,
He's
that was a
dead.
pretty good fight.
Yeah, Queen. You can get like something like up to like 10 seconds faster if you get really lucky and get like an early poison deep protect, but realistically that's about what you want to see.
The coolest thing about Saz's Blitz, though, is just that it's like so giga broken. And this is another thing that the AI doesn't really know, because the AI is never using it, so we want to control Saz ourselves just for that, pretty much. I mean, Saz also has all of the necessary buffs we need later, more or less, but even if he wouldn't have those buffs, I think we would still control him for a large chunk of the run just because of Blitz. Like, later on, we basically deal, like, millions of damage just with a bunch of Blitzes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons that we just use Saz lead for almost the entirety of the run. And Blitz, as well as the buffs, are 2 of the main reasons.
Speaking
for
of...
now,
Okay.
yeah, for now we just have the Brynhilde Ride 1 fight. I think at some point earlier in the run we mentioned that alternate abilities chain a bit higher, and the Gestalt gauge for Eidolons builds upon chaining. So what we do for this particular fight is we just do attack and blitz, because each single bullet of the blitz will get a bunch of conditional chain modifiers. And
Yeah.
that makes it so it's attack and blitz, fills the Gestalt gauge a lot quicker than just doing spells and dual casting. Even if we did want to do dual casting, however, that wouldn't work very well because we only have fire right now, and Brynhilder is immune to fire.
It's kind of
maybe
funny
not
that
gonna
it works
use.
that way.
Yeah.
And, like, it's kind of funny because like we had Enfrost because Final Fantasy logic, fire weak to ice and vice versa. So we had the weakness bonus, and as M said, every single bullet of Blitz benefits from the attack conditional before that, instead of just the Blitz as a whole. Like, I thought it would maybe make more sense if the one Blitz would count, right? But every single of those 7 bullets counts, so that way you just increase the Gestalt by a lot. Because Brynhilde actually has a pretty high resistance for the Gestalt increase normally. Like, if you don't use these conditional modifiers to increase it, it takes a while to get the gauge up.
Speaking of something that's a bit weird, we probably won't see that a lot, but Fang has like a long finisher animation that hits 4 times or something, but only one of those hits will increase the chain, unlike, Saza's Blitz bullets, which all of them will increase chain.
Targeted the wrong one there.
Alright.
That was almost a perfect fight.
Now we see 2 Odin fights back to back because Odin is strong. But yeah, if this is properly, we basically just stagger all 3 here, do Zantetskin, and then on the next fight we want to just stagger the Raider and then do Zantetskin again. The other 2 should die.
I also saw 2 incentive chips, so money is free.
Nice. I wasn't sure if it was 1 or 2, so that helps. So yeah, in
So
that
one
case,
thing Zero
we're
does
set.
here is automatical paradigm generates. I think we haven't explained those at all as well, but we can manually set up the paradigms, or we can let the game auto-generate the paradigms. In early and mid-game, the majority of the times, auto-generate actually does what we want to, and it's faster to do than changing 3 rolls ourselves, or 2 rolls ourselves. So right now we use the generates. Later on we will basically only manually change those though, because unfortunately generates are not really doing what we want them to do anymore later on. It's a bit sad.
I'm glad that 6 chapters later we finally explained this.
We also
we said you can change the paradigms, we just haven't said the 2 differences. It's okay.
we also do
I
something
have to make
similar with
sure.
our equipment,
Same for
where
equipment
we
as well.
we use optimizes whenever possible instead of manually equipping because it's faster. Optimizes are super quick, like the menu's super responsive, and you don't have to find the items you're looking for. So even if it's
you
like
can
more
balance-
inputs overall to optimize, like say like 6 optimizes versus 4 equips, we'll still probably do the optimizes.
It's just much faster if it does what we want us to. Like, even right now, if we would manually set up the paradigms, we would set up all paradigms next to each other, obviously. Right now, Zero's paradigm deck is a bit weird because of the auto-generates. It just has, like, a relentless 2 or 3 inputs apart, for example. When you do it manually, you would just put them next to each other most of the time, but... yeah. It is still faster. Unfortunately, we cannot use it for the whole run, but for a lot of it. And you can balance in optimized ways of balanced, offensive, and defensive. And depending on, I think, how your equipment is and how your Crystarium state is, the game changes the optimizers for the paradigm. And the equipment optimizers. And the equipment optimizers change based on the paradigm. Yeah.
By the
I
way,
think it's like the
rip.
dodge box.
yeah, this is my least favorite part
Yeah.
of the whole run.
Chapter 9 is Chapter 4 2.0 for a reason.
I feel like it's like 10.0, not 2.0.
Yeah.
10.0.
But yeah, these dodges are a lot of RNG. You
Where's
can
the top
Decepticol
four?
those.
Oh, nice.
We
Orpheum also.
usually want to not Decepticol any of these. What I do nowadays is if I fail the first one, I usually decept the rest to not be stuck here. What Zero I think does in good runs is he's decepting this all
The 2
time now, I
aerials, I
think.
start with the 2 aerials, because you do it on the
On
jump,
the
and I'm pretty confident in the final one. It's the 2 that we failed right now that I think are like the most problematic.
Best case is
Yeah.
obviously if we don't fail any of these, but all 3 of these dodges have some RNG in them. And the good thing is, for the first and the last one here right now, the retries are pretty consistent. But for the second one, even the retry is not consistent, so it's a bit weird. This is not too horrible because I think you failed 2, but...
And back when I first started running PC,
dude.
which was like 3 years
Meh.
ago, I think we used to use 2 decepts up there, where we would decept the 2
Yeah,
aerials,
and
then
two-
we would decept the final. Now it's down to 0, but it's still a bit unreliable on the watch run dodge and the 2 aerial dodge.
And 2 D-Sept barely saves time over failing the dodge twice manually, so as long as you don't fail more than 2 dodges, it's barely slower than what we used to do back then. But if you get through all of this with only 1 Deceptive Soul, it's faster than failing 2 dodges, obviously.
Yeah.
And if you get past it with 0 Deceptive Souls, it's best case.
Yeah,
Well,
when you
it's
get past that with 0 Decepts, it's very good.
I think sometimes you can get really unlucky and fail something like the Watch Drone dodge 7 times. Shoutouts to no one in particular.
Fuck you.
Hey! We can't say that here!
That is the main reason why I Decept nowadays when I fail one of those dodges, but I still go for not Decepting from the start. Like, I think from the very start I wouldn't Decept, just like when I failed the 2 areas.
Yeah,
But,
Kaya
yeah.
literally just saw me fail that a million times. Of course, like, as soon as I reset the timer, I immediately got it.
That's
a
the
bunch of
classic.
times in a row. Like, the game just knows.
It does. The game reads your like a PC memory and checks for a timer running, and if there's a timer running, it behaves
probably.
differently.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like every video game that we speedrun.
But yeah, in general, like, the only good thing about Chapter 9, I think, is Part 1. I like the fight. But everything else in this chapter, no.
I only like Part 1 if it goes well, and sadly that's much rarer nowadays because it's often fortless.
Yeah, but even that on PC is okay. Once you do console again, you'll have fun there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Not.
I mean, first bonus for it on console is Part 1 because E&E is just not
Yeah,
that good.
yeah.
But yeah.
For sure.
So most of the time, I think you can, or at least a 50-50 you have the fort, but yeah.
I should have went for the right one. That was a mistake.
Because Part 1 that is what we were talking about right now. Part 1 is the fight that we sacrifice the Fortress all on nowadays, that we used to farm in Chapter 2. So as long as we don't get a bonus fort for it, we have to do
What
it
is
without.
happening? So, let's not
Why
talk
do you
about...
keep getting interrupted?
Nice popping.
And water on Vanille.
I think I did it like 3 times, which is the hilarious part.
Hey, at least Neil got debuffs.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. This
She
was...
still hasn't got deep tech on the Flamborg. Vanille sucks.
We normally want to get a preemptive strike on this just to have both of them being staggered quickly and Vanille having a high chance of getting deep protect. Unfortunately, we didn't get the preempt here. It's random.
I
Sometimes
could have
the
got
position
it.
just doesn't.
I went for
You
the
had
wrong
a chance
one.
of getting it, but,
Yeah, I had a
but
good chance
also
of
your
getting it.
positioning wasn't the best on the right one.
I think it would have worked. Well, who knows? It's very
It's
hard
hard
to
to
tell
say,
sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would have gone for the right one still, but it would have probably been better than just going for the left one immediately. I think I would have probably just waited for the left one a bit.
The left one was a mistake because I knew the right one was facing left. So I was running in front of his vision. I was right
Yeah.
one or
Yeah,
left.
I think I would wait for the right one to turn is what I mean.
It also depends on how far away the left one is. If he's very close, you can normally YOLO it, but if he's further away, then you normally get seen.
Yeah, I guess maybe because of that, right was actually a bit better.
So in that case, I think the only way to have a chance was actually right one. I think left one was
Yeah,
kind of...
exactly. Left one had no chance. It was a mistake to go for it. And the fight obviously messed up because I tried to bring me in water. Vanille backed out. Did it again. Got interrupted. Then it targeted Vanille for some reason.
Then again,
Yeah,
we're
the thing-
speedrunners, we want to go fast, and the left one is in our way, whereas the right one is out of our way, so normally we want to preempt on the left one if we can. So,
Love this dodge.
yeah.
Yeah,
This dodge is
dodge
great.
I like how he said the same thing.
Yeah. 3 enemies that are outspeeding you, you want to normally get past them, like, the best case is I think if the first 2 don't see you, and only the last one sees you, I think then you always get past.
Best case is if none of them sees you.
Yeah, but that's rare.
That's still the best case.
Honestly, they could all see you right away and also not move. Those are like the most random enemies in the game and what they do. They could just like not see you from the start and do nothing, or they could see you at the very end and instantly catch you. They're just...
These aren't literally the enemy that you named Faker.
But coming up is a neat dodge that hopefully cooperates. Sometimes he's not doing it. What Zero wants to do is he wants to get him in a diagonal position that he's moving out diagonally now, and if he instantly moves like this, we can just dodge past him very fast.
Yeah, that was a really
This
good
dodge
one.
is so easy.
He cooperated. Sometimes he's not doing that, and then you have to do some jank to fix it, and that is not always fast. It
Yeah, with
can
my
be
approach,
very
you generally
slow
just
if
have
you're
to
unlucky.
wait.
Yeah.
That's my Neil target. Ooh, nice. Got deprotect.
Good job, Daniel.
Yeah, not getting deprotect here is not the best because sometimes he's doing Eroga. Eroga is a launch, and sometimes when he's when the Thermodon does Photon Burst on Saz and Saz gets launched by Eroga, you even have a chance of dying. So it's a bit risky in some cases. That was pretty smooth, and hopefully Zero staggers before the next Photon Burst goes out, and then it should be a really fast fight.
I won't.
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, no, I think you don't make it. Because what happens here is Photon Burst consumes all of the ATB of the Thermodon, so that means that he has no ATB after it, and post-stagger he's losing his shell and attacks physically. When he has ATB still, he moves immediately. When he doesn't have it, he's not moving. So that means if you stagger immediately after he did the Photon Burst, and he has 0 ATB going into stagger, it can take you like 10 seconds of waiting time or something before he moves, which is really tilting.
It's really tilting when you didn't get enough duration
actually.
because you got late debuffs and then the stagger runs out. I had that in one of my records, I believe, where I had like a 150 fight because I had to double stagger him.
Yeah,
Huh? That was a hitbox.
that was
That's
interesting,
the
yeah.
hitboxes are weird. I had one of those in my last run, actually.
Speaking of consistent dodges, right? Like, this is a dodge that you normally don't fail, and then sometimes you can still fail it like this, where it's just like...
To be fair, normally just always go left on that Vested instead of right.
I feel like I went right and it's usually fine, but maybe I'm misremembering. I am a bit rusty.
I do both sides depending on how they phase, but yeah, normally... That was still a bit weird over hitbox.
Yeah. It's just Chapter 9 things. This is why Chapter 9 is Chapter 4, 10.0.
But your guild should be good enough to do the full menu here, right?
Yep. We got double incentive, we're good.
Yeah, it definitely is. You got like 3 incentives.
Yeah,
It's
so
really
what
good.
you do in this menu, you will buy some upgrading components, you will rebuy potions, preferably 31, and then after that we buy a Shaman's Mark. If we are not able to afford the Shaman's Mark here, we have to do it with the Magician's Mark we already have, but that loses you 28 magic, I think, for Kalavinka.
Loses 22.
Oh, we have 28 on the memo, yeah. It loses 22, which Lightning has around 220 magic right now, so if we lose 22 magic, it's basically 10% damage loss on Lightning for the fight, which is okay, but preferably we have enough guild to get the Shaman's Mark.
The time loss on the fight honestly isn't too bad. Like, you notice it, but it's like, it doesn't make too much of a difference. The
Yeah,
bigger time
I
loss
think
is
it's
having to
not
do a
the main-
second menu.
Lightning is not the main damage dealer there, like it's Fang. Lightning does damage, and she does 10% less damage, but Fang does the most damage there, so... Yeah.
Yeah, the time loss from not having the Shamans is not that big, it's just having to do the extra shot that really sucks.
And then after that, we upgrade the Brawler's wristband that we have to max, and if you look at the numbers again, it's a massive increase. Like, we can go from... How much strength does it have at level 150, I think, right?
Yeah.
From
Yeah,
50
50.
to 120, and then we have a Uranidite, which gives the higher tier of the Warrior's wristband. So we basically get an increase of like over 100 strength just by doing that. And that is something that we don't do much in any percent, but when an item is maxed out, you have several items that can get upgraded to higher tiers with having some catalysts. The Uranidite is one catalyst, and that way we just upgraded the Brawler's wristband, even though it was on max already, to the higher tier of the wristband, which is the Warrior's wristband. Unfortunately, that one is not on max level after the catalyst, but it's on level 8, and that one we actually keep on level 8 for the rest of the run. The ones we get later we max, but that one we don't care about maxing. Because max level on Warrior's wristbands is 11, and it's only 3 levels that we're short here, so...
And now we come up to another boss fight, which is the Kalavinka Striker that is immune to Thunder. So we Libra immediately so it's Lightning and Hope don't use any Thunder spells. For the first one is pretty easy. He gets staggered really quickly, and we can keep him interrupted with Curse. And we just do our spells in a pattern of 1-4-3 to keep him interrupted forever. And we basically just kill him. There's not much to it to this fight. He should just not get off any other hits.
Sometimes it can be a little problematic if you don't get debuffs, but in this phase 1 is generally fine, even with bad luck.
Yeah, you lose up to 5 seconds if you get worst possible luck here, pretty much. Like 55 or something should be the worst you'll see. 49 is pretty standard.
Yeah, like this one should just die. This second one is a bit more difficult. He has this strong bolt attack, and he has higher resistance to chaining and higher resistance to the debuffs. So it's going to take a bit longer to stagger him and also to get the debuff on him in the first place. You also have to potion a lot because the bolt attack really hurts, and especially if it's on hope because he dies too quickly. Later in this fight we are going to want to tank his we want to tank his Hellstorm Bolt with Hope. By default, if you don't have a Sentinel to provoke, which we don't because having a Sentinel is slow, he's going to target the party member with the lowest HP. And we basically want this to be Hope. Or we can just stagger cancel it, like here. So either he targets Hope with the attack, and we just revive him, and this is like one of the planned uses of Phoenix Sound that we have. Or, as Zero did, you can just stagger cancel the attack, and then you just don't have to worry about that at all. And yeah, since we have him in stagger now, this fight should be pretty much over. He still does a few attacks that are difficult to interrupt, like the bolt attacks you can't interrupt, the dive attack you can interrupt. But yeah, pretty solid Kalavinka fights.
Shoutouts to Shirasu here, who's one of the Japanese runners, because initially, for years, we didn't exactly know what targets Hellstorm Bolt, or what target it chooses, so what we used to do is we had Fang as a sentinel for the entire fight until he's doing Hellstorm pretty much. And then Shirasu, one of the Japanese runners, actually I think the best Japanese runner still, right now, on the board.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah, he found out that it's always the lowest HP target, so who needs Sentinel in that fight? So we can have Fang and Commando to have her deal way more damage even before stagger, instead of having her be wasted in Sentinel for half of the fight. So pretty neat. And a fun story about Shirasu there is as well that he did, I think, 3 to 4 years of break of running a while ago. And then he came back with uploading 5 YouTube videos of 5 different fights. And 4 of those we immediately implemented in our route. So Shirasu is basically a gigantic routing brain. And it was kind of funny that, like, with his comeback he basically revolutionized 4 fights that we have been doing different for years.
I think
Kalavinka is one of those.
I think way earlier than that as well, he also implemented Snow Route when we used to have Fang Route. I think that was him.
Yeah, like Shirasu is really smart about routing. But he also has some really weird ideas that the Japanese route does, like, for example, skipping poison. But nah. I think it was actually one of Shirasu's ideas as well, like the no poison route. Which is not bad, but as we said earlier, we like our version a bit more there. But generally, Leaki has a really big routing brain and has a lot of contribution to several of these strats. I think the other fights that he did were Odin, Sky Tank, and Tiamat, right?
That was definitely, yeah. Odin Sky Tank, Tiamat was the no commando at the start. What was the other one you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tiamat is like the current Stunlock version?
No,
Or
it
like
was
the
in...
current
No,
before
no,
the
no.
current.
Yeah.
Not the current one, but back then not the full Stunlock version, but like the insta shift at the start and low duration first stagger, pretty much. Well, we didn't go for the Stunlock yet at that point.
That fight.
But he found out that like the low duration first stagger makes him go to the ground earlier, or that is actually better for the fight, even though he has more HP for the second stagger. But yeah.
Yeah, before we used to do like attack blitz into try D opening, which because he had more duration, he stays in the first phase longer, which means the fight takes longer. Because he can't be debuffed in the first phase, so you're just doing less damage at that time.
But we get to that when we're there, like that's like 4th last fight of the run, so...
Like 2 hours from now.
If you don't crash.
Don't say that!
Save at some point. Just asking.
Sorry, if I crash, I'll load a save. It's fine. We'll pretend.
Yeah. I mean, you have saved. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
yeah, I have a ton of saves. It won't be the exact same run, but it won't be humongous difference either. And I'll try to like fake it as best I can.
Because this game apparently doesn't have a high chance, but it has a chance of crashing, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've had runs crash at a million different places. We've had runs crash at Proto, we've had runs crash on elevators in Chapter 12, I've even had a run crash on Chapter 13.
Yeah, cutscenes
Yeah, the
as
first
well.
cutscene there.
Helps, I think,
Or
for
even
Aussie in
the-
the relay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
that
well.
one happened. Or Groudon softlock from Chapter 4 that I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
That's also one that happened.
Alright. By the way, before we forget it, Em was explaining the despawns earlier, and this is an instance where we have consistent enemy despawns. So Zero did 2 fights on these bridges, the first 2. But the other 2 we don't want to fight. We used to fight those, but they are really bad fights, and we're glad that we can skip those, because the CP we get from them are not really needed anymore. We routed around that. And that way we can just skip them. So the way it works is if you spawn the way to the next bridge, go down a bit on that until you respawn the previous one, and then go all the way up to the previous one, retry the fight, you get put behind the spawn line of the next one. So basically you despawn it by getting far enough away, and then retrying the fight puts you ahead of the spawn line, so you're never respawning them anymore. Earlier that was inconsistent because of the load time being different. This one is 100% consistent and always skips 2 fights. Like, we'll see it once more now. We already saw it once, and for the next one you can see it a bit further. Like, look, down there are enemies. A lot of annoying enemies. And we just get rid of them.
And then we just do a magic trick.
If you guys want
So
a
what
really
Zero's
good
doing
like
now-
video explanation of this, you can watch Mr. Zwanzig's world record history video. It's explained very
Yeah,
well.
he did
in
that
this.
good. But basically, he activates the decept because preempt retries are faster. That's the only reason. You don't really need the decept. But then he runs down a bit to respawn the previous bridge up there that we already crossed. So as you can see, there are enemies again. Running all the way up there runs away far enough from the bottom one to have the bottom one despawn, and then retrying this one puts us outside of the battle zone ahead of the respawn line pretty much.
You can
so
see we're gonna
they're
be, like, on the
despawned now
bridge
and they're
here.
never spawning again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The spawn line's about like the end of the bridge. So like when we respawn, we spawn past the end of the bridge. We're already a little bit on the bridge. Now it's us despawn it. Like it doesn't respawn because we never crossed that line again.
And as you can see, if you go down there, where previously a lot of annoying enemies were, there's nothing.
Alright, I'm gonna let you
This
guys
saves you
explain part
around.
one.
This saves you around a minute. Yeah, I think M can do that. Or should I?
I don't care.
I don't
Sorry,
care.
wasn't paying
I'm just gonna try to
attention. Are we doing
focus.
part 1?
Part 1, yeah.
Yeah, I can do part 1 real quick.
Very complex fight. We don't have a fort, means hardest version of the fight. We used to have a Fortress Soul here with offensive buffs, but yeah, whatever.
Rattled it out because we can do a fast enough fight without the fort. That saves more time than going
Yeah.
out of your way to get one.
It loses around 15-ish seconds. Sometimes even only 10 seconds to having the fort, depending on how good it is without.
Yeah, it depends on what exactly we get as a pattern. For this fight, we start off with just blitzing the heads at the start. It's a bit more damage than just doing single attacks. So we do this, we get to use a Libroscope, so we get the information on every of his 4 heads, because each of them has a different weakness, and so we want fast to buff both of our commandos with different end spells to give their attacks different elements so that they hit each of the head's weaknesses. We use a property of the commando AI that if you have more than one commando in the party, they will target different enemies. So that's why you'll see that Lightning is targeting one head and Snow is not targeting the same head, which normally the other party members will target the same enemy as you, but since there are multiple commandos, they don't. Unfortunately, we got Enchanted Veil here, so we have to do the fight a bit slower, unfortunately, because it takes more hits to kill the heads that Lightning is targeting. So we just go into Cerberus, and then Strike Team after that a bit, and get all of the right buffs on Lightning and Snow. We basically have to just keep switching between the paradigms to have Lightning and Snow lined up correctly, because we don't want Snow to miss his head at any time. So depending on that, we just have to have Snow jump back or not. This is pretty cursed right now actually, because we have a second Enchanted Veil.
That one doesn't matter
It's fine.
too much.
It looks slow. Oh, nice. We actually got both of the heads killed at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, now we get to the second phase of the fight. So we can actually damage the main head after the, well, the side heads were killed. So he's going to start off with this Thanatosian Smile ability, which does a lot of damage. After this, he's just going to do like regular Ruins and sometimes Ruinga. We want to see Ruins and not Ruinga, because Ruinga will launch characters in a radius. So we really don't want that. So now we just chain a bunch, go into the other
really
3D, chain some more. Oh, there's a Ruinga.
Yeah, that was a
one,
lightning too.
that one was difficult to dodge. Lightning is in kill range, so Zero has the potion. I feel Lightning's getting parted again, that's not
Yeah,
good.
she's still in kill range. If he breaks out, you can die. But
Oh yeah, it would be a really high roll baptism only. I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now that Bart is at like lower health, he can start doing a move that's called Destrudo, and that will reset the entire chain, so that you would have to re-stagger him. And he's going to charge off like a long time and eventually do damage, but we just don't want to see it because it resets the chain basically. Thankfully we got the stun lock, so the fight was still okay in the end, even though it was a bit on the slower side, unfortunately, with 2 Enchanted Veils. If he did Mystic Aura instead of Enchanted Veil, it would have been a bit faster, because he wouldn't have Protect on his heads.
Ideally,
that's part one.
you get Mystic Aura, and then you play the fight in a way where he doesn't have time to buff the second head. Because if you get Mystic Aura on the first head, you can generally kill both like the remaining heads before he does the buff. And then he won't raise him, and you skip like the 5-second animation of that. But it's not consistent even with Mystic Aura. It really depends on how the pattern goes. Like if Snow doesn't get and Thunder right away, for example, that can make it trickier. It's really tight with Fortless.
Yeah,
There's a lot of things that can happen in this fight.
The stunlock is also similar as what we did on Proto earlier. Like, you can stunlock several bosses when you alternate strings. The difference is that on Bard you have to do it with 3 characters, on Proto you have to do it with 2, so on Bard it's obviously significantly harder to line up. But generally just don't give them any breathing room.
Yeah, with not having the Forest Wall for this fight, you also have your haste run out. So you'll at some point you'll start attacking a bit slower with all of your characters, and the stunlock will become a bit harder to maintain at that point. But
Yeah,
it works out.
Saz's haste runs out at 232 battle time, and that was at 237, so Saz already has lost it in that fight. But yeah, pretty simple fight at the start of chapter 10. Hopefully Snow provokes both of them. He did that. Then we just stagger both of them. Post stagger go to Malevolence, so Saz does hopefully an end spell on Lightning, but if he's not doing that, he's doing Bravery, which is also okay. But you want to see the end spell. Unfortunately not. Bravery is slightly potentially slower if Snow is not killing here as well. Yeah, that when you have the end fire, that usually kills quicker. But it's not the end of the world, it's like 2 or 3 seconds or something when you don't have end fire.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time you can kill with
depends on if
Bravery, but it just depends on how they're positioned, how many Thandaras you got on go,
Yeah.
etc., etc.
It depends on how much information Saz has when you stagger them, right? So we used to use Libra for that fight, but the reason we don't anymore is the evolution of Sid strats, because we need a potential summon backup if Sid goes wrong. Because when you summon through animations, you don't take the damage of those. So if Sid goes wrong, which we don't hope that we see, you have a summon to potentially dodge damage there and not dying. Which we used to not do with the old Sid strat, because the old Sid strat was around 10 seconds slower, but completely free. This one's actually hard.
I disagree with people saying it was completely free, because with the old Mystic Tower strat...
In comparison?
I mean, no, because with the old Mystic Tower strat, there's a chance, pretty decent chance, that he got a second defensive shift. And if he does defensive shift on, like, the stagger, it's really bad, especially because we can now summon. Like, you could actually be able to kill even. That's why we...
Well, that is true. But
like,
it's still rare, right?
Oh, I might make that. I don't know, I thought it was common enough. Which is why I started looking at strikes.
Oh. Nice thought.
But the TLDRs, the strat became significantly harder mechanically, definitely. Because we used to just have Snow be in a Sentinel all fight long until stagger, and then stagger and launch him. What we now do is we don't really use Sentinel at all, except for the very first string of Sid, and just try to stunlock him and delay him with strikes. And that just made the strat a bit harder. And also the chance of over damaging is there now, which when Lightning used to use spells is not a thing. Like we used to not be able to over damage him. Now we can over damage him because he's doing his quote unquote super move at I think 65% HP.
It's 60.
I think
It's something
around
around there.
60.
Yeah.
Or 60. But if you put him below that before stagger, then the fight's pretty much auto lost back then without the backup, and that's why we have the summon now as a backup to not lose the fight when that happens.
Thankfully, we now upgrade the Blazefire and the Wild Bear by a few less levels, so you have way less of a chance to over damage him.
But it's still there.
Yeah. The big issue is if you over damage, he does a move called Seraphic Ray, and that just one shots lightning. There's nothing you can do to avoid it besides summoning through the damage to dodge it.
It even one-shots through Aegisol, I think.
Yeah,
if you're at full HP.
Yeah.
Like, full HP Lightning, Aegisol.
All bonuses.
Yeah.
I feel like I've
basically
survived
100%
once.
HP, she just dies.
Yeah.
And the only downside of having the summon for Sid is just that we cannot do Libra on the very first fight anymore, so in some cases you just don't have information for Enfire there.
Yeah, well, it's not a big deal. I think if you get a good non-Libra fight, it's faster as well than the old Libra fight, so... I think even if it was for the summon, we would probably transition to no Libra at some point.
Best case is we don't need the summon on Sid as well, because that gives you the summon backup for failing the elevator after that.
True.
Well, best case, we don't fail Bomb Elevator.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Speaking of elevators, there's another very fun elevator dodge later in this chapter.
Yeah, we used to
I'm
just
sure
have to solve
nothing
that.
will go wrong there.
I'm gonna go back up a little bit for you guys. For part 1, I'm about to drop some knowledge for you guys, because I think both of you have been wondering about this near runs recently. I know why Sats prefers lightning sometimes for his first buff, like for then water.
Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah.
I think I've got the logic for that figured out. So, assuming like one is missing an end spell and the other has it, it will always target the one without the end spell. So that's like the good case. That's when Snow hits the head after he kills his and loses his end spell. That one's easy. Assuming they both have end spells, he will end spell first whoever killed their head last. And that's why a lot of the time he goes for lightning, because she kills her head second. And assuming, and assuming no end spells, I'm actually not sure, but I assume it's the same kind of logic.
I mean, it's not the end of the world if he's doing lightning first. I just shift to the other strike team again then normally and delay Snow a bit that way.
I don't like that. I disagree with that approach, because if you're doing Fortless...
It is just annoying.
Yeah. If you're doing Fortless, then you will probably get the second head raise, even with Mystic Aura. I think the right play is just literally add some extra attacks at the end of lightning. Because usually you only need one if you get the proper fight. You could just do like 2 or 3.
Alright, now you guys got a glimpse of how we talk when we route things.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Or in other words, how we normally talk.
AI is a bit hard to get sometimes.
Especially in that
like
fight. That fight still has quirks I don't understand. Like, for example, sometimes if you get interrupted enough, Snow will target a different head and you'll get a different end spell pattern. And that completely ruins the fight. You're losing like 15-20 seconds off that alone. But we don't have any way to avoid it anyway, so it's not super important to understand it, I guess.
Yeah.
ELDR of conversations between us, we optimize each fight for individual seconds, if not microseconds, and optimal patterns and such for even chances of having slightly faster fights.
Yeah, and a lot of the optimizations also used to be cuts in stats or menus, but I think we're at a point where cutting stats would just increase RNG in a lot of fights, and then, well, we already have to deal with enough stuff that can potentially happen, I think, so that is probably out of the question.
Like lightning doing strikes on Alexander.
Yep, that would increase when you have even less stats, so yeah.
Well, you can give her more magic with strength,
well.
and then your odds go down. Just cut more strength from her, easy.
But yeah, we have Sid Reigns, casually also pretty hard fight, but the Spear deals with him in a specific way that makes him a bit less hard. We do Quake for getting duration at the start. I think we haven't explained Quake really, but Quake is a TP ability that gives you 30 seconds of duration from the get-go. So it's not quite max duration, but 2/3 pretty much. And that way we can just stay in 3 Ravages for basically the entire fight, more or less. And don't run out of duration. What Zero's doing on top of that is he's alternating between Malevolence and Try Disaster for maximizing the chain amount, and also have Sass buff Bravery and Vigilance on Lightning and Snow. And then we hopefully want to get to at least 270% chain when he's doing offensive shift again. If we have less than that, we are in backup territory. If we have around 270, it should be fine. And then we want him to target either lightning or snow, because both of them have vigilance, so both of them stay on the ground when they attack. Saz doesn't have that, so Saz will get launched. And of course he's going for Saz. That sucks.
Yeah, I got one of the worst fights possible, so this would be hard.
Yeah. Now he needs to kind of keep him stunlocked a bit, hope that he's staggering him before he's getting to attack Saz again. And now, normally we want to stagger him and launch him. The problem is, now Zero is still in a Ravager paradigm, but has no commando role available with a refresh right now. If you don't refresh, or ready animation cancel rather, Sid has enough time to break out, and he's doing his Seraphic Ray move that we...
That was extremely well played, honestly.
Yeah, that is basically worst possible fight, and he nailed it.
Yeah,
So-
I got the bad pattern in both ways, because he did early ruins on Snow, which means that I can't interrupt him from the Ruinga. And then later on he targeted Saz, which is bad, because I'm already losing chain from having to double potion because of the first thing. So,
But that's also why the fight was a good 8 seconds slower than it can potentially be in a perfect fight.
Yeah.
So, like, you can get a 127, 28-ish.
you can get lower than that. I think I've had like 124-ish before, but those are super rare.
But basically what we normally want to do is we want to stagger him with a refresh lined up for Snow, so we can basically instantly launch Sid after stagger. If he's going for Saz and the chain is low, then you have to back it up in a way that you refresh not in a commando but in a Ravager, then stunlock him for 3 more strings post stagger before launching him. And in all 3 of those strings, if he breaks out at any point, he's doing his Seraphic Ray move. So it's really important that you keep the stunlock up that way. Normally we want to avoid having to do the stunlock at all by just insta-launching him. But when he's targeting Saz, there's a chance that you have to do it like this. So, yeah. We just don't want him to target Saz. And it's a 33% chance, so how likely is it, right? Apparently in the marathon it's 100%.
Happens pretty often. It's just confirmation bias, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, 2/3 of the time it shouldn't happen, so, yeah.
When he targeted Saz, you notice that he targeted Saz. If he's targeting someone else, you basically don't notice.
Unless it goes really
Also, that was
badly,
the
like they
famous-
get launched.
That was the famous bomb elevator that Zero just did. You just run in circles and hope that the bombs are not stuck anywhere, and then it's fine. If the bombs stuck themselves anywhere, they randomly unstuck themselves, and that can sometimes lead to you failing it. But as long as that doesn't happen, you should normally not fail it, and then it's fine. Failing
Out
these
of all-
elevators is bad, because if you retry them, you're basically all the way up again and have to do the entire elevator again.
Yeah. Out of all of the elevator dodges in this chapter, that one is the second best one.
Yeah, it used to be
Accurate.
the best one, because the other one we just decepted, but some runner with 3 capital M's was bored and tried to do this without decepts.
Damn that MMM69.
And I wonder who you're talking about.
Speaking of, your M's are not capitalized on stream. 2 of them at least.
How dare they?
Wow.
That's how you typed it, I think. But I don't know. But basically, the second elevator has 3 birds. And earlier we were talking about birds that have lunge animations when they are in front or behind you, and birds that don't care and just sprint into you. And that elevator has 2 quote-unquote easy birds that you can just juke around, and 1 of those really bad evil birds. The way that is set up now is Zero will run in circles around the bird to make him consistently turn. At least that's the approach. If he's not turning and just starts charging at lightning, we pretty much get caught. It's like really RNG to not get caught when he's running. But if it works like intended, he will not run, and he will consistently just like do quarter turns every second to follow lightning. And yeah, we'll see if it works. The other 2 birds we can dodge easily. Like the brown birds, brownish birds are the easy ones, and the one that usually spawns at the top left is the bad one. So we have to pay attention to that one.
Ah.
I don't think it matters, honestly, with the M's. I just noticed that looking at the stream right now.
I was just trying so hard to not laugh at the random second capitalized M. But yeah, this dodge is easy. No wonder this
I-
person with the 3 M's in his name.
I actually had a bad pattern, too.
In the like of a Decept here. That
I
makes
just
total
noticed.
sense.
I just noticed because I said the person with the 3 capitalized M's, and then I just looked at the stream layout, and there was only 1 capitalized. I was like, okay, I just gave misinformation. Now that was the context. So.
Also, I like how he just basically did not talk about the bird room, which is technically also like a really tricky dodge.
That's the worst bird dodge in this chapter, not the elevator.
It is. That is a fact. Bird elevator is
Yeah,
completely free.
He kind of
bird
named the
room,
elevator,
too.
especially considering the bird elevator that he got here was in a worse position than usual. Like normally we want to have a position where the yellow bird spawns low enough that lightning can run around and on the upper side. But there he was basically spawning completely on the top, so Zero had to go below him.
Yeah,
Which makes him a bit more likely to run, actually.
I think
But it
some
worked out.
runners opt into decepting when they see that. I still think you have good enough viability there to try it without the decept, but it's definitely scarier because you're doing in smaller circles, so the yellow bird's more likely to start running. You're essentially cutting your space in half.
Yeah, in that case, I prefer to decept myself, as well as if you have to retry this dodge. Then the retry is also worse because you have Snow and Sat on the elevator and they can interfere, which I think makes it worse. Like, I don't really have hard data, but sometimes they block me. Sometimes I think that they change the positioning of the birds.
It makes it
Yeah,
worse,
all
but it's
that.
not doesn't make
I
it
always
undoable. It just makes it potentially trickier.
Yeah,
I
this
always
does make
hover,
it
but-
go wrong.
Oh, okay, at least I got debuffs.
Yeah, anyway,
Whatever.
so we're now fighting Bahamut, which is Fang's Eidolon, and basically the main thing we want is to have debuff, especially slow, so that he attacks a bit, well, slower, and interrupts us less. Then what we do is shift between Diversity and Relentless and get the right animation cancel for Lightning, so she does a bunch of spells which increase the Gestalt by a lot. And during her downtime, we will be going to Ruthless, because for Fang, her debuffs get more Gestalt than her commando
pretty good.
abilities.
Yeah, that was a nice fight.
That was a solid fight. 40
Best
seconds is
possible,
really good.
Best possible, I think, was 32 or whatever that we ever saw.
Well,
But
we didn't see it because someone was
realistically,
in
in
a
a run, I
recording.
think- Yeah, realistically, the best possible that I've seen in a run was a 36.
Yeah, I think I've seen like a 36,
everything,
35.
everything with a 4 at the front is nice because it can get really out of hand sometimes if you get really bad luck and can even be over a minute. But yeah, as long as you have a 4 at the start, it's like really good.
Yeah, we take those.
Yeah, I had like a 32 or 34 at some point, but I forgot to even screenshot that because I was not expecting to have such a good fight. It was just like a random practice anyway. But yeah, sometimes you just get these insane fights in practice. That happens sometimes.
Right.
Anyways, now we have to do Valor's media dodges, the best dodges in the game if you run all missions.
Oh no. In all missions, it's basically any percent just doing 58 extra missions because any percent only does 6, whereas we have 64.
Yeah, so basically any percent is 6 missions percent.
Yeah, but in all missions you go, like here we only go until Alexander and then we go in the step, but in all missions you go here several times and also both ways, like you go up and you go down, and if you go down it's really bad. Like going up is not that bad honestly, but going down is really bad.
We should rename any percent
Yeah,
to
to be fair-
10% because we do 10% of the missions.
Relatable. Yeah, we go up 3 times and we go down 1 time. So we only have to deal with that once at least. But
Wow, he didn't jump.
Oh.
I thought I had room, honestly.
yeah, I also thought he had room.
But even if you had no room, he jumps normally.
Well, it's because
Like,
I was a little bit more to his right, so it's less likely to jump in that case.
Yeah,
Come
he
on.
wasn't going to jump with that position.
That flan just had to turn.
Now he jumped, but he jumped too late. So yeah.
I'm more annoyed about the flan turning when he was going hard right at the
Yeah.
start.
From one
Oh
summon,
boy, that was media dodges.
I already tried to explain Alex a bit because during the fight it might be a bit too
Yeah.
complex. Because the next one, from one Eidolon, we go into the next one. And Alexander is Hope's Eidolon, we control Hope, we barely developed Hope. Hope is basically 2-shot. Alex does 2 attacks per string, so that means as soon as Alex targets Hope once, we're dead. We want to avoid this by having him not target Hope. And how we do this is with actually positioning manipulation for the party members. With paradigm shifts at specific times, and in this fight for Fang. So what Zero's trying to do is he wants to get Fang into a commando at specific times of the fight, so she's running forward to Alex. And then when she's close enough on Alex, basically into his face, and before Alex attacks, he wants to have Fang in a sentinel paradigm, so she's provoking Alex far enough away from Hope. So you'll see it at the start of the fight, like he's going into relentless assault, which means Fang is in the commando, so Fang runs forward, and then before she's attacking him, like now, he's going into sentinel, shifts again to keep her in place in sentinel, and now she's right in front of him and provoking him. And for the rest of the fight, Zero wants to basically chain with Lightning and Hope while keeping Fang up front there. As long as he's not doing a mistake from now on, the fight is won pretty much, because input-wise it's pretty consistent. As soon as you lose the provoke once though, you can easily die if he retargets. So generally, very consistent fight, but one mistake is likely a death. And yeah, Alex also has some times where he's doing Lofty Challenge. That's basically his ATB charge move, where he's doing nothing for a few seconds. During that, you generally want to use ATB refreshes to maximize chain output. And that's pretty much all there is to the fight.
Is if you have Lightning running forward, which can occasionally happen, but so far it hasn't happened.
Even if that happens, it's normally not bad unless it's in the very first 2 or 3 strings, I think.
It's more like where in the string she runs forward and how much time she has to back up.
Yeah, mostly that. But also
pretty much
she does it earlier.
As you can see, Zero's like just keeping Fang right in Alex's face and keeping Alex provoked on Fang, and as long as that is the case, it's not really losable. And fight's almost done now. We do the same on Hackathon later with Fang and Vanille, but on Alex I think it's a bit harder to keep her up front. On Hackathon it kinda automatically happens. But yeah.
Yeah, the
that
fight
is like one
really...
of the instances of positioning manipulation that we touched upon on the very start of the run.
Yeah, that fight can be very scary because you're pretty deep into a run at this point, so let's say you have a good run. And then it's like the timing for that shift is pretty tricky. It's like, it's not incredibly tight to a point where it's inconsistent, but it's really easy to mess up, especially when you're a bit more nervous, and then you die if you mess it up. It's just, you're retrying the fight, almost certainly. And you lose like at least 40 seconds.
What we didn't see here, but can happen, and that is I think what Zero's referring to as well, is that just at the very start of the fight is actually, I think, the most dangerous part. Because at the start of the fight you want Fang to run close to him. If she's running too close though, she's jumping up. If she's jumping up, even if you go into Sentinel, it's too late for Provoke, and then you basically have a 33% chance of insta-death. Because he's not provoked in time and he can target Hope. I think even if he targets Lightning there, it's bad, so you kind of have a 66% chance of dying, more or less. And only if he luckily targets Fang, you're fine. And outside of that, the problem is when, as I said, when you let her go too close, she's jumping up, which is bad. If you don't let her go close enough, and Alex is doing an explosive fist move, that can hit Hope as well, because Fang is too close to Hope then, and then you die as well. So you kind of need to get a feel of like how close you can let Fang to have Hope be safe and Fang not jump up at the very start. Once you get the first like 2 or 3 paradigm shifts done, the fight is more or less pretty consistent. But yeah.
Yeah, there's like a few edge cases
scary
to watch out for past that point. The scariest part is definitely the first shift where you set up Fang's positioning. After that, it's just like hope Lightning doesn't do a strike at a really bad time. Or hope you don't mistime a Fang shift where she's like really late for some reason. And then she might be too late to get the provoke in. Generally gets a lot easier once you're past the shift into protection at the start.
Unless you do an input mistake, because that is also very punishing in this fight.
Yeah, it's one of those fights where it's like easy if you execute, but any execution error is incredibly punishing. Because there's fights in this game where you have to like react constantly and adapt to what's happening. Say fights where you can get debuffed, like Bar 2. So the fight's never played exactly the same. And then there's fights like Alex, where the fight's generally played exactly the same, but if you make a mistake, then you are dying, almost certainly.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, welcome to the only farm fight that hopefully doesn't run all the way to the left side now, which looks bad.
They run further. I hate
This
these
is all
guys.
missions. What do you expect? Of course, you have to play them all the way into the corner. All the way into the corner.
So this is the only grind fight we actually do, because this is a 26-second fight usually if it goes as intended, and gives 6,600 Crystarium points, which is massive, and that is the fight that we talked about earlier. You can kill this pretty quickly, and it just gives too much CP to ignore for the time investment. The thing is, we want to have them basically be in our way, so we don't have to do extra movement. What happened for Zero here, he pretty much had worst case where he had to run all the way to the left. So that lost a few seconds on movement, unfortunately. Fun fact, in all missions, you don't want to enter those. And when you don't want to enter those in all missions, they are always in your way.
Yeah, they block them in the narrow path at the start every time.
In any percent, they basically run away from you. We want to hit them. And in all missions where we don't want to hit them, because we don't need the grind in all missions, they just always block you. And it's like, dude, just go out of the way.
Yeah, and that's actually a thing somehow. I don't understand. I guess it's just the game knows again.
Yeah.
We already know the game detects whether or not you have a timer running, and it adjusts its play accordingly. Even if it's not running on the same PC, it'll hack your webcam and like see if you got like a timer going on your phone.
It even knows which timer is running, if it's any percent or not.
It knows which category you're running. I mean, it's pretty easy. Yeah, it's like, have you done any missions yet? No. Any percent? Yes. All missions.
It's so easy.
To be fair, all missions crosses them a bit later than any percent, maybe because of that they have more time to have a different position.
Oh,
I don't
this
know.
is awful.
But yeah.
It's more that we come from a different direction in all missions.
We need names for those.
Their names are George.
Wait, all of them?
Yes. George for the first, George the second, George the third.
Okay. So from now on, they are George. Okay. All right. So we have these naming things for like more or less the super annoying dodges sometimes, or like the dodges that have potential to be annoying, and those definitely belong in that area.
And that was a very scary pattern because the back one went forward far enough that he actually blocked the left side for me. So I had to squeeze in between, which is nowhere near guaranteed.
But yeah, what allows us, or like I think we said it earlier, but what the 6,600 CP allows us to do is we get Vanille's 4th ATB segment for Hackathon, which already saves you like 20 or 25 seconds on that fight alone. And then on top of that, we just get several abilities or like Crystarium nodes that save a bunch of time here and there after that as well. So in total, it's just way better to get it. And this is also the longest menu in the entire run. So a TLDR of what Zero is doing right now, he's buying upgrading components. Now the turbojets and crankshafts are replaced by superconductors for leveling. And what he's doing is he's maxing Snow's weapon and Saz's weapon. And after that, he is maxing 2 Warriors wristbands as well, and the Black Belt. The Black Belt being an accessory that gives you, I think, 25% physical resistance when maxed, or
20.
20 when not maxed. Or,
Yeah,
or
10
15.
at base level, 20 max.
10 and 20, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what Zero said.
And those 10% actually make a difference, because it's actually pretty cheap to upgrade, so why not? And on top of that, we just get a bunch of Crystarium, nothing too particular, just like... We cannot get Vanille's ATB level yet, but we can get it after the rest puddings.
I think we especially get a lot of HP on all of the characters because they have like 3 digits still. They're like
and then there's a pretty neat...
It's like 700, and we finally get them to above 1,000, which is barely enough to survive the puddings for a bit.
Yeah, and then there's a pretty neat equipment shuffle that we're about to see that Zero hopefully doesn't mess up. I tend to mess this up sometimes.
No pressure,
that
right?
used to be all manual equips, and now it's pretty much only 2 manual equips and 5 optimizers before that. So this is now an optimized menu more or less.
What jerk came up with this convoluted menu?
Yeah, who did that? To save just like 2 or I think 3 seconds or something.
Nah,
right?
it's like it's 2 point something. It was like no
2
more than
seconds.
2.5.
So it barely saves time, but
Optimal.
as soon as you make one mistake with optimizers, it can mess up the entire menu because then you have an entirely different equipment. So you unequip
don't make
lightning, unequip
mistakes.
hope, Oh my god, he nailed it! Okay, I couldn't even explain it, but there you saw how fast optimizers can be, right? And now imagine every single one of these equips being done manually on sometimes even 2 slots. That is why we sometimes do optimizers. It's just like, if you don't do a mistake, it's just way better. Problem is, if you do a mistake, because in this optimized particular, what you do is you unequip Lightning, you unequip Hope, then you go to Snow on Balanced Optimize, go to Fang on Defensive, go back to Snow on Offensive, and then you do Balanced Vanille and Sass. And then you manually equip Vanille and manually equip Snow. As said, if you do any of the optimizers wrong, the entire menu is bad. More or less, because then you have to manually fix that, and if you're not knowing the accessory slots, it can be really bad. I speak from experience.
Yeah. You just don't know who has
So-
what if you mess it up, so you have to like dig through everyone, like remove things manually. Like with the right person, you're like, it's a mess. It's really
But
bad.
pretty cool that you nailed it. We totally didn't see that you were the one that routed this. Because
sorry.
I for sure do it slower. Like, I don't do it slow, but I definitely do it slower because I'm a bit scared of messing it up.
Yeah, I don't go
Yeah.
faster than I'm comfortable with.
Sounds
I
like
just
skill
like,
issue.
yeah. Since I like came up with it, I had a lot of practice, so I was like working it out.
But even if you do it as fast as 0 here, you save just a bit over 2 seconds over doing it fast manually. But, I mean, it just looks cool to optimize as well. I like it more than manual equips. Whenever we can do it. And that one is pretty recent, like half a year old or something. It's not... I think it was when you recently came back, right, in June or whatever.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
no, it's
Half
even
a
older
year.
than that. This was like maybe no more than like 3 months ago, I'd say. And this was like when I was
one of
grinding
the
for
more
records.
recent.
Yeah,
I think it's like 4 or 5 months ago.
You got
Definitely
record in
before the
July.
relay.
I don't remember, man.
Yeah.
Check the
You
Discord.
got record in July. It's been so long ago already.
Oh, there's been a few, so it's hard to keep track. Humble brag.
Let's see if we get the streak. I still think the longest world record streak is like 1.5 years or something. I think no one has held a record, like the same record longer than that. Even like my 429 back then
I
was...
think your 429 stood
I
for like
think-
2 years or something at least.
Nah, not 3 years.
I said 2.
It was November 20. It was 21.
I think it was
November
around 3
21.
years.
November 21 when I got it, and I think somewhere in 23 you have beaten it. Pretty sure.
Something like that.
So
yeah.
it was 1.5 years or something. And Lucha's 453 back then was also 1.5 years.
I think Logic
But
might
yeah.
have had some records for longer back in the day.
Constant improvement.
You know where we could figure this out? If only there was a video going over the world record history of this game that we can use.
Yeah,
to,
but
like...
that one's not up to date anymore because that one stops at the 429.
Yeah, it's true. I need one thing to update for that for me. He can wait until I get PS3 record and then he can update it.
Yeah, that one's still there. And the fun fact is, once again, that video said the PS3 record is more likely to be beaten, and since then they've beaten the PC record like 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
And the PS3 record is still the same. But that's also activity problem.
Yeah,
because
no one's
PS3
really
is
run
way
it.
less active. Yeah, like honestly, the PC record, even though I have it and it's my current PB, like it's comparably easy to beat, honestly. Like with all of the updates we have nowadays. Pretty old at this point, like 3 years or something, right? So
Manil the
Yeah, I
Goddess.
just checked and that record was up for 1 year and 8 months. Anyway, Hackathon. We just spam debuffs. That's it. That's the fight.
Manil the
We
Goddess.
also want to have...
She hit
yeah,
like
this is the
everything.
point where Vanille had to do her job. For tanking hits, Hackathon does a lot of damage and also interrupts Vanille when she's casting, so what we want to do is have Fang up in front. So we let her do attacks to get in front, and then she provokes the Sentinel, and we just basically have her stay there and wait for him to finish his free strength. The final move can be counter or force projection, and ideally we would like to see a counter early so that he gets away from Vanille. We didn't get that yet, but hopefully he does that as the second. If he doesn't, then he can keep pushing Fang closer to Vanille. And there's a chance that on the third time after the third time he starts attacking again, there's a chance that all of his strengths will hit Vanille, which would be very bad, so hopefully we don't see it. Other than that, we have 2 renews for this fight, and we heal with those and with potions. Phoenix down? Oh, I guess
It gives you a
can
bit
use
more
Phoenix
HP.
down as well.
Yeah.
Phoenix Down is higher HP, yeah. So if you want to have her die again
Yeah.
now to the string, it's fine without a heal.
I guess you don't have to do a potion necessarily. You can keep
Yeah.
renewals.
I renewed more for renewal HP. I'm glad I
Oh.
did.
A Quake counter. We love to see that. We didn't
Yeah,
get to
it's
see the
pretty similar.
Quake counter for maximum troll, but yeah, Quake counter is a lot of damage. But
The
yeah,
idea is pretty similar as Alex, like what I said earlier. You just have Fang up front, and then, well, she's there. You just like increase the chain. In this case, with debuffs, because it's just better than with spells from vanilla. At least if the debuffs actually inflict. If they don't inflict, they add a bit less than if they inflict. But
Yeah, she inflicted like everything in the first 3 strings, so it started off really good. I think I played like the tanking part of the fight a little suboptimally. I feel like it should have been faster. Oh, come on.
And now, welcome to another around 10 minutes of downtime.
Wow, what was that dodge?
Well, it's
Nice.
actually not 10 minutes. It's like how many minutes here? seven minutes or
What the
something?
hell?
Until Titans? Yeah.
it
But we
is
have
like
some longer dodging segments. Chapter 11 is long. Chapter 11 is actually twice as long as the second longest chapter. So, yeah.
for Gel Titan it's like actually 9 minutes of just walking. More than that if you fail dodges.
Which I'm sure we'll do. We already got 1 under our belt.
But one
Not the
cool
one you'd
thing
expect,
that Zero
though.
can do later that M and I unfortunately cannot consistently do is the party swap stuff.
Linux cheater!
Just run on Linux, guys. It's
not-
optimal.
It's not Linux though, like your PC also couldn't do it last year, right? It's like weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I'm done trying to understand.
But basically what you can do, and you'll see it in like 5 minutes, is that if you change the party, doesn't matter if the leader's involved or not, if you change the party while an enemy is going towards you, it can de-aggro them, and then they do their start-up animation again. And there's one flying enemy in Amphisbaena later on that has a pretty long startup animation when he's seeing you. And what Zero can do is when he's close to him, he can do the party swap, which costs like 2 seconds or something if you do it quickly. And that de-aggros him, and hopefully only one is needed for the entire way through, and it saves time over using a Deceptisol. Because if you cannot do that with the party swap, de-aggro, you have to use a Deceptisol for that part, because that dodge is next to impossible to do without. And the Decept loses around 10 seconds, the party swap, even if you do 2 party swaps, loses you like 5 to 6 seconds. So it saves you around 4-ish, if intended.
I
It
think it did
also
make
has the
some
side
progress.
advantage that you have Snow on slot 2 for the next fight coming up, which is
Yeah.
quite
That doesn't make
faster than
the
average.
biggest. It doesn't make the biggest difference, but like 2-ish seconds quicker.
Yeah,
for
if you have a good, like a standard-ish
Yeah,
fight, it'll
right.
save you like 2 seconds.
English.
I randomly Germaned there. Maybe.
I think I made some progress in figuring out like how to dodge Amphisbaena without the Decept. Funnily enough, you need what's considered the bad pattern for it, where he flies low. But generally, like low flying pattern, and if you go a little bit later than our normal queue, I feel like it's like 50-50 on getting a Decept less, like battle team swap less.
If you can get it consistently without Battle Team Swap and without Decept, it's even better than Battle Team Swap, I think, even though you don't have Snow Slot 2 then.
Yeah,
So,
no, it's definitely better. It's just I don't have that. Like it already
yeah,
requires
that-
like one pattern, and then even then it's not consistent. So
That's a slight advantage that unfortunately some PCs have over others. On console versions it doesn't work at all, and we don't even know when it works on PC and when not, because apparently for Zero it didn't work last year and now it kind of works 9 out of 10 times. For me it used to work, now it's basically never working, like no idea what changes. It's just, I don't know.
Oh, nice dodge.
yeah, I don't know what's
Great,
happening
yeah.
in this run. I'm getting some really unusual fails. I think this
That
is
is
like my
chapter
first time
11.
failing that in years.
Marathon luck.
Yeah. I mean, I can't complain. The luck's been pretty good so far, honestly. It's just been throwing in a little salt, a little spice into the run, you know? I thought I was gonna fail that too. That would have been silly. There's 2 dodges and so many
There's
springs, and he
enough
failed both.
There's enough spice on bar 2. Later on.
The major stuff has been going well, so I feel okay going into part 2. I'm more
You
worried
remember
about,
my
like,
GDQ run where Vanille survived laughter before the heal kicked in at exactly 1 HP?
I don't remember that, but that sounds like a part 2
You
run.
don't?
I remember when you forgot to cancel the last D-Step on chapter 12.
that even made it into the daily recap because the Neil survived that move on 1 HP. But yeah, I hope it doesn't happen in this run, so that was a bit too scary.
Hey, that means we just routed good. She had the exact amount of HP that she needed. Good routing.
Completely calculated.
But yeah, bar 2, end boss of this chapter, for those who are not aware how we name them, but I mean it's pretty simple because board 1, board 2, board 3. But yeah, end boss of this chapter, pretty annoying. Used to be really bad, now it's a bit less bad, but still bad. So yeah.
As well as before part 3, we have Ushu 3, because it's Ushu 1, Ushu 2, Ushu 3.
Oh, that's Ushu 5.
Yeah.
That's a detail.
We have Ushu 1,
also
Ushu 1.1, Ushu 2, and then in chapter 12, Ushu 3, Ushu 4, and then chapter 13, Ushu 5.
Of course.
But then again, the products look a bit more different than Ushu, than Tiamat, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, Proud Clads have an angry face.
And they have more metal.
That's the difference. One's pissed, one isn't.
Alright, but yeah, now you see it actually. Like, these two dogs are easy. Normally. Please don't fail them. So not
You
make me
jinxed
look
it.
bad.
It's pretty
Okay.
unlikely that I get them now.
And then after that, you see two flying enemies, and we only care about the closer one to us. The one in the back doesn't matter. And that one will fly towards the left side now, like the one in front. And now Zero is going, and when he's very close to him, he will open the menu and then party swap, and then it should de-arbor him. If he's still going and too close, he can do it again, but as you can see, he's too far away and that should work.
I chickened
Yeah,
out. I think
nice.
I had a chance to do a decent plus there, but I menu too early.
But
That
yeah,
was like
pretty
the-
much that...
That was the
that is
timing I
how
was
you can
talking
do it.
about.
Unfortunately, this is the only consistent spot where you can do that. You can try to party swap change some bird dodges in chapter 12 if you want to, but it's not completely consistent and also a bit weird because of how they move.
My
But
favorite
that one
party
is
swap
pretty
trick
pretty
is.
consistent.
I was gonna say my favorite party swap trick is bird room. The yellow bird's chasing you, party swap.
I mean, you can try that.
I've done it before.
Yeah, okay.
It's
I
like
mean, maybe
the
you can
ultra
do-
backup, but like you know you're gonna
Maybe you
fail.
Maybe you can do that on bird elevator if the yellow one is in danger of running.
Yeah, maybe. If you see it move, you can probably get away with it. I don't
Maybe
know if it'll
panic
work.
party swap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit suboptimal there because it's like a full extra menu that you have no use for. Whereas here, at least we get some
Yeah.
extra value on Gelatitan, and we skip a D-step, whereas there we don't skip a D-step by it. But you know, it's better than failing a dodge.
Skipping the D-step alone saves you enough, so
Yeah.
to make it worth. Even if you have to do two party swaps, it's roughly the same as the D-step, and if you have one, then it definitely saves time. So
Yeah, as long as it actually works.
yeah,
Would have to
which
try that
doesn't.
out. Yeah, unless you're on Linux.
Telling you guys, Linux Master Race. Future.
But yeah, welcome to Tajan's Tower. Probably everyone's favorite casual place because you'll be in this tower for hours. We're not here for hours. We're here for like 20 minutes. But
Very importantly, no time has ever been lost in Taishan's Tower.
But this is where we basically do the 6 mandatory missions for any percent. 3 of those are very easy. 3 of those are really stupid. So yeah, we'll see how they go.
So which ones are the stupid ones and which ones are the easy ones? I know the hard ones are Mushusu and Penangon. Well, what's the third hard one?
I think Gelatitan. Maybe. I think Vitala's not that hard. It's just a bit RNG. With the current run. Gelatitan, I think, is actually a bit more execution to make the best out of the fight. But I don't know. Also considering that has a manual preempt.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering
I also-
because Vitala isn't that bad nowadays. Are we talking Gelatin?
No,
or
I
are we talking
think
Vitala?
I think Gelatitan, if you combine it with the preempt and sometimes the fight being a bit harder to play. But yeah. I think Gelatitan, Mushisu, and Penangalan are the stupid ones.
I would probably say that too, plus the preempt on Mushusu is a bit dumb sometimes. The preempt on
yeah.
Gelatitan is also dumb sometimes.
We want to
Nice.
pretty much preempt all of them except for Vitala. Vitala we can preempt with very low chance, but it's actually not that great. It's better to not do it for the most
No,
part.
that's not true. Vitala preempt is worth, it's just you never get it.
Is it worth nowadays? Okay, it
I'd
used to
say
not be
so.
that worth.
I had a strat for it. It's not like a huge time saver or anything, but it does save you time.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, pretty much Jella Titan weak to Thunder. You get all debuffs on him, you get all buffs on Snow and Sass, get Thunder Element, blitz him down, pretty straightforward.
Perfect fight right there.
Was it a 35?
Yeah.
Haven't seen it. Okay, nice.
Really good.
Slot 2 advantage.
Yep. The best fight. Well, you can
Linus
still get a
cheating.
36 with slot 3 Snow, but a 36
Yeah.
is ultra rare. Whereas with
You
slot
can also get
2,
a slot 3 Snow with a newer spread that I do. You can get slot 3 Snow 35 as well. I had that one time, but it's way less likely still.
I remember not liking your strat. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember trying it and hating it, so I don't do that.
Maybe it actually is bad with Snow slot 2, but I like it with Snow slot 3.
I tried it with both.
I think it was like the one with Bravery and Thunder Snow first before Haste,
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
just don't haste or
which
something.
I also don't really like, honestly.
Okay, yeah. It's because like you get like if you want to shift earlier, you lose some debuff chances with Vanille.
But yeah. Ambling Bellows actually has a funny preempt that some people don't really know, I think. But you can also preempt on any enemy that is there, and here we preempt on the smaller robots, and not on Ambrose himself. Bellows.
Ambrose.
So that one is actually pretty simple if you do it on like these normal robots. Cryptos are their name. Okay, I was about to say Hoplite, but they are not Hoplite.
Close enough.
Cryptos.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Imagine not knowing
Everyone...
the name of every single enemy in the game.
Yeah.
But here you actually see the power of Hackathon for the first time. So same formula as for Shiva and Odin, pretty much chain high, do some damage, finisher, but Hackathon actually does a crap ton of damage with his finisher. As long as we're at around 810% chain after this, and he's at 832, so that's like a 3 kill now. The finisher will kill here. And look at the damage, it should be like 180,000 or something.
So
like a
175.
lot.
It depends on what chain you have too.
175. Yeah.
If you're doing plat percent, this is where you get the limit break achievement for dealing higher damage than the damage cap. Fun fact.
That fight has a chance of screwing you over if he immediately moves towards you, but generally you're fine.
Even that's okay now. Once the pop, even that's okay nowadays with the Fire Aurora strat. I don't think that's a death anymore.
It depends. I had him sometimes run so early that the Fire Aurora doesn't even hit. And
Well,
then he's
yeah.
still
You hit
unstaggered.
after he hits you, basically, and then you summon, and then you do it again, and you'll like because of the knockups from the Aurora, he doesn't get a chance to hit you again. Or maybe he does, but
yeah,
like
that
he
fight
can't kill you.
generally is not
I
that
don't
bad.
remember. Yeah, it's been a while.
The
since
next
I've
fight
seen
is the easiest out of all of them. It's the same as Jella Titan, just with End Water, and he has less HP, so not really too bad. Like this fight is super easy. The only problem here is if you don't get the preempt and if you're a bit too greedy, because then his vision is a bit weird, and you sometimes can take a while to get the preempt afterwards.
Looks like I dropped some frames for a moment, so the stutter was just some frame drops. Sorry about that.
Alright, and up next is Mushizu, which is the coolest of all. Haha.
Haha.
Hopefully very consistent preempt.
Hey, the preempt is much better than it used to be. Bless Shirasu, because that is Shirasu's preempt.
It's still terrible though.
I don't think it's terrible, honestly. I think it's
mean,
pretty okay nowadays.
I
It
think
used to
it's-
be like the old preempt. Did you ever learn the old preempt?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
that
know
was
if you
like
were
in my
around.
day.
Like,
that was like when
really
I was
bad.
that was when I was really new, so I didn't think too much about it. It's like, okay, well this sucks, but I don't care yet because my times were still bad.
Yeah. The old preempt was really bad. It was really slow and really bad in comparison. And then Shirasu came in clutch, made the preempt massively better. It still sucks because it's a preempt that is a bit random, but it's
Yeah.
much better than it used to be.
It's better than it used to be, but I think it's still the worst preempt in the run.
That for sure. If you exclude Vitala, which you never get, but
Well,
yeah.
Vitala isn't a real one. You have no influence on whether or not you get that. You can include Penanguin, and then Penanguin's the worst one, but that's has a rather decept.
Yeah, that would be a great idea for marathon incentives, right? Manual Penanguin.
Yeah, you totally don't lose like randomly 2 minutes to that
Don't
bullshit.
tempt me with a good time.
Yeah, how about you just don't use your bonus decept?
Sounds good to
But
me.
yeah, the main reason to get a bit down to this before the people actually see it, I guess, The main reason why Mushusu is a bit random is because Mushusu himself is not the problem, but he's with two of the Yakshinis, like the yellow birds that don't have an attack animation. So those that we were talking about earlier that can suck when they just run into you. That means pretty much if you enter the battle zone, you want to lure Mushusu to the start of the battle zone. You go up towards the elevator, make him move outside of the battle zone, go back down again, and then preempt on Mushusu. That is the idea. And it works as long as the birds don't troll. The problem is, if the birds run, if one runs, it might be okay. If both run, you're very likely getting caught. And that is what makes the preempt kind of stupid. Like, Mushusu himself is not too bad, it's the birds that are potentially annoying.
Birds are the kind that don't like lunge at you, they just sprint at you super fast, so a lot of the times that they run right away, they'll catch you before you can even exit. And on top of that, even when they don't do that, and you can set it up correctly, they can just turn and face you, and then you can't preempt anymore. So...
Yeah, so best case is pretty much just Zero luring the Mushusu to the edge of the battle zone without the birds moving. That is what we want to see. If the birds move, we cry. And the biggest problem is when you die on this fight, you can do all of that again. So have fun.
Let's not will that into existence. I really don't want to die on Mushusu.
It's really rare, but it can happen. Double D-protect into spin attack and you're dead.
I'm aware it can happen. I'm just saying don't will it into existence by talking about it. This fight is perfectly safe. Nothing bad can happen here.
This should work, though. This should work. Like, Mushusu is super far outside of the battle zone, though. Okay, this is a bit weird.
No,
He's normally not that far out.
I pushed him a little
bit further. That's the idea. Lure him out, birds behaved, go up the elevator, make him outside of the battle zone, and then enter as soon as he's into it again. And there we have a preempt. And the fight is pretty straightforward. You just bravery and water for snow because the birds are weak to water. He's targeting the birds. Snow gets rid of the birds, and then after that, Mushusu is dying to sand and snow.
Ruin for fun. I was kind of scared there because I was down to 300 HP with Saz. If he went for him again, very decent chance I died.
You were actually dead if the Yakshini inflicted D-protect on you there, even if only one D-protect was removed. So yeah, that was a bit nice that protect was there still.
Well, it depends when he did it, but yeah. Because I got hit twice at the start and then stopped getting hit. Quake on the flyer. True, yeah, the birds get hit by the earth move.
Alright, this run's still deathless, right?
Yeah, for now.
Zero used to have a record of dying 4 runs in a row, I think, on Penangalan. So...
It was all the world record pace runs that like would die to Penangalan. The thing is, Penangalan shouldn't kill you. But like I kept on finding new ways to die too. It was a little different each time. One run I don't do enough damage. Huh? What was that?
Okay. Well, what we actually do here, I just wanted to quickly say this, so not people are not irritated. Don't look at the map now because we ignore that. Because this is one of the rare instances where we can actually ignore what the game wants us to do. It wants us to do mission 25 next, obviously. We do mission 26 first, which you can do. So just ignore what the map says and go to mission 26. The reason we do that, it is 3 seconds more movement, so it loses time on movement to do that. But you summon on Penangalan, so stats are not really that important on Penangalan anyways, because you use a summon. The only thing that is worse, I think, is you have 200 less HP or something than you normally had.
You don't
but
have
it's generally the same fight. Whereas Vitala is the scariest of all of the missions, or used to be the scariest of all of them, and is extremely much safer when you do him last, because then you can do an entire menu with all of the CP you get from Penangalan and the Diamond Bangle that you get as well from that, which is more HP for Vanille. So, all in all, Vanille had a pretty high chance of dying on Vitala before she inflicts all of the important debuffs, and now it's basically impossible for her to die before Stagger, and that makes a massive difference. So that is why, even though it's 3 seconds more movement, for the way more consistent Vitala fight, we push Vitala back to last. So what Zero's doing right now, as you can see, he's not caring for the map to tell him to get mission 25, and we go down to mission 26 first.
Also shout out to that random bird dodge where you just stand still for 1 second and have him miss you.
Yeah.
Shout out to Olsen for coming up with that. I think he had like a few runs where he kept on failing it, so it's like just went to mess around with it. And then just, I think he might have even went AFK or something for a moment, like put his controller down. And he just dodged the bird standing still. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah, that was randomly found. Like a lot of things, like a lot of strat evolutions are just found by accident. I think that's like not for only for our game. I think that's for multiple games. It's just a general thing.
A lot
Mess
of route
up something
improvements
and then,
come from mistakes.
Hey, it's not that bad. To you mess up something. Hey, it's not that bad. Let's try.
I think we Logic used to upgrade Vanille's weapon for like intelligence, and one run he forgot and he did the whole run.
Yeah.
It was not only logic, that was the general route.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
but I mean,
TLDR for
like,
that
he was the one that
turned out
found
get-
it.
Because Penangland is just like a summon fight anyways, right? With Hackathon again. But the TLDR is we used to, like Vanille right now has a Binding Rod level 1, which is her default weapon that she has since chapter 2. And we don't change that at all. We used to buy a Pearl Wing staff and maxed it out completely for Vanille, which was, I think, 200 magic or something extra, or 150, something like that, that she's just not having anymore. And how that came to be was that Logic Dolphin accidentally forgot to do the Pearl Wing stuff one time. Like, he bought it, but he didn't upgrade and equip it. So he had Binding Rod level 1 for the entire run, and he barely noticed any difference. And then in chapter 13, where he changed the equipment again, he was like, wait! And since then, we just cut that upgrade and equipment entirely, which saves us like 60,000 gil or something. It's a lot of gil save, which also came in with changing decep routes and whatever, and skipping a bunch of chests. So all things considered, Vanille is weaker, but in exchange for that, we have a lot of time saved by skipping stuff. That maybe either upgrades or chests or whatever that all used to be gotten.
Also, it's a miracle Zero is not dying on Penangland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can say Marathon luck. I'm getting the good luck and then the weird luck. Like I
I think
may
it's also
feel.
only possible though. Okay,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
I think it's also only possible because Vanille is mostly in Ravager anyways. Like, there are parts where she's in Commando later on and does ruins, but most of the time she will be in Ravager, and spells barely benefit from magic increase. Like, they do, but not as much as ruins.
It's mostly that Ravager abilities benefit from magic less than Commando abilities, because Commando abilities have like the whole damage doubling thing. Whereas we rarely use Vanille as a Commando, so her magic matters a lot less.
Like, Vanille lost like 30% damage or something, or 35% with that, and it doesn't matter much because Snow and Saz do enough to offset that, more or less. But yeah.
You do want some
that's just
Vanille
a prime
magic
example.
You do want some magic to like have good heals and medic, but
It doesn't really matter
you don't
much.
need it enough to where you need to upgrade the Pearl Wing staff.
Yeah, Medic has
It's
really
just a
bad
prime
magic
example.
scaling anyway, so it doesn't make too much of a difference there.
Yeah, especially when you do a Curacha later in the game.
It's just a prime example of it not mattering too much. I think Vanille's ruins on the PC is hit for like 15 or 20,000 or something, and they used to hit for 25,000. Like, it didn't make too much of a difference. Like, Saz does like 150,000 or something with one blitz, right? And Vanille,
Yeah,
it's like,
it's a
well,
tiny difference.
Did she used to get Stork Bark back then too? I was like maybe
that as well.
replaced
She got 2 sorks, but that was a route variation that not everyone did. Some people already did what we do nowadays with Silver Bangle Black Belt Sork, but some did Black Belt 2 Sork instead of Silver.
We should bring that back and then do like the all missions PC2 strat.
Oh god.
Jirasu has gotten that kill before. I think he posted it in Discord where it's like I don't know if he's double Stork Mark, but he has gotten that kill with any percent stats. It's just incredibly unreliable.
I think you need double Sork for that. Though.
I think that was
it's-
awesome doing it with double Sork.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think you actually barely have enough damage with that. Like, their Vanille's damage would actually matter. But yeah. Silver Bangle is too important for endgame, I think, to miss it.
I think you can get away without it.
Maybe.
It
Easy-
is actually shocking how the Silver Bangle is still a completely legit accessory that late into the game.
Yeah.
Because that literally just gives 100 HP, but it has like the synthesized ability. We never mentioned these because that like rarely comes up. But equipping that along with the Black Belt gives like a passive resistance, a passive additional resistance to physical attacks of like -half damage. And that helps a bit especially on specific abilities like the Proud Cloud attacks, I think, that hit like multiple times for one attack. So it's like -5 on each of those hits. So it's actually surprisingly solid.
Yeah. Alright, bunch of equipment shuffling here. We keep the Soul Front on Sass for Vitala, because even though Vitala is much more free than it used to be, it still does a lot of magic damage. The Soul Font gives Sass Shell, which reduces the magic damage by 30%, which makes a big difference. But the main difference is Vanille actually has a Diamond Bangle now, which is 500 extra HP compared to what she used to have, I think.
Yeah, so she can't die to multicast, which is the big difference.
Yeah. And that alone makes this fight much safer. You can still die in rare cases, but it's not that extreme anymore. And you actually had like maybe a 1/4 of a chance or something of dying here before. So it was a really bad fight. Which, just pushing it back to last is much better now.
Like you see there, she had 634 HP. So lose
Yeah,
the bangle.
diamond.
Oh.
She would have died there actually with the old stats. Like less Christ and the bangle. But yeah, same as the other fights as well. We get Bravery and Spell on Sass and Snow, get Deep Protect and Imperil on the boss, and then go to damage.
Good fight. I misplayed it a tiny bit, but it's fine. I missed the rack on Snow. Rack being ready animation
Yeah,
cancel.
it will follow up out of that.
35 is okay.
Yeah,
Like
it's
32
good.
I think is the best you can get, right? But
Yeah, pretty sure 31, I'll remember. I think I might have seen 31 before. But that
fights are
requires
actually
really
not
early
that bad.
defense. Yeah.
the fights are actually not that bad in the tower. The dodges were like the problem in this chapter so far.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
yeah.
the dodges have been fine in Tygens too. It's just before Tygens I failed 3. Which isn't even that bad, honestly. It's been a solid
I
chapter.
mean, all in all, it's still a solid run. All in all, I don't know if you have live split running, but pace
No.
is pretty good.
My live split is in OBS, and I can't have it in OBS right now because then it would show up on screen. So I don't have a timer. But
I don't want to spoil too much, but you're on sub 430 pace for sure if it keeps like this.
Yeah,
Like that for sure.
I agree.
But I guess you guessed that anyways,
Yeah.
but yeah. Sub 430 for context, estimate is 445. Top runners, like we usually aim to get a sub 430 in every run that we do, because that is quote unquote consistent enough to get in no resets if you play good. It's still not free, but for us it's consistent enough.
Yeah, I mean, generally
And so
the runs
far,
that
there's a
can't get
chance.
sub 430s are the runs without a reset early enough anyway, where they're not getting that far. So if a run goes deep, it generally will get a sub 430 unless you have like major deaths in endgame.
Yeah, or you say no reset from the start, like stuff
Yeah.
like the relay where you get like your worst run of all time and then
The classic. I'm surprised it's been
okay.
so good so far, because in general, all my Marathon F13 runs have been really bad. Like, the run I did in Limit Break was like a 455 or something. I had blindfold incense, to be fair, but still.
I forgot how
Yeah.
bad that was.
I think my best marathon run so far was a 437 and one of the relays of 438. So also not that bad, not that great.
Even though I've only got like a 435 in the last relay, it
The
could have been
GDQ run
better.
I think the GDQ run could have been better if I didn't forget the DCEP cancel in chapter 12, so please don't do that, Zero.
You guys are here to remind me.
I was reminded too in that run, but a bit too late.
Oh yeah, by the way, you should unequip.
You had these scared for a
jokes
moment, like,
aside-
wait, I forget?
Only 7 chapters late.
I quickly touched upon this earlier, but we were teasing multiplayers getting ridiculous in this game and endgame, and the next fight is the first fight where we actually see how ridiculous it is. So what we'll have right now is we have a 40% buff on Bravery, we have 89% more damage because of Deep Protect on the enemy, and when Imperil is on the enemy too with an element, we also get another 100% damage boost. So those are all buffs and debuffs. They are multiplicative. So what that means is we basically have a multiplier of 5.125 or something like that. So 5 times a multiplier just by buffs and debuffs. And then on top of that we have the chain. So if Zero is at max chain, he basically does 4,500% damage from now on, which is ridiculous.
Well, 45 times is more accurate, because you're always multiplying by the 100 from chain.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's
Not
like
to mention-
4,500%, but yeah.
Not to mention that the Blitz has 7 bullets, and it's like 3.5 times the damage because of the 7 bullets
Yeah.
hitting by 0.5.
So what I want to say with this is the next boss fight, the Haka, actually halves physical damage. And he halves physical damage. Look at how much damage we're doing.
Wait, does he have physical damage?
He does.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He halves physical damage.
Because you do ridiculous damage, but by default he halves it.
He halves physical damage, and he is normal to magic damage. However, he is immune to D-Shell, but not D-Protect.
Okay.
Make it make sense.
I was about to say,
So
man, is
all of
Hope Proud
the-
optimal?
All of the damage that Zero is doing to this guy post stagger is already halved. So yeah, just want to say that. And he has 2.3 million HP. So what he's doing right now, pretty much just chain high, get Bravery and Endspell on Snow and Saz, because what happens with Dahaka when he's staggered is he's falling to the ground and then he loses all D-Protect resistance. So before stagger we only want Imperil and we go for D-Protect after stagger when he's dropped to the ground, because then it's only a single cast from Vanille. So yeah, setup is correct, should be a second renew, buffing Snow, and then we go for the stagger. Looks pretty good. Yeah, that should be a kill now.
Yeah, it's fine.
So
no
both-
adrenaline, but whatever.
Post stagger, when he's on the ground, we start with 3 blitzes. When he's on the ground, Vanille will do a single D-Protect cast after the 3rd blitz. And then we go into aggression, which is having Snow and Saz both in commandos. And then you do a lot of damage. Like now look at the damage at 700% chain on his HP gate. And as I said, for both Saz and Snow, the damage is already halved. Like we would normally do double the damage if he didn't have the resistance. So this is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah,
And
one
since
blitz
he's
from
on the
Saz.
ground, since he's on the ground, he's doing nothing, and you just easily kill him in one step. From 2
Also,
million
I'd like to point out that one blitz from Saz right now is doing more damage than the damage cap.
Yeah,
Also, why is he getting up already?
I think it's because
He
Snow
brought
took
up
so
the
long to
stun lock.
punch.
yeah, it doesn't matter generally, but
It does lose you a bit of time.
it's quite crazy because this boss is really strong if we let him do his moves. The thing is, in the speedrun, we just stagger him before he's getting dangerous, because he starts doing his dangerous moves a bit after a minute and a half into the fight, at which point we already have him staggered. And then we just never let him live after that, right? So that way you just kill him before he gets dangerous.
Yeah, if you fail to kill,
But the
then it gets
ridiculous
dangerous.
The ridiculous part is just that the damage is halved and we still do that much damage on him, right? So that's just how strong buffs and debuffs are in combination with equipment upgrades, because as you saw throughout the entire run, like Zero took only a single optional fight for CP purpose. So offensively, I think we're actually stronger than the majority of casual players at this point. It's just the defense that is a bit weak because of the Crystarium development.
Yeah, we go really heavy into offensive optimization. We don't really do defensive stuff besides what we get naturally. With a few exceptions, like getting black belt and then dive and bang we get. We don't really use much defensive gear. Like, for example, both Snow and Saz right now only have Warriors wristbands. They have no defensive gear whatsoever. Vanille's the only one with defensive gear. And that's because we don't really
Yeah, but
care
that-
about her magic.
Yeah, exactly. That's because Vanille just needs to live to get heals and debuffs in, and that's it.
Yeah.
Or some chain.
Also, I got the long turn on the elevator. I'm sad. For some reason, after that
Yep.
cutscene, you get off that elevator. Sometimes they'll give you that long turning animation. Sometimes they won't. I think it loses like 2 seconds if you get the long turning animation. Run this
It
curve.
loses 2 seconds and it loses part of my will to live.
I mean, doesn't every FF13 run do that?
Fair point.
By the way, this is one of my favorite themes in the game.
Yeah, Airbuff theme is amazing. Dust to dust. I think like this, and like I think a big part of me running this game is because of how good Airbuff music is.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like I used to like.
you barely hear it.
No, yeah, but like the whole
problem, right?
reason I was into FF13 speedrunning in general was because I used to love like to just like watch Logic run. And like I didn't understand the run mechanics. I'd only played the game once casually, but like it's just such a nice game to listen to and just like sit and enjoy.
Yeah, the OST is great, but that's for the entire trilogy. Like, all 3 games have good OST, I think.
Besides that one Demon Chocobo song in 13.2, I agree.
Excuse you, that's the best song in the game.
No, that-
I'm actually also not the biggest fan of that one, honestly.
That is the
What is
only
wrong with
song
you
I
two?
dislike. But I actively dislike that song. And I like rock and like stuff like that. It's just that one grates me.
How? How can you not love this song? I do not understand.
It's just it's not good. It's just like it feels too loud and it's lacking in substance.
It
in my
should be
opinion.
loud.
I also thought the standard boss theme that they have in the early game is also a bit too rocky for like a Final Fantasy, but yeah.
That I don't remember having any like problems with. That's literally just a one song. The rest of it OST for the
Speaking
whole
of,
series is bangers.
I explained a bunch of fights in a row. I guess you can do like part 2 then M again.
Part 2 is a great one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that can happen in that fight. We probably won't even see all of them. Like, the general structure of the fight is mostly the same as usual, except that we have to do him in 2 styles because he has a lot of HP and he is going to do like... is that a head? Yeah, I think that's the head split.
I guess before that, we need to go for the phase through though. Sorry.
Oh yeah, true.
That happens now.
Oh, you guys didn't even talk about Secret Bridge, which is also really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody
These
cares about
dodges
the
are
dodge.
really cool.
The dodge is free.
But the next dodge is
Yeah.
cool because Z0 cancels this in front, and that is like, look at what he's doing after the fight, and I guess after that we explain it. But check what Vitala's doing. Like, we retry in front, so that means we respawn in front of him, not behind him, like we used to do for cancels. But Zero doesn't care. Just go through him because he's non-existent.
Enemies
And
aren't
that
real
is
if I
kind of
don't
funny.
believe in them.
Yeah, and that is something that for some reason only works on PC consistently. It can work on console, but unlikely. It has something to do with after retrying a fight, there's a very brief window where the enemies are there visually, but their hitboxes are not there yet. And we just make use of that. There's another instance in chapter 12. You have like a bit less than half a second or something.
Wow.
So you can just cancel from the front and then just phase through him. The second time you see that is in chapter 12.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, I even tried to play it
Yeah.
safer and go all the way right, and the vampire just completely blocked it.
I also don't know why on console it is not really that consistent. Either the hitbox loads in quicker on console, or like the time until you retry the fight is a bit slower. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like
on
I don't
console it's
know.
not consistent.
I feel like the
Alright.
hitbox becomes like real a little bit faster on console, and it's just enough to make
And
it
now
not
bar
work.
2. I just wanted to throw in the face before that.
Okay, part 2. We use an H-Ball for this fight because we need all of the defensive buffs. He inflicts Curse a lot, so we want to have Vigilance, we want to have Veil to prevent him from inflicting a lot of debuffs. Veil is basically just a buff that reduces the chance of enemies inflicting debuffs on us. And yeah, we want to protect Inshell as well to just tank his attacks better because we are otherwise really frail at this point in the game. So, to start the fight, we want to see Imperial and Deep Protect. It's good that we got both already. We buff only Bravery on Snow. We do Bravery on Assassin, Face Case on Vanille because Snow attacks a lot faster, so for him to line up better, we just don't haste him. But yeah, we chain him, we stagger him, we have all the debuffs, usually with scopes so that Snow doesn't do any ruins, so we can maximize the damage. Then, once we're high enough chain, we go into Diversity for 1 string, and then Aggression and Tireless, we just between those two, with Stars and Snow both as commandos so that we can get the maximum possible damage. And now we have to pay attention to how much damage we deal to Bartan with going out of the stagger. We don't want to do the Laughter push because it's technically safer, but it loses like 10 to 15 seconds. So something we do here now is, okay, we get Apoptosis, this is what we want to see. So we get out the Summon, and we want to use the Gestalt mode to dodge Apoptosis. So Apoptosis is a move that removes all of our buffs, and we definitely do not want to get hit by that. So what we do is just like the same thing that we would have otherwise done on Sid, but we didn't do because we didn't have to do the backup there. But basically we just enter Gestalt mode and do the finisher immediately to get out of Gestalt mode quickly. We just want to do that to dodge the move so that we keep all of our buffs. since our buffs have a duration, we just go into Guerrilla again quickly with Saz as a synergist so we can buff our haste again so they don't run out. We also rebuff Vigilance since he did curse Saz. So for second phase, it's mostly the same. We chain again, we want to get Deep Protect and Imperil again. Imperil was a bit late, but hopefully it should still be fine. We use the Elixir to get back full HP as well as our TP. So this is one of the Elixirs that we use in the run, because we did one renew in phase 1. That cost 2 TP, the summon after that cost another 3 TP, so we have no TP anymore, so we have to use the Elixir to not only get our health back, but also the TP. That gave us the full 5 TP for phase 2. And we use the 2 renews as well as shifting again, more or less the same, to survive all of his attacks as well as possible and deal as much damage as quickly as possible and just kill him. And yeah, explanation was a bit longer than the fight itself. There's a lot to explain in this fight.
I'm sorry, I should have went
It's so
slower.
hard to explain it properly, but it's basically just like what happened there was what we want to see, and the fight has potential to go completely out of hand if he inflicts a lot of bad debuffs.
Yeah, this was a more or less standard fight. He could have done a Pain on Sazor Snow, it would have been bad. He could have done a Fog on Sazor Neil, it would have been bad. He could have Dazed as well. All of these abilities are, or debuffs rather, are debuffs that prevent characters from doing certain actions, and we would have had to use specific items to cure those debuffs, and yeah, it would have been just, it would have derailed the fight slightly to a lot, depending on how much and how exactly or when exactly all of those happened, but we had a good fight. So moving on, we have one of the 2 fights in this game now that we start with an Eidolon in Gestalt mode. Yeah, I don't know, it's a very easy fight. It's a War Mech tier fight, basically.
One thing we did different though, did we do that all the time, is 2 times down? Or was it just an accident?
I did 2 times down? I don't think I did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
I
did
think
2 in
it
the
was
fight. Like, don't you always?
No, I saw that the move he did was normal, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Maybe I didn't pay attention exactly, okay. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, we won at the
thought there were
start and
2
1 at 18 just all points.
I thought there were 2 back-to-back, maybe I just like blanked out. I mean, for me it's late.
No, fair enough.
Go to bed, Kaya.
After this.
I'll try to go fast so you can sleep.
Hey, you're not doing too bad so far.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been a
no
very
5-hour
good
run today.
You have the Decept 2 in chapter 12, so... I think this get actually 26 if you get a clean 12 and 13, honestly. And that was slow farm.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, it can.
But we'll see. 426 as a reference is currently mine and M's PB, which are 2nd and 3rd place, so this would be absolutely bonkers if he gets that in a marathon. But yeah.
I think that just means that we need to up our game.
Oh,
Yeah,
these-
we're bad.
Our PBs suck.
They really don't. They like to... Wow. Lovely game. They like to say that, but like any sub 430 is good. Like a 426 is
Yeah,
an
it
amazing
is.
run.
I think everything 426 and better is really amazing, yeah.
Wow.
Especially considering my run was done with like 40 seconds less time save than I can do nowadays. What the hell are you doing?
I was gonna try to do a
Well-
Decep Plus. I guess there isn't a real point, honestly.
Rip 426.
It's not that bad with my mods. No, the freaking Sanctum walked back into me when I was passing.
Top 13, it's fine.
Welcome to the worst part of chapter 12, these dog dodges, but you get a good pattern, I think.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was
I
pretty
got
fine.
lucky with those at
course.
least.
Yeah.
The Templar was
But
the
you're-
problem.
Yeah. And now is actually the fight where we benefit from the Deceptor Soul. So when we wouldn't have a bonus Deceptor Soul, this is the fight that you would do without preempt, and without preempt this fight loses you between 30 and 40 seconds in the fight. And you have to retry the fight because you want your Decept back. So you have a total of like 40 to 50 second time loss by not having the Deceptor Soul, which is what we pretty much save in chapter 2, so then you go up even. Zero has the Decept. With the Decept, we just take the preempt, stagger him, do 2 Thunderbolts in Odin Gestalt mode, and just finish the fight.
That was
And
almost a
have
bit
the-
bad because
the-
Lightning got stuck turning, even though my whole setup revolves around her not getting stuck turning.
But that fight we pretty much have, well, in this run we have the full time save minus 5 seconds or something, but pretty much the full time save from skipping the Decept farm in Chapter 2. And we would have a slightly different strat if we wouldn't have the Decept here, because then you do this with no preempt. And now there's a bunch of menuing again, mainly Crystarium and equipment reshuffle and paradigm setup for the next fight.
You have to be
that
really
has
careful
a new
here,
strat.
because a Crystarium mistake here can more or less ruin your run. Like,
Yeah, especially if you haven't saved before
Hold
that.
down, you fucking idiot.
that's in my notes for anyone wondering, because I have lost like at least 3 world record runs to like spacing out and going the wrong way in Snow Crystarium.
Doing a Crystarium mistake at this point is really bad. At least if you do it in Saz and Snow Crist. Vanille Crist doesn't matter too much, I guess, but
It's kind of hard to mess her up. It's like you don't really have a good way to go to really mess her up in a way where you can't recover it. Well, like
Yeah.
Snow, you can go too far in Ravager, or like go the wrong way. Oh, what am I doing? Or you can go the wrong way in Saz and not get Cold Blood before PC1, and all of those would lose major amount of time.
What do you mean? It's totally normal to get Firaga on Saz here.
I haven't tried that strat yet.
yeah.
I'll do that next run.
one thing to pay attention to on the next enemy that you'll see barely at the end of the fight if Zero doesn't mess it up is that the next type of enemy is technically a two-phase fight, which is a Behemoth King. He starts on all 4 feet and then he stands up on 2, transforms, gets like a razor blade or something like that. And
He becomes a barber.
yeah,
Oh.
and he regenerates his HP completely. We don't want to see that, especially because he's getting way stronger in that form, so we want to kill him before the transformation. You cannot kill him before the transformation, but you can kill him before it's done. So that's why when he's dying, you'll see him transform, but he doesn't regenerate his HP anymore. Pretty much. It is winnable if he stands up, but you need to get very lucky that Snow has enough HP, that he's targeting only Snow, and all of that.
It's also
Okay.
a bit of a newer strat, so at this point we shift into premeditation, which is not necessarily the optimal paradigm. Like if we had a gorilla, so we had that paradigm basically, but with Snow as a Ravager instead of Sentinel, I'll be maybe a bit better for chaining. But we go into premeditation a bit earlier, one more time, so that we can get some more debuff casts from Vanille, because the important part in this fight is basically just getting Deep Protect and Imperil as fast as possible on this Behemoth King, while you buff up Snow and Saz.
That was almost bad. I thought I saw Deep Protect, but that was not there yet.
I also thought that was D-Shell that was instant-inflicted.
Yeah.
Best case is you actually kill this guy before he's doing Hurl, but he's doing Hurl now, but it's okay. It should be
When you
standard
kill.
around 1 minute. But now with the 2 blitzes and all of buffs and debuffs, you can see he's transforming, but he's dying before it's finished, and then it's fine.
Yeah, the problem with that fight
It's generally,
is... Yeah, I was
it's
gonna
generally
say,
the safest option to retry the fight when he's finishing the transformation before you can kill him. As I said, you can win the fight. I had a run where I won the fight after he was transforming, but I got hella lucky there, and you shouldn't really take the risk, I guess.
I have never won it. I've never really tried, to be honest.
You can win it when he's targeting Snow like 3 or 4 times in a row and Snow is healthy enough and you are close enough that Blitz hits a lot. But it's a bit random. So
He also uses
because
the
he
debuffs,
keeps the
if I
chain,
remember
right?
correctly.
It's not a chain reset, like he keeps the chain,
Yeah.
so you do a lot of damage if you're close to him.
Yeah, but I think he clears the debuff, so you have to re-debuff, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Fight the giant
So
turtle.
good news, Zero did not forget to get Cold Blood.
Or
What
cancel
does
the
Cold Blood
Decept.
do, you may ask. Well, or forget to cancel the Decept, true.
Despite the lack of reminders.
Nobody has ever forgotten that before.
Yeah, especially
So-
not in a marathon run.
So an explanation for Cold Blood has been demanded. Now that we have gotten it, I can actually explain that. Basically, Cold Blood is an ability that we'll use for 2 things, mainly one of them. So we'll mainly use this for chaining really, really high when the enemy is staggered. When the enemy is not staggered, then it will basically not do anything. Like you'd get a bunch of hits in, and on one specific fight we'll use this for interruption because it's like a lot of quick hits in a row. But mainly we'll use this for chaining staggered enemies, because it'll chain a lot higher than just regular spells or strikes. And that will come in handy against the very next fight, well, as well as the fight after that. So basically the two Proudclad fights. Because both of those are immune to Imperil, and I think they also have elements. So for the start of the fight, we'll be using still Fire Thunder, as we usually do for chaining. But once we get him close to get staggered, what we want to do is to just spam Cold Blood. And we'll do like 2 of them for this fight. And after that we'll just get into Cerberus and hopefully deal enough damage to kill him. So start of the fight is, you know, what we usually do. Get some chain duration with our Wrath buff and Blitz. We buff up Saz and Snow with Bravery Haste. We throw a Lever Scope. A bit more chaining. We'll Faith Haste Vanille as well. Also mix in a bit of healing because otherwise it gets a bit sketchy if he hard targets Saz, which, you know, happens a bit too often for my liking. And yeah, now we are in Tri-Disaster and we want to start our Cold Bloods here. So at this point we want to go back into Thaumaturgy and get the refresh as well as the Ready Animation cancel and Cold Blood again and go back to Tri-Disaster. This is like the optimal pattern to get enough healing as well as the most chain possible. Saz HP looks a bit sketchy, but it hopefully is still fine. He is dropping a bit
If he's
low.
not hard targeting, it should be okay. Yeah.
Big F.
Yeah,
But 0 is
I don't like
me,
this.
so it should be fine.
Maybe you can throw the potion at the end.
I'm not a fan of that. I don't think it does anything.
That's
We should be
150 HP, but yeah.
Not even close, baby.
See, his name is not MMM, so he did not
Oh
get
my
fucked by
God.
Proudclad 1.
I don't know what you
not
guys
even
are worried
close.
about. That fight is free.
So I said earlier the strat is pretty consistent, and that is true. The strat is pretty consistent. The problem is you just saw there how likely you can still die when he's just hard targeting Saz.
Yeah, it's basically the only way that you really die on this fight. Which
Okay.
happens more to some people than to others.
Well, I think yours a lot of the times were skill issues where you could have probably killed faster by
Yeah.
messed up a shift or something, and then
I honestly think it's weird that you die by far the most there. I don't die as often as you, and Zero also
To be
doesn't
fair, I
die
haven't died in a while.
I think Kai is the
Yeah,
luckiest
I
one there because he goes for
I
cursed
around my bad
strats.
luck on PC1.
I basically never die there.
Yeah, and you go for Try D instead of Bomb sometimes after Malevolence, which I never
Yeah,
do.
sometimes, but
I
only
don't
when
do
I'm
that
green.
anymore.
I'm only doing that when all 3 are green at that point. Though.
Oh yeah, I've done it
If
before when
if
all
one
3
is
are green
yellow-
too, and I die. So
Really? Okay. Generally, I still do the normal strat, like the Tri-D one is kind of rare.
I like this really late stop.
yeah, that's why I like doing the Ruin there, because if you get that pattern, it's nice to stay in the air longer.
Alright,
So
this
anyway,
guy.
this is a giant turtle. We're
Pretty
going to
much
fuck turtle.
We chain a bit, we summon to get an ATB refresh, we chain until stagger pretty much, and after stagger Zero just fills the gap with a few more spells until he's doing a stomp. Because there's a glitch in this fight when you immediately wheelie toward him, or I don't think it's a glitch, but depending on how his head position is when you wheelie, you can drift off to one of the sides and then your entirety of the spin freezes that you do afterwards will just whiff. But we want all of the spin freezes to hit. And there are 2 ways to guarantee that. Way 1 is do the Gestalt animation or start it while he's mid-stomp. That's what we do nowadays. What we used to do is we waited for his head to bounce down, because his head bounces a bit up and down. That was just like a tiny bit slower, but both of these ways ensure that your spin freezes after the wheelie will hit, and then you just kill him with doing spin freezes until the end and then max out chain with the finisher. Only works because he's weak to ice as well. I think without that it wouldn't work with Shiva, or at least not like that. But it's pretty neat. You can do this fight with Hekaton and Lightning as well, and even with Alexander, but all of the others have disadvantages. Like Hekaton and Alex are just way slower, especially with the setup we have of our party. Doing it with Lightning is actually faster in the fight, but requires extra menuing and is way more dangerous because Lightning is not really developed at all anymore since Chapter 9. So Snow is just like the safest option. I think it's around 5 seconds slower than Lightning in the fight, potentially, but much safer and less menuing, so all in all, lightning would maybe save you a total of 2 to 3 seconds, potentially, for having a way riskier fight, so no reason to do that.
Yeah, that would be the case if it wasn't for all the extra menuing. As well as she has to get accessories for the fight, because the current
Yeah.
equipment that we have for Bulwarker would not work for this fight, so...
I don't know if it's possible with Bahamut consistently with any percent setup. I don't know if he's strong enough at that point, I haven't tried.
Not that Sharky. I think when he did runs, he did Bahamut kill it.
I think
Well,
he did the Hackathon actually, because that used to
the
be
thing
the older one.
The thing with Bahamut is that you don't even have Router on Fang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how it worked, but I know it's been done.
100%.
In the end, Odin is the fastest in the fight, but requires extra menuing and is more risky because Lightning is way lower developed than Snow, so we just do it with Snow and Shiva. Because, yeah, all in all, overall, it's roughly the same speed with a much safer fight than doing it with Odin.
You'd have to ask Log Grudon. I figure if anyone knows how to deal with Hope, it's him.
Yeah, Log posted actually a video of an Alex Khaled in the Discord.
I must have missed that one. Or maybe I forgot about it. It's been a while, probably.
Anyways, we have a very cool dodge coming up, which we specifically did a party swap for, to Vanille. Because her hitbox basically just works the best for this. We don't know why exactly, but we just tried out...
We know why. It's
different
because
ways
Saz and Snow are big boys. And Vanille isn't. It's pretty
facts.
self-explanatory.
Vanille's a big girl.
She's got the
anyways.
wide skirt, but she's still a lot thinner and like shorter. Oh, I guess the height doesn't really matter for this, but she still takes up a lot less width than Saz and Snow.
Yeah, but basically this is more or less the same principle as the Vitala phase that we did in Chapter 11 just before Bartleby 2. But it's slightly different in that we have to actually turn the analog sticks for this one, so it's a bit more difficult to execute. But if executed correctly, this is a 100% consistent dodge with no RNG whatsoever, unlike the old one that we used to do with the party swap where we had to rely on Snow doing his job, which is obviously a big mistake. So basically we just walk into these two guys that are completely blocking the way, and if executed correctly, this happens. And we just get past them and we don't have to fight them, and yeah, it's really nice and fast.
Yeah, it's a little bit faster than the old one, but the nice thing is just you can get unlucky with like Snow not dragging him out. It worked like 95% of the time with Snow, but like why go for 95% when you can go for 100% sort of deal? And then you get Vanille hitbox for the other dodges too, which is better.
But you can be bad, like certain runners, and fail this first try all the time.
I mean, I feel like that runner would
that's
probably just
cool
have to
with you.
practice it more, you know?
I get it second try all the time, sometimes first try.
Might be
Sometimes
having
I also
issues with
fail
your
it first
lineup.
try. Yeah.
I think the camera changes slightly after the second retry.
I think it just depends on how you run into him. Like, you could have the same setup every time, or it could be slightly different depending on how you move.
But
Nice.
yeah, that and the Vitala in Chapter 11 are the two instances where we just abuse the slight delay of the hitbox load, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, those are fairly new discoveries too. I think it's like, well, not that new. It's probably like it's definitely over a year old now. Less than 2 years old.
I mean, the fact we can do that is known for a while, just no one really trusted to do it in runs.
I didn't know about the phase through thing until I found the Vitala setup. Like, I figured you can get through them a little bit, but it's like there's no practical application.
Yeah, personally I also only discovered with Vitala phase that this is a thing you can do.
And then
think
the
Hiroshi
Japanese
messed
runners
around
team
with
up with
that.
H&T, which props, because that is a very
Yeah.
cool setup.
But yeah, coming towards the later half of Chapter 12, the last really bad dodges, more or less. After this, it's pretty much just Proudclad 2. Which, for a top runner, honestly, I think is less dangerous than Proudclad 1, which is a bit funny. But
Factually correct statement.
I think they're about the same.
yeah, I think it's less dangerous. I mean, I wouldn't say it's easier, it's just less dangerous.
I have no idea how to play
Then
this. This is
PC1.
so weird.
When you learn the game, PC2 is really hard to learn, but when you're good at the game, PC2 is not that super hard to execute anymore, and then like the RNG that PC1 has comes in. I think that's how I see it.
PC1 is like quote-unquote easy because you play it the same way every time for the most part. Sometimes you have to make small adjustments, but it's more or less follow the script and you'll be okay. Whereas PC2,
Unless
there's a
you
lot
get
of
wrecked.
intricate timing to it. Well, there can be a lot of intricate timing to it.
Dude, it's just pray that SAS doesn't get hard targeted.
I mean, PC2 is definitely the mechanically more demanding fight, and also the harder to do fight. But that's why I said, like, when you're good at the game, you don't really notice that it's super hard anymore.
When you're good at the
And
game,
then-
you don't really feel the
still
difference
notice it.
anymore. You just execute
Yeah.
and don't really think about it too much.
I think there's one really hard part. It's not always happening, but like when you have the relentless shift with Snow, in a way where he doesn't get racked but also doesn't jump back. I think that's very difficult. It's like a
That
10-frame
specific
window.
timing is a bit difficult,
Or
yeah.
or how to handle a lot of early physicals. That's also really bad. But yeah. Especially if he killed Snow. I had a fight not so long ago where he killed, like, he did 4 physicals in a row and Snow just died.
Really? I think that's
was
just a
funny.
retry. That's how you handle that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, it was impossible to win. He was just like, physical, Snow dead.
Did he have like a
Okay,
weird
good.
first shift or something? Because I feel like you should stagger before he can do 4.
I have to rewatch that if I still find it. It was not that long ago. I don't know if it was on stream though. Oh, it could have been also practice.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing that, but I don't know.
It can happen. I saw it a few times. Lucha had something like that as well years ago, where he got like 4 or 5 physicals in a row on Snow.
Let's get physical. Physical.
But yeah, last upgrade of the run. We upgrade Power Glove that we just picked up to max, and then we use a Skull-Tide on a Warrior's Wristband to get another Power Glove from that. Dismantle a Doctor's Coat and the Goddess's Favor that we got from Bar 2. And then we're good for PC2. Pretty much. Well, I guess you dismantled the ribbon too, but that is just like for selling components.
Money.
Yup, money for chapter 13. Alright, now get a bunch of crysts, change the paradigms, and then we're on PC2, which is the, as I said, definitely way harder to execute fight, especially if you start out. But I still think it's less dangerous, because you should never really die on it, unless you get completely wrecked and have to retry it. Whereas on PC1 you can actually die, but if you don't, then it's easy.
Just don't die, forehead.
But yeah, the
Sounds
way
simple
PC2
enough.
works is a 2-phase fight. Phase 1, we just want to get to roughly 70% of his HP to trigger the limiters that he deactivates. Then he's debuffing himself, and then we stagger him and kill him in second stagger. That's the general idea. How it works exactly is we do Cold Blood mainly for chaining, because it increases the chain a lot post-stagger. While we do that, Snow is doing launch attempts all the time. They will not launch while Cold Blood's animation is going, so what Zero has to do is he has to time Snow's strings in a way that you still get a lot of launch attempts at the end or after Cold Blood's animations, so that they can actually launch. Each launch during Cold Blood's animation is impossible to launch. I don't even know why Snow attempts the launch then if he cannot launch anyways, but he's doing it, so...
Because he has negative IQ.
Yeah. So what he's doing at the start is just an attack blitz into Ravager for duration, and then we go into our first Cold Blood for the fast stagger, because PC2 actually has a pretty low stagger threshold. Same as PC1, which at like 180% or something, or 150. So yeah, first Cold Blood. The aim now is to time Snow's string to be roughly at the end of Saz's Cold Blood, and now Snow should launch. Alright, there we go. Then a second Cold Blood to increase chain, keep him midair. Meanwhile, Snow and Vinny attack as well, and after this, Zero is going to use a Renew, and then does another third Cold Blood to maximize the chain. And at the end of the third Cold Blood, he's going to Cerberus again. Well, in this case, he's doing it earlier because Snow sucked. But normally, you do it at the very end, and then Snow launches again. And now we just keep him mid-air, damage him a bit, alternate with Snow and Vanille so that he's not on the ground until we hit the damage threshold. And that is phase 1. Then once he's on the ground, Zero is doing attack blitz for duration, goes into Mystic Tower, so Snow is a sentinel, we take reduced damage. And now we have to see what he's doing. If he's doing on Eric Maelstrom, that's the fastest he can do. He's doing it, renew buffer through it. and after this we increase the chain, go into Cold Bloods again, and do the same as we did in phase 1 pretty much. Time the shifts to not have Snow have low chances for launching.
Should be good.
Go here. This is the most important one. He did it. Alright, should be a fine fight. Second Cold Blood, and then after this third Cold Blood to maximize chain, Snow needs to launch one more time, and then we go into Cerberus, which has all three in commando and blitz him down. It's pretty textbook fight so far. There are scenarios where he's not doing an Eric Maelstrom immediately at the halfway point, then we have to slightly delay the renew a bit until he's doing it. There's also a chance that either to an execution mistake or bad luck, Zero needs to extend the stagger here to be able to kill him, which is a mechanic that we don't need much but can make use of. Which basically means that when stagger is running out, or close to running out, you can use Cold Blood's animation to keep the enemy staggered, because the stagger will only run out after Cold Blood's animation finished. That is some neat way to get some extra damage into stagger in. But that fight didn't need it, that was a pretty textbook fight. 202 is pretty standard. You can get a sub 2 in a ridiculously good fight, but around 2 minutes to 205 is what you usually see.
So
Yeah,
to
that was
require
good.
like no on Eric generally, which is
I hope I
unusual.
explained it pretty good, but it's kind of hard to explain on the fly, especially if the fight goes as explicit. But yeah, what makes that fight hard is more or less the launch timings, because as I said, during Cold Blood animation, launches are impossible, but you also have to play around Snow a lot. Like, I personally watch like 9 out of 10 times I look at Snow in that fight, so...
Yeah, Snow's the most important one to keep an eye on that fight. Good thing about PC2, he just dropped the shop that allows us to just buy Shrouds, so any of the shots that we use from this point on, we don't have to bother to farm them, we don't have to bother to get any accessories that we can dismantle to get more Shrouds, we can just buy all of them at this point. And that's pretty great.
Do that immediately.
Yup. We waste no time. Here we just do a little bit more of that Crystarium stuff, and we also equip an extra warriors on Saz, because we unlock an extra accessory slot for him. So just more maximizing the strength, nothing too special. I think at this point we have every strength accessory equipped that we got throughout the run, obviously except for the power wristband, because we sold that.
Yeah, after this menu, Saz gets the last one now.
Yeah. And we also changed Vanille to be the party leader, because for the next 2 fights, it is actually optimal to have her as the party leader instead of Saz. So the next
Blitz are not important, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, we mostly want her Eidolon for the next fight, and after that we want to just
Let's
have her as a
go!
debuffer.
Yes!
Holy
Oh,
shit, okay.
I know what happened. So look at what happens now. So what happened there is a glitch that we don't know exactly what triggers it, but basically when you do the menu at a specific time while Vanille jumps up, the game locks her in that position, even though you continue a bit after that. So what happens is the game, after the cutscene skip, still thinks Vanille is down there and not up where the cutscene was skipped, so then it just like pulls her immediately down with like a huge jump like
What am I
that.
doing?
Unfortunately, we don't have a consistent way of doing that. If you get it, it saves you like 4 seconds. Zero skillfully ruined it immediately by failing this dodge, but he got that time saved earlier at least.
Yeah, I'm trolling. I did it wrong on the first try and the retry. Okay.
It's fine, Zero's just trying to not humiliate me by beating my PB on a no reset in a marathon, it's fine. It's calculated.
Oh man, he's on to me.
But yeah, jokes aside, this like we call this amazing flying Vanille, and it's not only with Vanille, it's like generally also you can also have it the reverse way with Saz later on or before Tiamat, where you want to jump up, skip the jump a bit with a party change, and it jumps down again. That is a bit annoying. But yeah, somehow it basically locks Vanille in that position and pulls her down. Much quicker than running down. On PC, it's actually really rare. It's like, I don't know, 1 in 100 or something. It's really rare on PC. On console, it happens a bit more often.
It's like one.
I've only had that happen to me once, and I think Kaya still never, right?
Really?
I had it on PC before.
Oh,
I just haven't
Okay,
had
never
it
mind.
in a long time.
yeah, it's not very common.
And I had a streak on console where I got it 3 runs in a row. That was funny.
Wow,
But on
you're
console
cheating.
it happens more often.
We gotta run more console.
You guys must be doing it wrong. I get it like 50% of the time. I'm kidding. It's like 10%.
Linux stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not a 1 in 100, but a 5 in 100. I don't know. It's a really low chance on PC.
Yeah, it's like 5-10% chance or something like that on PC. There is like some timing / skill to it, but it's still wildly inconsistent. Like we have some ideas on
Yeah,
what gives you better chances, but like jumping,
You
like
ju-
say
you
doing the
just
menu in the
probably-
middle,
You just probably have to hit 1 or 2 frames
Yeah.
out of 60.
something like
And
that.
on console, it's out of 30. So
Okay, so this is B and J. If you keep both of them alive, they're just like healing each other, so you don't have to have both of them alive. So what we're going to do is target Bandersnatch first, and we're going to just land Imperil so we can chain quickly, and what we want to do is to just get out Hecaton, summon him, chain him a little bit, and just finish her immediately. Basically, we have really good chains, so I think we probably don't need any Force Blasters or any other moves before the finisher. Yeah, 500% chain looks really good. So
just
we
looking
just
for the
finish her. Yeah. Something that can happen is that after that, the other one, Jabberwocky, just does an immediate Breath of the Beast, which is his strongest move. Hopefully we don't see that. We need like 3 or 4 strings to stagger him now. So hopefully we don't see him targeting Vanilla or Stats. Hopefully he targets Snow. That's like the best case scenario, because Snow would not get interrupted and shot into the ground.
Great fight.
Okay, that's actually perfect. So we can just go back to try D. We have Deflect and Poison on him. It's very good, it's all the Evas that we need. He only even did 2 Stomps. It's actually a great fight.
yeah.
So now we can just keep doing strikes with Snow and Sass, keep him stunlocked with Poison with Vanille, and we can just come off for a strike here for the kill, or use attacks if needed. But yeah, that was a really solid fight.
Yeah, best I've seen in a while. I almost never get Imperil in that fight, which loses you like 10 to 15 seconds, so this was a nice change of pace.
Also, level 2 Gestalt doesn't really matter if you have higher chain.
Yeah.
I think the threshold is level 2 still kills when you're at above 485% or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's what I look
And,
for.
and he had 500, so
Yeah. The level 3 is
At
like
that point, it didn't
440, I
matter.
think.
Yeah, about 480 is what you need.
425 is with level 3.
Yeah, is that enough?
Yeah, that is enough.
That's good to know. That still scares me. I don't know. I need to like look at those thresholds a bit more than
I
I
mean,
do.
so far it was enough at least. Maybe it has a damage roll, I don't know. But 425 is what I want to have with level 3.
So we get
Which
a
makes
kind of-
sense because it's around 60% less than you have, and with 485 it's the 60. So
Nailed it. This D-sub cancel is kind of cool in that we cancel the moment we exit the battle zone by running into his leg. So it's a really
Yeah.
fast D-sub cancel.
that's the fastest in the run, which is why we don't care to do this.
Yeah. Before, runners would try to get free D-subs so they didn't have to cancel there, but like we realized if you can do a D-sub cancel that quickly, it's actually faster to just go 2 D-subs and not do extra stuff to get that third D-sub.
It used to be 3 chests, I think, that we grabbed to get the 30 sept. So yeah, 3 chests are 10
Wow.
seconds. This cancel saves a bit more than 10 seconds. So
Oh,
That's
not
just
pretty-
time loss.
Yeah, it depends on like where your
Anyways.
money's at. There was a little chart you would follow to see what you needed to grab.
yeah. All right, Vladislaus pretty quickly explained. What Zero
I
looks
don't
out
like
for
this.
is he's wanting to get D-Protect. Sass is buffing Endfire on all 3. Vladislaus generally does 2 attacks into Mounting Contempt. Mounting Contempt, we want to have him hit on Snow, because if that is on Vanilla Sass, we're pretty much dead. So Zero should go to Sentinel soon, I guess. There's the D-Protect. Also, Mounting Contempt has a chance of removing D-Protect. That's also something we have to look out for, which he did do there, so we have to re-inflict it. Nice. And outside of that, we just basically play the medic. So just renew in tireless strings with Vinny. Like, pretty straightforward fight, still has potential to troll you a lot, unfortunately. Especially if D-Protect just doesn't want to get inflicted. Like,
Yeah,
that was
this one in
not
spite
a
of-
great fight, for example. Like,
Yeah.
a 50 is not good. You want to see a 4x. But
It's
It was a
okay
bit
when
slow,
I
but
didn't
in
get D-Protect from the first string, which generally when that happens,
Yeah.
it bleeds you a lot of time.
It's fine for no D-Protect.
yeah, that was a bit trolly.
Other than the D-Protect, it was a fine fight.
Alright, next fight is the coolest in the run. Haha.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Unless it goes
highest
wrong.
favorite fight, right after the 2 bombs.
So this fight has a history that on world record pace it goes really bad.
For some people more
For
than
me at
others.
least. Yeah, I can't wait for the next time I'm on a world record pace going into it. But yeah. Generally still a pretty cool strat. Because that is the fight that we were talking about hours ago, that we purposely get a low duration first stagger. Because one thing we haven't explained about Cold Blood is it chains really high, but it basically gives 0 duration. So when we do it before stagger, we're not increasing the duration with it, and we make use of that on purpose to get a low duration first stagger. Because the fight in phase 2, he's going on the ground, and then we can actually debuff him. In phase 1, we cannot debuff him. And that way we want to get rid of the first stagger ASAP, and then get to debuffing him for the second stagger, and then kill him the second stagger. That is the general idea.
Yeah, I have a lot of like
like 0.1 duration. It's more than 0. pretty
Yeah,
sure.
it's not exactly 0. It's basically 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a lot less than actual spells, of course. I think those are like 1 second. But yeah,
It's
for the actual fight, we just insta-shift here and immediately start cold-blooding. And we basically just do like 2 cold bloods, and hopefully he only gets off like 1 or 2 ice grenades, and hopefully they don't slow. So we really just don't want to see haste being removed. So
Should be good.
we do the Libra. Does he do a second ice grenade? He doesn't. We've interrupted. Okay. So this is a good start so far. We do 1 shift to Smart Bomb and another to Try D. And this should get us the optimal stagger. We even get the stagger slowdown skip. Really good. So now I just do blitz. Yeah, we now do blitz attack to keep him interrupted. Shift to tireless. And now I just do a blitz blitz. And his stagger is basically already done, so we can move on to the second phase of the fight. You have to shift to Smart Bomb. He does Descent, so we can actually start debuffing him if he's no longer immune. And now we have to just play the pattern correctly so that we have Sass and Snow lined up to keep him interrupted forever.
Yeah, if the fight goes well, he never gets a move after he staggered him the first time.
Yeah, the problem is you need Vanille to inflict some debuffs to have this properly done.
That should work.
Normally.
Yeah, I think it's actually fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Deep Tech and Poison, and he's, yeah, it is fine. We do want Imperil still, but this should still be good. If we just get it here, we have a good fight.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
launch him.
there we go.
In comparison to the very old strats before Shirasu had that idea of doing the super fast first stagger, what we did was just to get a full duration first stagger and damage him to roughly half HP in the first stagger. So you got him to roughly half HP in the first stagger, staggered him again, and then killed him. What we do now, as you saw, we damage like maybe 10% of his HP in the first stagger, and then we just stagger him fast again with debuffs, and then kill him all the way in that. And that is like around 20 seconds faster than what it used to be. Like it was around 2 minutes all the time before. It's kind of nuts.
139 is pretty solid for this fight.
Yeah, that was good.
Especially considering debuffs were inflicting late. So
Yeah, if you get an early Imperil, then you can get like a 131, but we didn't have that, so this is completely fine.
Hey, 131's like all
Alright.
early debuffs. That's really insane. Honestly, you probably got a 129 once.
So Bard 3. Bard 3, last fight of the Bards. Technically
Nobody
hardest.
has ever lost the world record on Bard 3. Nobody.
On
ever.
PC, I think actually mechanically this is probably the easiest fight of the 3. It still has potential to go wrong, but I think Bard 2 and 1 are harder to execute on PC. But whatever, this is Bard 3, this is the last one. And what we want to do is we want to 1-stagger kill him. And at the start of the fight we get duration information. Either with Libra or Libra Scope. I don't know what Zero is doing, I haven't paid attention to
Libra.
how many
He's
Libra
doing the
Scopes.
optimal version.
Okay, yeah. So Libra to get information, save 1 Libra Scope by. This is actually optimal.
Oh
Get
wow,
duration
Shaz
going to
got
Smart Bomb.
owned.
And now we want Vanille to inflict Deep Protect and Imperil before we hit 230% chain roughly, and before 32 seconds of the fight. Because
Oh,
after
there you go.
32 seconds of the fight, Vanille is, well, not Vanille, Bard is doing Ultima. And Ultima is having a lot of damage variance, but it does a lot of damage potentially, and we want to have Fringe Ward for that, which is only possible if he's targeting Snow. We have the correct setup. After Ultima, we heal up, go into Cold Blood to increase the chain, and then we have to kill in that stagger, or we have a problem. So the way that happens is, at this point, he has a chance of doing Thanatosian Laughter at a specific time, with a variation of like 5 seconds. Zero is just doing blitzes with snow refreshes and Saz refreshes, hopes that the Laughter doesn't happen too late, and then we should be fine. Doing some shifts here to get some extra hits in with Snow while Saz charges ATB. That's a slight optimization. Laughter time is actually decent.
It's good
Should
timing,
get
yeah.
some of the second blitz. Yeah. Alright, smooth fight. And that's worked great. On console, this fight can be really sketchy because of 2 seconds less stagger time and Ultima happening earlier because of the battle timer differences, but that was a very good, smooth fight, and this is basically textbook part 3. And if it works like that, it's the easiest of the 3 in the speedrun. So, yeah.
It looked kind of sketchy at the start, because Saz got focused down to 1200 on the first string, and I still didn't have debuffs for like 2 strings, but it fixed itself.
I think you got them on the second string.
Yeah, I think
Alright.
the second string hit everything, like delayed, with like the last 3 spells.
One
Anyways,
thing that...
Orphan.
Yeah, okay, you go there.
The first thing we do on this fight, he's immediately going to do an attack that puts us at like 1% HP. So what we immediately do is just summon a Brynhilde just to tank that attack and be left with full HP because it immediately kills the summon. After that, we go into Malevolence before that actually just to skip the long shift animation. And now we start buffing up while shifting into Consolidation to tank his slaps because they deal a lot of damage. So we get just haste on Vanille. For Saz and Snow we want Vigilance to not get interrupted by his slaps when we do our blitzes or attacks respectively. We get haste, obviously, we get Bravery and Thunder because he's going to be weak to elements once he has Imperil. And this maxes out our physical damage for Saz and Snow. We have one Renew that we can still use before Stagger. We would like to get an actual debuff from Vanille. She only landed D-Shell so far. We do have the Stagger now though, so hopefully Vanille starts cooperating a bit better. I still only see D-Shell, that's not great. And we're cold-blooding, and we have really high chain, but still we need Poison and Imperil. We cannot win this fight without Poison and Imperil. I see Poison now, and we should be getting Imperil here. Okay. A bit late on the debuffs, but I think this should still be fine.
Yeah, we're okay.
So
Next
Deep
move would be
Imperil are
Progenital
going
Wrath.
to basically max out our damage. Poison is going to tick down slowly on Orphan, and it's going to be very important, especially for after Stagger. Because without Poison, I think we just cannot win the fight after Stagger because we can't tank his attacks for very long. And we need the Poison to just slowly tick down on him afterwards. You can try to go for like a damage push because around 40 or 30% of his HP, I'm not sure how much exactly, he is going to do like 40%. He does like a second Merciless Judgment and he does opposite extremes. We did get a halfway decent damage push, so that speeds up the fight by a lot. We aren't going to have the time to re-stagger him, but we're still going to just chain up like slightly to like 250-ish and just do some blitzes and attacks. We have one Renew to survive his attacks for just a little bit longer, and we probably just summon around here as he does Vile Exploitation because Vile Exploitation and an extra like laser orb thingy can kill Saz. So we just get out Brent for safety, because while the summon is out we can't die.
Good fight. It's like a
And
250.
that's actually the fight. That was a really fast Orphan.
Yep.
Yeah, 250. Well, maybe not really fast, but it was a very good Orphan still. That's pretty good. And
Alright,
now we have the
get
final
ready
fight of the
for
run.
time. Get
It's
ready
about a
for
minute
time.
from
Zero.
now.
Zero will call it, yes, but final fight of the run. Normally victory lap, you can die here occasionally, but shouldn't. So we're normally pretty safe. So what you do here at the start, you start with an attack for duration, that's enough, and then we go to Malevolence, buff haste on Vanille, on Saz, and haste and end spell on Snow. Doesn't matter which end spell, I think most runners do Frost, but it doesn't really matter. Then go to Try Disaster, get some chain in, go back to Malevolence, buff Saz with Bravery and end spell. Go back to Try Disaster, get more spells in, and then we go to Smart Bomb, use a Cold Blood before Stagger that we buffer into Stagger. And then we pray that Vanille gets Imperil and Deprotect fast, and when that happens we go into damage and just kill him off. B protect already inflicted early, so that should be a win. Alright,
Those
get
are
ready on
good
time.
debuffs.
Yeah, get ready on time, this is a win. Like, this is pretty much impossible to die because you can still renew. Could actually beat M's to B too. I think.
I think it's barely not beating it,
It's a
but
59
barely.
a minute.
This is by far the
59!
best marathon run
And
we have
time.
ever seen, like that for sure. Yeah, time.
Sorry, I was a little
is-
bit late on time because I was excited. I recognized the
What?
pattern. Sub 1 orphan.
What a great marathon run, holy crap.
This is literally just a few seconds behind my PB.
Really?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
426.49. Well, I
Let's
think
go.
48 because the split was a bit late. But 426.48.
Man, my PB is garbage.
No, this is just a good run. Stop saying that.
So this is currently less than 25 seconds behind second place, and that in a marathon. And for reference, the 25 seconds he lost just on Shroud Farms in Chapter 2. So technically this would have been a second place run if he did normal strats.
If I played a bit better too, it would have probably been a 425. There was definitely like a decent amount of mistakes in here.
This is by far the best marathon run ever.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think the best so far was like M's relay run with like a 435 or something.
Yeah, it's not even close.
So really, really great run.
We could add the setup and like the run that didn't happen to this run, and it would still be a good marathon run.
I mean, honestly, you would have been underestimated
Yeah.
if we had just the RTA run from the start. I think we had less than 20 minutes time loss to that. So
Yeah, what a run.
it's really amazing.
Oh man. Well, thank you everyone for
It
the
shows me that I
GGs.
need to get better.
Same.
Deathless too.
Yeah, definitely.
Slow farm, Deathless, 426, and you only had one bonus shot too, right?
Two.
Aegisol.
Yeah.
Aegisol and Decept.
I got the most important one. The Decept is like basically a minute, so.
Yeah, I mean, I state to always say this on my run that the Decept alone is like worth 3 or 4 bonus shots depending on which ones you get otherwise. So, but still, that's like amazing run, and I think that in the foreseeable future this will not get beaten in a marathon. Like pretty sure.
Are you saying
Yeah,
this
there's
is the marathon
just no
world
way.
record? Oh, I'm very happy with how this went.
I've done several marathon runs. You've done several marathon runs at this point. Even with it, we all three ran with a similar route at the relay like 3 months ago, and like this is just 10 minutes better, right? So.
Well, I enjoyed my 3 months of having the marathon world record. Fun times.
Yeah, we finished ahead of schedule, right? We finished ahead of schedule, even with a tech issue. Congrats, Zero. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, this was really good. I didn't have the usual marathon luck of like dying to puddings and like twice the
exactly.
Penangolan.
To quickly give reference, I just
How,
said
how did you not
the
like the
Final-
Penangolan?
I just said in the Final Fantasy relay like 3 months ago, we all three did the run, and Zero had a run that was almost 20 minutes worse than that as comparison. Like marathon runs of this game can go wrong. That's why the estimate was that high, right? It's not like this is a standard for a marathon.
Yeah, I based this estimate off my relay run because the relay run was like a 443 or something.
Yeah.
So like, if it can go that bad, I should submit it with like a bad time. And this one
You can
was
have
way
a worse
better.
early game, you can have like a worse chapter 4, you can have like several long deaths, you can have like 20 failed more dodges or something. Like there can so many things that can go wrong in marathons. Like this is really amazing. Alright. You
Well-
tried hard to finish ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I think going back to like original finish time roughly, like when I first saw when I was starting. So that's pretty good. Which is nice because I do have plans after this, and it was cutting it a bit tight. It's not anymore because my plans got delayed, but I was like, oh, okay, I gotta go fast, or I'm not gonna make it to my dinner.
Dang. No wonder you went so fast.
Zero before the run, by the way. I'm rusty.
I am rusty. I wouldn't have failed that
Rusty is
Dagon
me
I
and
dodged.
Kaya,
That
we
was
barely
interesting.
run.
Oh, Kaya got like a pretty good run his last stream too, and he did like 2 runs in like a month or something.
Yeah, I had a 429 last stream,
Yeah.
so not that bad.
I was impressed. I was struggling with my last 2D restaurants and kind of just like world record pace or PvE pace on both his last runs for a good while.
Until chapter 12, and then I lose it.
Man.
Nah, but yeah, was fun. Really good job on the run again, and I'm a bit jealous because I don't think anyone will ever beat that in the next few marathons, but yeah.
It'll happen eventually.
I think you're just jealous because you don't have the actual 80% world record, be honest.
This misses world record by only 2 minutes, and I said earlier that we had a lot of things that were cut out of world record runs for safety compared to the marathon runs, right? Like the Shroud Farm route in general, taking risky approaches on some dodges or some fights.
Honestly,
Whereas
I think
the marathon you tend to play a bit safer.
I think the only real marathon difference is the Shroud Farm and the fact that you can't reset bad chapter 1 sort of deal.
Yeah, I think you weren't forced to do some like 50-50 decision this run, so that also helps. But
I don't think I would have played much different in the PB attempt. Like, I think anything that I did bad was just me playing it bad, regardless of marathon. And like safety-wise, I think I played everything about the same. I don't change much between marathon and run.
yeah, Shrouds lose 35 seconds compared to best possible RNG, so this could have been a very low 426 if
Or
you
it
did
could-
that.
It could have just died in chapter 2.
Or that.
True.
Anyway, I'd like to thank Twisting for Glory for having us on here today. It was a lot of fun, and they've put together a great marathon, so much appreciated. They did great work, as always.
Yeah, great event.
Sorry
Thanks
for tech
letting me
issues.
commentate as well.
Yep, thank you as well.
See, the good thing is you made up for the tech issues. We're still finished below estimate, so...
I think I figured out what happened that caused that. I'm pretty sure it was the Discord audio sharing that broke everything. Because it was fine up until that point. I think that's when the lag started. And that's not something I ever do on my stream, which is why I never had this problem before.
Yeah, that might do it.
Well, I haven't been
cannot
active
vibe.
in like replying to chat because we've been so busy with commentary, but thank you everyone that's like talked in chat and for the GGs and good luck and like everyone from the community. Appreciate all of you. I haven't been
Yeah, the
second during the
interaction was
run,
pretty nice.
but love you guys.
Do you think this song will get us DMCA'd?
Honestly, decent
is
chance.
Is it the Japanese one?
It's English.
I don't know which.
Oh no, it is Japanese.
English
You're
has-
right, Japanese.
Japanese shouldn't. English has a decent chance because it's Leona Lewis, but Japanese shouldn't DMCA.
Yeah, I was wondering if I should play the ending credits or not.
Yeah, I mean, I never got DMCA'd, and I highlighted all of the runs that that have the Japanese ending song. The English one, I think, is more likely.
Even on the English one, I have more issues with the title screen song of all things.
Speaking of,
Which is
like,
not even
Japanese
actual
song
name for
actually-
Premiere or anything.
The Japanese song actually has context to the game, whereas the English song is just a Leona Lewis standard pop song that has nothing to do with the game, so that is also interesting.
It's
But,
got good
yeah.
hands, though.
Yeah. This was just a pure marketing thing, right? So back then.
But yeah, I think Japanese is safe. I think I have gotten DMCA'd before, but it was on PS3, which is English
Yeah,
only.
PS3 is English.
Yeah.
The English one for sure is DMCA, but the Japanese not.
Cool. Well, appreciate the run, everyone. You did a great job. Definitely marathon PB. We'll take it.
Let's go. Rare marathon, good
world
run
record. Marathon world record by 9 minutes.
By
Or
nine-
What was it? A 434, 435? But that is definitely by a lot the best marathon run ever.
Yeah, very happy with this. I thank you guys for
Even ignoring
commenting. I think that
route
helped a lot
changes,
because
right?
I didn't have to talk. Helped me focus.
Yeah, we
that
talked a
does
lot.
help.
Well, I'm gonna butt in here for a second. Just do a couple of quick thank yous, and wrap up this marathon. Hopefully, I sound fine because obviously I'm not audio tested on your stream.
I think you're good. I think you're good. I'm looking at the audio bars.
Should
You
be
sound
okay.
good.
Cool. Well, no one is yelling at me. But yeah, so just want to once again thank everyone for another great questing for glory. Another year, another event. This was our 10th event since 2017. Obviously, it's Questing for Glory 7, but we had some spin-offs, you know? Like a good RPG series, you gotta have spin-offs. It's almost like Ali balanced this before we went into this.
Imagine doing
so I just
tech
want to give
work
a couple of quick
beforehand.
thanks, as always, to all the volunteers that help out the mod team. Although the mod team, let's be honest, this is a chill chat. We every once in a while we gotta hit a button. Otherwise, it's always been a very smooth event, and everyone is always cool and just here to chill to some RPGs. And obviously, a special thanks to my restreamers who did let me sleep a couple hours this week. I can't say I slept more than a couple hours this week, but I slept a couple hours this week. Shout outs to the admin, all my lovely friends who help me out every year. Especially Palmer, who is the one responsible for all the back-end tech, the layouts that you see, the making sure everything's stream is running, with me calling him at 2 in the morning last night to wake him up for a layout issue, you know, those things. So shout out to Palmer for that. And K Butts Cordner, Kevin, who does our logos every year. Again, did the logo for this one. You know, always does our artwork, and we appreciate that. Does some awesome artwork. And of course, RPG Limit Break channel for hosting us once again. Created this in 2017 as kind of the anticipus to RPG Limit Break. You know, put it 6 months apart. Do RPGs. You know, and just kind of have more put more out there for everyone. And we're still going. We're still here. But yeah, so I just want to say once again, thanks to everyone for always being awesome and hanging out and being a part of this event. Hopefully you are entertained. And with that, I want to wrap this thing up. There's a nice comfy bed waiting for me.
Same.
So I am going to set up our raid target here, and I think we have one with Mr. Zwangzig, who just happens to be running the end of Final Fantasy XIII speedrun right now. So let's go all over there. And of course, we have quested for glory once again, y'all.
Great event. Thank you again.
Thank you
for
very much.
having us.
Thank you, Zero and Kyaroon and M, little M, big M, for putting on a great finale for us. And yeah, go over there, give some love, watch the end of that Final Fantasy XIII run, and